1801. I have just come back from visiting my landlord. He is the only neighbor I will have. This place is very beautiful. I do not think I could find another place in England so far away from busy social life. It is perfect for someone who likes to be alone. Mr. Heathcliff and I are a good match to live in this lonely area. He is an interesting man. When I first saw him, I felt friendly feelings toward him. He looked at me with dark eyes. He pulled back in a careful way. He also hid his hands inside his coat, as if he did not trust me.
Mr. Heathcliff?
He only nodded.
I am Mr. Lockwood, your new tenant. I came as soon as I arrived. I hope I did not trouble you by asking to rent Thrushcross Grange. I heard yesterday that you had some thoughts.
Thrushcross Grange is my own place, sir. I do not let anyone trouble me, if I can stop it. Come in.
He said come in a cold way. His voice did not sound kind. Even the gate he leaned on did not move in a friendly way. This made me want to accept the invitation. I felt curious about a man who seemed even more closed than I am. When my horse pushed against the gate, he finally reached out and opened it. Then he walked in front of me without speaking much.
Joseph, take Mr. Lockwood's horse. Bring some wine.
I thought this must be the whole group of servants. It explained why grass grew between the stones and why animals cut the hedges instead of people. Joseph was an old man. He was very old, but still strong. He spoke softly to himself with a sound of complaint.
The Lord help us.
He looked at me with an unfriendly face. I thought he must often feel unhappy, and his words were not really about me. The house is called Wuthering Heights. The word wuthering describes strong stormy weather. The house stands in a place with strong winds. Fresh air must blow there all the time. You can see the power of the wind by the trees. They grow at an angle, all leaning in one direction. The bushes also stretch the same way, as if reaching for the sun. The builder was wise and made the house strong. The windows are small and deep in the walls. The corners have large stones for protection. Before I went inside, I stopped to look at the strange stone work on the front of the house. It was especially heavy around the main door. Above the door, I saw the date 1500 and the name Hareton Earnshaw. I wanted to ask about the history of the place. But Mr. Heathcliff stood at the door in a way that showed he wanted me to go in or leave at once. I did not want to make him more impatient, so I went inside. One step took us straight into the main living room. There was no hall or passage. People here call this room the house. It is usually both kitchen and sitting room. At Wuthering Heights, the kitchen seemed to be in another part. I heard voices and the sound of cooking far away. I saw no food cooking in the large fireplace. There were no pots or pans on the walls. One end of the room was very bright. It reflected light and heat from many large metal plates. They were placed in rows on a huge wooden dresser. There were also silver jugs and cups. The dresser reached up to the roof. The ceiling was open, so you could see the wooden beams. Some parts were hidden by shelves holding oat cakes and hanging pieces of beef, mutton, and ham. Above the fireplace were several old guns and 2 pistols. As decoration, there were also 3 brightly painted containers on the shelf. The floor was smooth and white. The chairs were tall-backed and simple, painted green. A few heavy black chairs stood in darker corners. Under the dresser, a large brown dog lay on the floor. She was surrounded by many small puppies that made noise. Other dogs were resting in different corners of the room. The room and the furniture were plain. They looked like the home of a simple farmer from the north. You could imagine a strong man sitting there. He would wear short trousers and thick boots. He would sit in a big chair and drink ale from a mug on the table. You could see many men like this in the hills after dinner. But Mr. Heathcliff did not match his house. He looked strange in this place. He had dark skin and a wild look. His clothes and manners were those of a gentleman, like many rich men in the country. He was not neat, but this did not look bad on him. He was tall and good-looking. He also seemed quiet and unfriendly. Some people might think he was proud in a rude way. I did not think so. I felt he did not like to show his feelings. He did not like friendly acts or open emotions. He loved and hated in secret. He did not want others to love or hate him. He thought this was rude. But I may be wrong. I may be thinking too much like myself. Mr. Heathcliff may have his own reasons to stay distant from new people. My mother used to say I would never have a happy home. Last summer, I proved she was right. I spent 1 month by the sea. There I met a woman I admired very much. To me, she was perfect, as long as she did not notice me. I never spoke of my love. But my looks showed my feelings clearly. At last, she understood. She looked back at me with kindness. What did I do then? I am ashamed to say it. I became cold and quiet. I pulled back more each time she looked at me. At last, she thought she was wrong about my feelings. She felt confused and embarrassed. She left with her mother. Because of this, people think I have no heart. Only I know how untrue this is. I sat down by the fire, across from where my landlord went. There was silence. To fill the time, I tried to touch a mother dog. She had left her puppies and came close to my legs. Her lips pulled back, and she showed her teeth. When I tried to be friendly, she made a deep angry sound.
You should leave the dog alone. She is not used to kindness. She is not a pet.
Then he walked to a side door and shouted, "Joseph!"
Joseph answered from the cellar.
But he did not come up. So Mr. Heathcliff went down to him. He left me alone with the angry dog and 2 large sheep dogs. They watched every move I made. I did not move, because I feared their teeth. But I foolishly made faces at them. This made the mother dog furious. She jumped onto my knees. I pushed her away and moved the table between us. This caused more trouble. Many dogs came out from hidden places. They rushed toward me. They attacked my coat and my legs. I tried to protect myself with a metal rod. At last, I shouted for help. Mr. Heathcliff and his servant came up slowly. They did not hurry, even though the room was full of noise and chaos. Luckily, a woman from the kitchen came faster. She was strong, with her sleeves rolled up and her face red from the fire. She ran in waving a frying pan. She shouted loudly and used the pan well. Very quickly, the dog stopped. She stood there breathing hard when her master arrived.
What is wrong?
I said quietly, "Your animals are wild and dangerous. Leaving a stranger with them is like leaving him with tigers."
They do not bother people who touch nothing. He put a bottle in front of me and moved the table back into place.
The dogs are right to watch strangers. Would you like a glass of wine?
No, thank you.
They did not bite you, did they?
If they had, I would have marked the one that did it.
Come, come. You look upset, Mr. Lockwood. Please take some wine. We almost never have guests here. My dogs and I do not know how to welcome them. To your health, sir.
I bowed and drank with him. I understood that it was silly to stay angry because of the dogs. I also did not want to give him more reason to laugh at me. He seemed to calm down too. He spoke more clearly and used fuller sentences. He began to talk about my new home and its good and bad points. He spoke with sense and knowledge. Before I left, I even said I would visit again tomorrow. He clearly did not want me to come back. Still, I will go. I feel much more friendly than he does. Chapter 2. Yesterday afternoon was cold and full of mist. I almost stayed at home by my fire. I did not want to walk through mud and open land to Wuthering Heights. After dinner, I went upstairs, thinking to rest. I eat between 12 and 1. The housekeeper, an older woman who came with the house, would not change this time, even when I asked for dinner at 5. When I entered my room, I saw a servant girl on her knees. She was surrounded by brushes and coal buckets. She was putting out the fire with ashes. Thick dust filled the room. I left at once. I took my hat and walked for miles. I reached Heathcliff's garden gate just as snow began to fall. The hill was bleak and cold. The ground was hard with frost. The air made me shake all over. I could not open the gate, so I climbed over it. I ran up the stone path with thin gooseberry bushes on each side. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. My fingers hurt, and the dogs howled.
These unhappy people. They deserve to live alone because they are so unkind. I would never keep my door locked in the daytime. I will get in.
I shook the door handle hard. Joseph showed his head from a small window in the barn.
What do you want? The master is down in the fields. Go around the end of the barn if you want to speak to him.
Is there no one inside to open the door?
Only the mistress. She will not open it for you, even if you make noise until night.
Why can you not tell her who I am, Joseph?
I will not get involved.
The snow fell faster. I tried the handle again. Then a young man appeared in the yard. He had no coat and carried a pitchfork. He called me to follow him. We walked through a wash house and a yard with a coal shed, a pump, and a pigeon house. At last, we entered the large warm room where I had been before. A huge fire burned with coal, peat, and wood. The table was set for a big evening meal. Near it sat the mistress, Mrs. Heathcliff. I had not known she existed. I bowed and waited for her to ask me to sit. She leaned back in her chair and said nothing.
Bad weather. I am afraid your door has suffered because the servants did not come. I had trouble making them hear me.
She did not reply.
She stared at me. I stared back. Her eye stayed on me in a calm and careless way. It made me uncomfortable.
Sit down. He will be here soon.
I sat down. I cleared my throat. I called to the dog, Juno. This time she moved only the tip of her tail to show she knew me.
She is a beautiful dog. Do you plan to give away her puppies, madam?
They are not mine.
Then your favorites are here?
A strange choice of favorites.
Sadly, it was a pile of dead rabbits. I cleared my throat again and moved closer to the fire. Once more, I spoke about how wild the weather was. You should not have come out, she said. She stood up and took 2 painted jars from the shelf near the fire. Before, she was in the shadow. Now I could see her clearly. She was thin and very young. She had a beautiful shape and a very pretty face. Her face was small and light. Her hair was golden and fell in loose curls on her neck. Her eyes were bright, but their look was cold. They showed pride and sadness, not kindness. The jars were too high for her. I moved to help her.
She turned to me fast and looked angry, like someone who does not want help. I do not need your help, she said sharply. I can do it myself.
I am sorry, I said quickly.
Were you invited to tea? She asked. She tied an apron over her simple black dress. She held a spoon with tea leaves over the pot.
I would like a cup of tea, I said.
Were you invited? She asked again.
No, I said, with a small smile. You are the right person to ask me. She threw the tea leaves back into the jar and dropped the spoon. She sat down again in a bad mood. Her forehead was tight, and her lower lip stuck out like a child who is close to crying. At the same time, the young man put on an old, worn coat. He stood by the fire and looked at me with anger from the side of his eyes. He looked as if he disliked me very much. I was not sure if he was a servant. His clothes were rough, and his speech was not polite. He did not speak or act like Mr. or Mrs. Heathcliff. His brown hair was thick and messy. His face was rough, and his hands were dark like a worker's hands. Still, he stood with pride and did not hurry to help the lady. I decided not to speak about his strange behavior. A few minutes later, Heathcliff came in, and I felt a little better. You see, sir, I have come as I promised, I said in a cheerful voice. The weather is bad, and I may need to stay here for half an hour. I hope you can let me stay.
Half an hour, he said. He brushed snow from his clothes. You chose a bad time to walk. There is a snowstorm. You could get lost in the marshes. Even people who know these lands can lose their way. The weather will not change soon.
Maybe I can get one of your men to guide me, I said. He could stay at the Grange until morning. Can you spare one?
No, he said. I cannot.
Well, I said. Then I must trust myself.
He answered. Are you going to make the tea? He asked the young man in the old coat.
Then he looked at the young woman. Is he going to have any? She asked Heathcliff.
Make the tea, he said.
His voice was hard and angry. It made me jump. His tone showed real cruelty. I no longer thought well of him. When the tea was ready, he said, Now, sir, bring your chair. We all sat at the table, including the young man. We drank in silence. The room felt cold and unfriendly. I felt it was my fault, so I tried to speak. They could not always be so dark and silent. It is strange, I said, between one cup of tea and the next. It is strange how habit changes what we like. Many people could not be happy living so far from the world as you do, Mr. Heathcliff. But I think that with your family around you, and with your kind wife guiding your home.
My kind wife, he interrupted. He smiled in a cruel way. Where is she? Where is my kind wife?
Mrs. Heathcliff, I said. Your wife.
Oh, yes, he said. You mean her spirit watches over this house now that she is dead? Is that what you think?
I saw that I had made a mistake. I tried to change the subject. I should have seen that the ages of the people in the room did not fit such a thought. One man was about 40 years old. At that age, men usually do not believe that young girls marry them for love. That dream often comes when men are much older. The other man looked younger than 17. Then a thought came to my mind. The rough young man near me, who drank tea from a bowl and ate with dirty hands, could be her husband. He must be Heathcliff's son. I thought this was very sad. She married him because she did not know better people existed. I felt sorry for her. I told myself to be careful and not make her unhappy about her choice. This thought may sound proud, but it was not. I found the young man unpleasant. From my experience, I knew I was not bad-looking.
Mrs. Heathcliff is my daughter-in-law, said Heathcliff.
This confirmed my idea. As he spoke, he looked at her with clear hate. Unless his face could not show his true feelings, the look was full of anger. "Oh, I see," I said to the young man. "You are lucky to have such a fine wife." This was a bad thing to say. The young man turned red and closed his fist, as if he wanted to hit me. Then he stopped himself. He muttered a rude word about me, but I pretended not to hear it.
"You are wrong, sir," said Heathcliff. "Neither of us has such good luck. Her husband is dead. I said she was my daughter-in-law. So she married my son."
"And this young man is," I began.
"Not my son," he said.
Heathcliff smiled, as if the idea was a joke.
My name is Hareton Earnshaw. You should respect it.
"I have not been rude," I replied. Inside, I laughed at the serious way he spoke. He stared at me for a long time. I did not want to stare back. I felt I might lose control or laugh aloud. I started to feel very uncomfortable in that family. The cold feeling in the room was stronger than the warm fire and good food. I decided to be careful before coming here again. When the meal ended, no one spoke in a friendly way. I went to the window to look outside. The sight was sad. Night was coming early. The sky and hills were lost in strong wind and thick snow. "I don't think I can get home without help," I said. "The roads will be covered with snow." Even if they were clear, I could not see where to walk.
"Hareton, put the sheep in the barn," said Heathcliff. "If they stay outside, the snow will cover them."
"What should I do?" I asked, feeling annoyed. No one answered me. When I looked around, I saw only Joseph carrying food for the dogs. Mrs. Heathcliff was standing by the fire. She was burning a bundle of matches that had fallen earlier.
After Joseph put the food down, he looked around the room. In a rough voice, he spoke angrily. He complained about someone standing idle while others worked. He said the person was useless and would never change, and would follow bad ways like their mother.
For a moment, I thought he spoke to me. I was very angry and stepped toward him, ready to push him out. But Mrs. Heathcliff answered him instead.
"You terrible old man," she said. "Are you not afraid when you speak of the devil? Stop making me angry, or I will ask for trouble to take you away. Look here, Joseph." She took a dark book from the shelf. "I will show you how much I have learned. I can soon drive everyone out of the house. The cow did not die by chance. And your joint pain is not a gift from heaven."
"Oh, wicked, wicked," cried the old man. "May God save us from evil."
"No," she said. "Go away, or I will hurt you. Leave now, or you will be sorry."
She put a playful but cruel look into her eyes. Joseph was truly afraid. He hurried out, praying and calling her wicked as he went. I thought she behaved this way because she felt bored and found it a kind of cold fun. When we were alone, I tried to make her care about my trouble. "Mrs. Heathcliff," I said in a serious voice, "please forgive me for asking. I think you must be kind, because of your face. Please tell me some signs on the road, so I can find my way home. I do not know the way at all."
"Take the same road you came on," she said. She sat down in a chair. She had a candle and a long book in front of her. "That is all I can say."
"Then if people find me dead in snow or mud, will you not feel a little guilty?" I asked.
"Why should I?" she answered. "I cannot go with you. They would not even let me go past the garden wall."
"I would never ask you to go outside on a night like this," I said. "I only want you to tell me the way. Or you could ask Mr. Heathcliff to give me someone to guide me."
"Who?" she asked. There is only himself, Earnshaw, Zillah, Joseph, and me. Which one do you want?
Are there no boys on the farm? I asked.
No, she said. That is everyone.
Then I must stay here, I said.
That is for you and the owner to decide, she replied. It is not my business.
Then I heard Heathcliff's hard voice from the kitchen door. I hope this teaches you not to travel on these hills so carelessly. I do not keep rooms for visitors. If you stay, you must share a bed with Hareton or Joseph. I can sleep on a chair in this room, I said. No, he answered. A stranger is still a stranger, rich or poor. I will not let anyone stay free in my house while I am not watching. That rude answer ended my patience. I spoke in anger and pushed past him into the yard. I ran into Earnshaw because I was in a hurry. It was very dark, and I could not see how to get out. As I walked around, I heard them arguing with each other again.
At first, the young man seemed ready to help me. I will go with him as far as the park, he said.
You will go nowhere with him. Heathcliff shouted. Who will look after the horses then?
A man's life is more important than the horses for one night, said Mrs. Heathcliff in a calmer voice. Someone should go with him.
Not because you say so, Hareton replied. If you care about him, be quiet.
Then I hope his spirit troubles you, she said sharply. And I hope Mr. Heathcliff never finds another tenant until the Grange falls apart.
Listen to her cursing, Joseph muttered.
I was moving toward him. He was milking cows by the light of a lantern. I grabbed the lantern without asking. I shouted that I would return it tomorrow and ran to the small door.
Master, master, he's stealing the lantern, the old man shouted. Hey, dogs! Hold him!
When I opened the little door, 2 large dogs jumped at me. They knocked me down and put out the light. Heathcliff and Hareton laughed loudly. This made me feel even more angry and ashamed. The dogs did not bite me. They only stood on me, wagged their tails, and yawned. Still, they would not let me get up. I had to lie there until their owners chose to call them away. When I stood up, I had no hat, and I was shaking with anger. I shouted for them to let me out at once. I made many angry threats, but they were wild and unclear. My anger caused my nose to bleed badly. Heathcliff kept laughing, and I kept shouting. I do not know how it would have ended if one person had not been more sensible and kinder than the rest. This person was Zillah, the strong housekeeper. She came out to see what was happening. She thought they had hurt me. She did not dare speak to her master, so she shouted at the young man instead.
Well, Mr. Earnshaw, she cried, what will you do next? Are you going to kill people at your own door? This house is no place for me. Look at the poor man, he can hardly breathe. Stop this at once. Come inside, and I will help you. Stand still now.
As she spoke, she suddenly poured cold water down my neck and pulled me into the kitchen. Mr. Heathcliff followed. His laughter soon turned back into his usual DA. He told Zillah to give me a glass of brandy. Then he went into the inner room. Zillah felt sorry for me and spoke kindly. She gave me the drink, and I felt a little better. Then she took me upstairs and showed me to bed. As we went upstairs, she told me to hide the candle and to be quiet. She said her master had strange ideas about the room she was giving me. He did not like people to sleep there. I asked her why. She said she did not know. She had only lived there for 1 or 2 years. She said many strange things happened in the house, and she did not ask questions. I was too tired and dull to care. I locked my door and looked around for the bed. There was very little furniture. I saw 1 chair, a cupboard for clothes, and a big oak box. The box had small square holes near the top, like windows. I went closer and looked inside. I saw it was an old kind of bed. It was made so more than one person could sleep in one room. It was like a small closed space. The window ledge inside worked like a table. I pushed back the wooden panels and climbed in with my candle. Then I pulled the panels closed again. I felt safe from Heathcliff and everyone else. On the ledge near my candle, I saw a few old books in a corner. They were damp and smelled bad. The paint on the ledge was full of writing scratched into it. The writing was only one name, written again and again. It said, Catherine Earnshaw. In some places it said, Catherine Heathcliff. In other places it said, Catherine Linton. I felt empty and tired. I leaned my head against the window. I slowly read the names again and again. Soon my eyes closed. After a few minutes, I woke suddenly. I thought I saw white letters shining in the dark. It felt like the air was full of the name Catherine. I sat up quickly to clear my head. Then I saw my candle wick had fallen onto one of the old books. It filled the space with a strong burnt smell. I put out the flame at once. I felt cold and still a little sick. I opened the damaged book and held it on my knees. It was a Bible. The print was small, and it smelled very old. On the first page, I saw writing. It said, Catherine Earnshaw, her book, with a date from many years ago. I closed it and picked up another book, and then another. I looked through them all. Catherine's books were few, but she had used them a lot. Almost every page had notes written in pen. She had filled all the empty spaces. Some notes were short lines. Others were long, like a diary. The writing looked young and uneven. On one loose page, I saw a drawing. It was a rough picture of Joseph. It was funny and clear, even though it was not neat. I became very interested in this unknown Catherine. I began to read her old writing. One page began with the words, "A terrible Sunday." She wrote that she wished her father would come back. She said Hindley was cruel and treated Heathcliff badly. She wrote that she and Heathcliff planned to resist him. She said they had taken their first small step that evening. She wrote that it had rained all day. They could not go to church. So Joseph made them have prayers in the attic. Hindley and his wife stayed downstairs by the warm fire. They did not read their Bibles. Catherine was sure of that. Heathcliff, Catherine, and a poor farm boy had to take their prayer books and go upstairs. They sat in a row on a sack of grain. They felt cold and miserable. They hoped Joseph would also feel cold and finish quickly. But this did not happen. The service lasted 3 long hours.
What, finished already?
On Sunday evenings, they were once allowed to play quietly. Now even a small laugh sent them away to stand in corners. Hindley said they must remember he was the master. He said he wanted complete silence and good behavior. When a boy made a small noise, Hindley told his wife Frances to pull the boy's hair. She did it without kindness. Then she sat on her husband's knee. They laughed, kissed, and talked foolishly for a long time. Catherine wrote that it was silly and shameful to watch. Catherine and the others made themselves as comfortable as they could in the space under a dresser. Catherine tied their aprons together to make a curtain. Just as she finished, Joseph came in from the stables with a message. He pulls down the work I made. He hits my ears. Then he speaks in a rough voice.
Our master was just buried. It is still Sunday. We have just heard the church words, and now you are playing. You should feel shame. Sit down. You are bad children. There are many good books. Read them. Think about your souls.
After this, he makes us sit in a straight line. We sit far from the fire. Only a weak light reaches us. It is just enough to see the words in the books he gives us. I hate this work. I cannot stand it. I take my dirty book by the corner. I throw it into the dog's house.
I hate good books.
Heathcliff kicks his book there too. Then everyone starts shouting.
Master Hindley, come at once. Miss Cathy has torn the back off one book. Heathcliff has stepped on another and damaged it. It is very wrong to let them act like this. The old master would have punished them, but he is gone.
Hindley comes quickly from sitting by the fire. He grabs one of us by the neck and the other by the arm. He throws us both into the back kitchen.
The devil will come for you, for sure.
After that, we each go to a different corner. We wait there alone. I take a book and a pot of ink from a shelf. I open the door a little to get light. I start to write. I write for 20 minutes. But my friend grows restless.
We should take the milkmaid's cloak. We can run on the open hills with it over us.
It sounds nice. If the angry old man comes, he may think his words came true. We cannot be more wet or more cold outside than we are here. I think Catherine did what she planned. The next lines change the subject. She begins to cry as she writes. She says she never thought Hindley would make her cry so much. Her head hurts badly. She cannot rest it on the pillow. Still, she cannot stop crying. She feels sorry for Heathcliff. Hindley calls him a bad name. He will not let him sit with us. He will not let him eat with us. He says Heathcliff and she must not play together. He says he will send Heathcliff away if they disobey. He blames their father for being too kind to Heathcliff. She is shocked by this. Hindley says he will force Heathcliff into a lower place. I start to fall asleep over the dark page. My eyes move from the writing to the printed book. I see a red title. It speaks about forgiving many times. It says it is a holy talk by a man named Jabez Branderham. It was given in a small chapel. I try to think what the man would say about this topic. I cannot focus. I lean back in bed. I fall asleep. It is a terrible night. I think bad tea and bad feelings cause it. I do not remember another night like it. I begin to dream almost at once. I think it is morning. I am walking home. Joseph is with me to guide me. The snow is very deep. It covers the road. We move slowly.
You did not bring a walking stick. You cannot enter the house without one.
He waves his heavy stick with pride. At first, I think it is silly. Why would I need a weapon to go into my own home? Then I understand something new. We are not going home. We are going to hear Jabez Branderham speak. The talk is about forgiving many times. Someone has failed to forgive once too many times. It might be Joseph, the preacher, or me. We will be shamed in front of everyone and sent away. We arrive at the chapel. I have seen it before on walks. It sits low between two hills. It is near wet ground. People say the wet earth keeps bodies well after death. The roof still stands. But the preacher earns very little money. He has only a small house. No one wants to work there. People say the listeners would rather let him suffer than give more money. But in my dream, the chapel is full. Everyone listens closely. Jabez begins to speak. The sermon is terrible. It has 490 parts. Each part is as long as a normal church talk. Each part speaks about a different sin. I do not know how he finds so many. He explains the words in his own strange way. It seems each person must sin in a new way every time. The sins are very strange. I have never thought of them before. I grow very tired. I feel worn out and lost in the long speech. I felt very tired and restless. I stretched and yawned many times. I rubbed my eyes. I stood up and sat down again. I touched Joseph to see if he would ever stop speaking. But I had to listen to everything. At last, he reached the part called the first of the 71st. Then I had a sudden idea. I stood up and spoke loudly. I said Jabez Branderham was a sinner who should not be forgiven. I said I had sat there too long. I said I had listened and forgiven many parts of his long talk. I said this last part was too much. I asked the people to pull him down and stop him forever. Jabez stopped and looked at me. He leaned forward and spoke slowly. He said I was the guilty one. He said I had made faces many times while listening. He said this was human weakness and could be forgiven. But now, he said, the time had come. He told the people to judge me. He said this was an honor for holy people. When he finished, everyone stood up at once. They lifted their walking sticks and rushed toward me. I had nothing to protect myself. I tried to grab Joseph, who was nearest and very angry. In the crowd, sticks hit each other. Some hits meant for me struck other people instead. Soon the whole chapel was full of loud knocking sounds. Everyone was fighting with everyone else. Jabez also joined in. He hit the pulpit loudly again and again. The noise became so strong that it woke me up at last. I was very glad to wake. Then I understood what had caused the noise. It was only a tree branch. A fir tree outside touched my window. The wind blew it, and its dry cones hit the glass. I listened for a moment and understood the sound. Then I turned over and fell asleep again. This second dream was even worse. This time, I knew I was lying in the small oak bed. I heard the strong wind and the snow outside. I heard the fir branch again and knew what it was. But the sound annoyed me. I decided to stop it if I could. I thought I got up and tried to open the window. But the hook was fixed tight. I had seen this before when I was awake, but I forgot it. I said I must stop the noise anyway. I hit the glass with my hand and pushed my arm outside. I tried to catch the branch. Instead, my fingers touched another hand. It was small and very cold. I felt great fear. I tried to pull my arm back, but the hand held me. Then I heard a sad, weak voice crying,
"Let me in. Let me in."
I asked who it was. I tried to pull free while I spoke.
The voice answered softly. It said it was Catherine Linton. It said it had come home.
With this thought, I turned and opened the wooden panels. I will never forget what happened next. Heathcliff stood near the door. He wore only his shirt and trousers. He held a candle, and hot wax fell on his fingers. His face was white, like the wall behind him. When the wood made a small sound, he jumped in fear. The candle flew from his hand and fell far away. He shook so much that he could hardly pick it up again. I spoke quickly to help him feel less ashamed.
"It is only your guest, sir," I said. "I cried out in my sleep because of a bad dream. I am sorry I woke you."
He swore angrily and put the candle on a chair because his hand was not steady. Then he spoke again.
"Who brought you to this room?" he asked. His hands were tight, and his teeth pressed together. "Who did it? I want to send them away from this house right now."
"It was your servant Zillah," I said. I sat on the floor and put my clothes on fast. I would not mind if you did send her away. She deserves it. I think she wanted to scare me. This place is full of strange spirits. You are right to keep this room closed. No one will enjoy sleeping here.
What are you talking about? Heathcliff asked. And what are you doing? Lie down and sleep, since you are here. But please do not make that terrible noise again. Nothing could excuse it, unless someone was truly hurting you.
If that small wicked girl had come through the window, she might have stopped my breath, I answered. I will not suffer from your family's old troubles again. Was not Reverend Branderham part of your family? And that girl, Catherine Linton, or Earnshaw, or whatever her name was, she was a cruel child. She told me she had walked the earth for 20 years. Maybe that was her punishment.
As soon as I said this, I remembered the name Catherine from the book. I felt ashamed and knew I had spoken without thinking. I tried to change the subject quickly.
The truth is, sir, I spent the first part of the night. I stopped. I almost said I was reading the old books. That would show I knew too much. So I corrected myself. I was spelling the name cut into the window ledge. It was boring work. It made me sleepy, like counting numbers.
What are you saying to me? Heathcliff shouted. How dare you speak like this in my house? He hit his forehead in anger.
I did not know if I should argue or explain. He looked deeply upset, so I felt sorry for him. I went on to explain my dream. I said I had never heard the name Catherine Linton before. But seeing it again and again made my mind create a dream when I lost control of my thoughts. As I spoke, Heathcliff slowly moved back and sat near the bed. He tried to hide behind it. I could hear his broken breathing. I knew he was fighting strong feelings. I did not want him to know I noticed this. I made noise while dressing. I looked at my watch and spoke to myself.
It is not even 3 o'clock yet. I thought it was 6. Time moves very slowly here. We must have gone to bed at 8.
Always at 9 in winter, and up at 4, Heathcliff said softly. He seemed to wipe his eyes. Mr. Lockwood, you may sleep in my room. You will only cause trouble if you go downstairs so early. Your cry has taken my sleep away.
And mine too, I said. I will walk outside until morning, and then I will leave. You will not see me disturb you again. I no longer look for pleasure in other people. A sensible man should be enough for himself.
Wonderful company, Heathcliff muttered. Take the candle and go where you like. I will come soon. Do not go into the yard. The dogs are loose. Do not go near the house. Juno guards it. You can walk only on the steps and in the passages. Go now. I will come in 2 minutes.
I did as he said and left the room. I did not know where the narrow halls went, so I stopped. Then I saw something strange from my landlord. It happened by chance. He climbed onto the bed and pulled open the window. As he pulled, he began to cry loudly. He could not stop. He spoke through his tears. He begged someone to come in. He called the name Cathy again and again. He asked her to come one more time. He said his heart was breaking and asked her to hear him now. Nothing came. No one answered. Only snow and wind rushed inside. The cold air reached me and blew out my candle. His crying was full of pain. I felt sorry for him and forgot how foolish it seemed. Still, I felt upset that I had heard this. I was also angry with myself for telling my strange dream, because it caused him such pain. I did not understand why it affected him so much. I went down carefully to the lower rooms. I reached the back kitchen. A small fire was there, pulled close together. I used it to light my candle again. Nothing moved, except a grey cat with dark stripes. It came out of the ashes and cried softly at me. 2 wooden benches stood around the fire. They were curved like part of a circle. I lay down on one bench. The cat jumped onto the other. Soon we both felt sleepy. After a while, someone came in. It was Joseph. He came down a wooden ladder from a hole in the ceiling. I think it led to his small room. He looked darkly at the little fire I had made. He pushed the cat off the bench. Then he sat down and began to fill his pipe with tobacco. He did not like seeing me there, but he said nothing. He put the pipe in his mouth, crossed his arms, and smoked. I did not speak. When he finished, he sighed deeply, stood up, and left as quietly as he had come. Next, I heard lighter steps. I was ready to say good morning, but I stopped. Hareton Earnshaw came in. He was speaking softly to himself, but his words were angry. He cursed at everything he touched while he searched for a shovel to dig through the snow. He looked at me over the bench. He did not greet me, just as he did not greet the cat. I saw that people were allowed to go outside. I stood up to follow him. He noticed me and pushed an inner door with his shovel. He made a rough sound to show that I should go that way. The door led into the house. Inside, the women were already awake. Zillah worked at the fire. She used a large bellows to make the flames go up the chimney. Mrs. Heathcliff knelt near the fire. She read a book by the light of the flames. She held her hand up to protect her eyes from the heat. She seemed very focused. She stopped only to tell Zillah not to send sparks onto her, or to push away a dog that put its nose too close to her face. I was surprised to see Heathcliff there too. He stood by the fire with his back to me. He was finishing an angry talk with Zillah. She kept stopping her work to lift her apron and sigh loudly in anger. When I entered, he turned to his daughter-in-law and shouted at her. He called her a rude name, though it was not a strong one. He said she was useless and lazy. He said others worked for their food, but she lived on his kindness. He told her to put her book away and find work. He said she would pay for always being in his sight.
I will put the book away because you can force me, but I will not do anything else. I will do only what I want.
Heathcliff raised his hand. She quickly moved back to a safer place. She knew what that hand could do. I did not want to watch a fight. I stepped forward quickly, as if I only wanted to warm myself by the fire. I acted as if I knew nothing about their argument. They both stopped. Heathcliff put his hands into his pockets. Mrs. Heathcliff was silent too. Heathcliff pulled her mouth into a hard look and went to sit far away. She kept her promise and stayed still like a statue for the rest of my visit. My visit did not last long. I did not eat breakfast with them. At the first light of morning, I took my chance to leave and go outside. The air was clean, quiet, and very cold. My landlord called to me before I reached the end of the garden. He offered to walk with me across the moor. This was a good thing. The whole hill was covered in deep white snow. It looked like waves on the sea. I could not see where the ground went up or down. Many holes were filled with snow. Old piles of stone were hidden. The path I remembered from yesterday was gone. Along one side of the road, there were tall stones placed every few steps. They were covered with white paint to help people find the way in the dark or in heavy snow. But now I could only see a few dirty marks. Most stones were hidden. My companion had to warn me many times to move left or right. I thought I was on the road, but I was wrong. We did not talk much. He stopped at the gate of Thrushcross Park and said I could not lose my way from there. We bowed quickly and parted. I went on alone. No one lived at the gatehouse yet. The walk from the gate to the Grange is 2 miles. I believe I walked almost 4. I lost myself among the trees. At one point, I sank very deep into the snow. It was a bad and tiring moment. Only people who have felt this can understand it. In the end, the clock rang 12 as I entered the house. That meant 1 hour for each mile of the usual road from Wuthering Heights. The housekeeper and the servants ran to meet me. They spoke loudly and at once. They said they had given me up. Everyone thought I had died in the night. They were already thinking how to search for my body. I told them to be quiet since I was safe. I felt cold to my heart. I slowly went upstairs. I put on dry clothes. I walked back and forth for half an hour to get warm again. Then I went to my study. I felt very weak, like a small kitten. I was almost too weak to enjoy the warm fire and the hot coffee the servant had made for me. Chapter 4. How changeable we are. I had decided to live without company. I was glad I had found a place where meeting people was very hard. But I was weak. After fighting sadness and loneliness all day, I gave up by evening. When Mrs. Dean brought my supper, I asked her to sit with me while I ate. I said I needed to ask about the house. But truly, I hoped she would talk a lot. I wanted her words to wake me up or help me fall asleep. You have lived here a long time, I began. Did you say 16 years?
18, sir, she said. I came when the lady of the house was married, to serve her. After she died, the master kept me as his housekeeper.
Indeed, I said. There was a silence. I feared she did not like to talk, except about herself. That might not interest me. She sat still for a moment, her hands on her knees, thinking. Then she said, things have changed a lot since then. Yes, I replied. You must have seen many changes.
I have, she said. And many troubles too.
I thought to myself that I should turn the talk to my landlord's family. That was a good topic. I also wished to learn about the young widow. I wanted to know her past. Was she born here, or did she come from another place, where these rough people did not accept her? So I asked Mrs. Dean why Heathcliff rented Thrushcross Grange and chose to live in a place so much worse. Is he not rich enough to keep the estate well? I asked.
Rich, sir, she answered. He has a lot of money, and nobody knows how much. Every year he gets more. Yes, he is rich enough to live in a better house than this. But he is very careful with money. He does not like to spend it. If he wanted to move to Thrushcross Grange, he would have done it fast. He would not miss the chance to get more money. It is strange that people can be so greedy when they are alone in the world.
He had a son, didn't he?
Yes, he had one. But the son is dead.
And that young lady, Mrs. Heathcliff, is his wife?
Yes.
Where did she come from?
She is my old master's daughter. Her name before marriage was Catherine Linton. I looked after her when she was small. Poor girl. I hoped Mr. Heathcliff would move here. Then we could live close again.
What? Catherine Linton?
I said in surprise. Then I thought for a moment and knew she was not the Catherine I remembered.
Then my old landlord was named Linton?
Yes.
And who is that Earnshaw, Hareton Earnshaw, who lives with Mr. Heathcliff? Are they family?
No. He is the nephew of the late Mrs. Linton.
So he is the young lady's cousin?
Yes. And her husband was her cousin too. One cousin was from her mother's side. The other was from her father's side. Heathcliff married Mr. Linton's sister.
I see the name Earnshaw cut above the door at Wuthering Heights. Is it an old family?
Yes, very old. Hareton is the last of the Earnshaws. And our Miss Cathy is the last of the Lintons. Have you been to Wuthering Heights? Sorry to ask, sir, but I want to know how she is.
Mrs. Heathcliff? She looked healthy and very pretty. But I think she was not very happy.
Oh dear, that is no surprise. And how did you like the master?
He is a rough man, Mrs. Dean. Is that how he is?
Yes. He is very hard and sharp. It is better not to get involved with him.
He must have had a hard life to become like that. Do you know his story?
Yes, sir. I know almost everything. I do not know where he was born, who his parents were, or how he first got his money. And poor Hareton has been pushed aside. He does not know how he has been treated unfairly. He is the only one around here who does not see it.
Well, Mrs. Dean, it would be kind of you to tell me about my neighbors. I do not feel sleepy at all. Please sit and talk with me for an hour.
Of course, sir. I will get some sewing and sit as long as you like. But you have caught a cold. I saw you shake. You must drink some warm gruel to feel better.
She hurried away, and I moved closer to the fire. My head felt hot, but my body felt cold. I also felt very excited and nervous. This made me feel a little afraid, though not in pain. I worried about the effects of what had happened today and yesterday. She soon came back with a hot bowl and a basket of sewing. She put the bowl near the fire and sat down. She looked pleased that I wanted to talk.
Before I came to live here, I was often at Wuthering Heights. My mother had cared for Mr. Hindley Earnshaw when he was young. He was Hareton's father. So I played with the children there. I ran small errands. I helped in the fields. I stayed around the farm, ready to help anyone. One fine summer morning, at the start of harvest, old Mr. Earnshaw came downstairs. He was dressed for a journey. After he told Joseph what to do that day, he turned to Hindley, Cathy, and me. I was sitting with them, eating my porridge. He said to his son, "My boy, I am going to Liverpool today. What shall I bring you? You may choose anything small. I will walk there and back. It is a long way." Hindley asked for a fiddle. Then he asked Miss Cathy. She was not even 6 years old. But she could ride any horse in the stable. She asked for a whip. He did not forget me. He was kind, though sometimes strict. He promised to bring me apples and pears. Then he kissed his children, said goodbye, and left. The 3 days he was gone felt very long. Little Cathy often asked when he would come home. Mrs. Earnshaw expected him by supper on the 3rd evening. She waited and waited. There was no sign of him. At last the children were too tired to run to the gate anymore. It grew dark. She wanted them to go to bed, but they begged to stay up. Around 11 o'clock, the door opened quietly, and the master came in. He dropped into a chair. He laughed and groaned at the same time. He told everyone to stay back. He said the walk had almost killed him. He said he would never walk like that again. Then he opened his coat, which he held in his arms. He showed what was inside. He told his wife to look. He said he had never been hit so badly in his life. He said they must take it as something sent by God, even if it looked very dark and strange. We all came close. I looked over Miss Cathy's head. Inside the coat was a small child. The child was dirty and poorly dressed. He had black hair. He was old enough to walk and talk. His face looked older than Catherine's. But when he stood on the floor, he only looked around. He kept saying strange sounds. No one could understand him. I felt afraid.
She was very angry. She was ready to throw the child outside. She shouted at her husband. She asked how he could bring a gypsy child into the house. She said they already had their own children to feed and care for. She asked what he planned to do with the child. She asked if he had lost his mind.
The master tried to explain. He was very tired from the journey. Mrs. Earnshaw kept scolding him. I could only understand part of his story. He said he saw the child in the streets of Liverpool. The child had no home and no food. He could hardly speak. The master asked people about the child, but no one knew him. No one knew where he came from. The master said he did not have much money or time. He thought it was better to bring the child home at once. He said he could not leave the child as he found him. At last, my mistress grew calm. She stopped shouting.
Mr. Earnshaw told me to wash the child. He told me to give him clean clothes. He said the child should sleep with the other children.
Hindley and Cathy stayed quiet and watched. When things were calm again, they looked in their father's pockets. He had promised them gifts. Hindley was 14 years old. He pulled out what had once been a fiddle. It was broken into small pieces.
He began to cry loudly.
Cathy learned that her father had lost her whip while helping the strange child. She laughed in a rude way. She even spat at the little child. Her father hit her to teach her better manners. The children refused to sleep with the new child. They did not even want him in their room. I was foolish too. I put the child on the stairs. I hoped he would be gone in the morning. But later, the child heard Mr. Earnshaw's voice. Or maybe it was only chance. He crawled to the master's door. Mr. Earnshaw found him there when he came out of his room. He asked how the child got there. I had to tell the truth. As punishment for my fear and lack of kindness, I was sent out of the house. This was how Heathcliff first came to the family. I came back a few days later. I did not think I was sent away forever. By then, they had named the child Heathcliff. It was the name of a son who died when he was young. It became both his first and last name. Miss Cathy and Heathcliff soon became very close. Hindley hated him. To be honest, I hated him too. We treated him badly. I did not see that this was wrong. My mistress never spoke for him when others treated him unfairly. Heathcliff was a quiet and serious child. He seemed used to bad treatment. When Hindley hit him, he did not cry. He did not even blink. When I pinched him, he only took a sharp breath and opened his eyes. It was as if he thought no one was at fault. This made old Earnshaw very angry. He was angry when he saw his son hurting the poor child with no parents. He began to care for Heathcliff in a strange way. He believed everything Heathcliff said. Heathcliff did not speak much, and he usually told the truth. Mr. Earnshaw favoured him more than Cathy. Cathy was too wild and naughty to be his favourite. From the start, this caused bad feelings in the house. Mrs. Earnshaw died less than 2 years later. By that time, Hindley saw his father as an enemy, not a friend. He saw Heathcliff as someone who stole his father's love and his place in the family. He grew angry by thinking about this again and again. I felt sorry for him at first. But later, my thoughts changed. Both children became sick with the measles. I had to care for them day and night. I had many heavy duties. Heathcliff became very ill. When he was at his worst, he wanted me near him all the time. I think he knew I helped him a lot. He did not understand that it was my duty. Still, I must say this. He was the quietest child I ever nursed. The difference between him and the others was clear. Cathy and her brother troubled me greatly. Heathcliff never complained. He was quiet like a lamb. It was not kindness, but hardness, that made him easy to care for. He recovered at last. The doctor said my care helped him greatly. He praised me for what I did.
I felt proud when he praised me. Because of this, I became kinder to the one who helped me earn his praise. So Hindley lost his last friend. Still, I could not love Heathcliff. I often wondered why my master admired that quiet and dark boy so much. Heathcliff never showed thanks for the kindness he received. He was not rude to his protector. He just did not care. He knew very well how much power he had in the house. He knew that if he spoke, everyone would have to obey him. I remember one time clearly. Mr. Earnshaw bought 2 young horses at the fair. He gave 1 horse to each boy. Heathcliff chose the prettier horse. Soon, the horse became hurt and could not walk well. When Heathcliff saw this, he spoke to Hindley. He told Hindley to change horses with him. He said he did not like his horse. He also said that if Hindley refused, he would tell their father about the beatings he had received that week. He said he would show his arm, which was dark with bruises. Hindley made a rude face and hit him again. Heathcliff ran to the door and said Hindley should agree now. He warned him that if he told their father, Hindley would be punished even more. Hindley shouted at him and picked up a heavy iron tool. He threatened to throw it. Heathcliff stood still and told him to do it. He said that if Hindley did, he would tell their father about Hindley's plans to throw him out of the house one day. Hindley threw the iron. It hit Heathcliff in the chest. He fell to the ground but stood up again quickly. He was pale and could not breathe well. If I had not stopped him, he would have gone straight to his father to complain. His injuries would have spoken for him. Hindley then gave in. He told Heathcliff to take his horse. He shouted cruel words at him and wished him harm. Heathcliff went to untie the horse and move it to his own place. As he walked behind the animal, Hindley pushed him down near its feet and ran away. I was surprised to see how calmly Heathcliff stood up. He finished changing the horses and the saddles. Then he sat on some hay to rest until he felt better. After that, he went into the house. I easily convinced him to let me blame the horse for his bruises. He did not care what story I told. He had what he wanted. He almost never complained about such fights. Because of this, I thought he was not one to seek revenge. I was very wrong, as you will hear. Chapter 5. As time passed, Mr. Earnshaw became weak. He had always been strong and healthy. But his strength left him quickly. Soon, he had to sit by the fire all day. He became very irritable. Small things made him angry. When he felt his authority was not respected, he became very upset. This was worst when anyone spoke sharply to his favorite child. He watched closely and feared someone might treat Heathcliff badly. He seemed to believe that because he loved Heathcliff, everyone else must hate him. This was bad for the boy. Kind people tried to please the master, so they treated Heathcliff gently. This made the boy proud and more bad-tempered. Still, it felt necessary. A few times, when Hindley showed anger near his father, the old man became furious. He grabbed his stick and tried to strike him. His hands shook because he was too weak. At last, the local clergyman gave advice. This man taught the Earnshaw and Linton children and worked his own land. He suggested that Hindley should be sent to college. Mr. Earnshaw agreed, but sadly. He said Hindley was useless and would not do well at home. I truly hoped we would have peace then. It hurt me to see the master suffer because of his kindness. I believed his unhappiness came from family trouble, as he believed too. In truth, it came from his weak body. We might still have lived calmly, except for 2 people. One was Miss Cathy. The other was Joseph, the servant you saw earlier. Joseph was the most tiring and self-righteous man I ever knew. He used the Bible to praise himself and blame others. He preached and spoke about religion all the time. In this way, he gained much power over Mr. Earnshaw. The weaker the master became, the more Joseph controlled him. He would not stop troubling him about his soul and about ruling his children very strictly. He pushed him to think that Hindley was a bad man. Every night, he told long stories against Heathcliff and Catherine. He spoke again and again. He always blamed Catherine the most. He did this to please Mr. Earnshaw. It was true that Catherine had strange ways. I had never seen a child act like her before. She tested our patience many times each day. From morning until night, we never felt safe. At any moment, she could start trouble. She was full of energy all the time. She talked all the time too. She sang, laughed, and teased everyone. She wanted others to join her. She was wild and often naughty. But she had very pretty eyes and a sweet smile. She moved lightly when she walked. Many people liked her. I believe she did not want to hurt anyone. When she made someone cry for real, she often stayed with them. She tried to calm them so they could comfort her. She loved Heathcliff too much. The worst punishment for her was to keep her away from him. Still, she was blamed more than anyone because of him. When they played, she liked to act like a little boss. She used her hands and gave orders. She tried this with me too. I did not accept being hit or ordered, so I stopped her. Mr. Earnshaw did not understand jokes from his children. He was always serious and strict. Catherine did not know why her father became more angry and less patient when he was sick. His sharp words made her want to upset him more. She was happiest when everyone scolded her together. She would look at us with brave eyes and quick words. She made fun of Joseph's religious warnings. She teased me. She did the things her father hated most. She showed that her rude behavior, which he thought was real, had more power over Heathcliff than his kindness. Heathcliff would do anything she asked. He only obeyed his master when he felt like it. After behaving very badly all day, she sometimes came to him kindly at night.
No, Cathy. I cannot love you. You are worse than your brother. Go and say your prayers. Ask God to forgive you. I fear your mother and I will regret raising you.
At first, this made her cry. Later, being pushed away again and again, she became harder. She laughed when I told her to say sorry and asked to be forgiven. At last, the time came that ended Mr. Earnshaw's troubles on earth. He died quietly in his chair one evening in October. He sat by the fire. A strong wind blew around the house and roared in the chimney. It sounded wild, but it was not cold. We were all together. I sat a little away from the fire and knitted. Joseph read his Bible near the table. The servants usually stayed in the house after work. Miss Cathy had been ill, so she was calm. She leaned against her father's knee. Heathcliff lay on the floor with his head in her lap. I remember the master, before he fell asleep, touching her pretty hair. He was glad to see her gentle.
Why can you not always be a good girl, Cathy?
Why can you not always be a good man, father?
When she saw he was upset again, she kissed his hand. She said she would sing him to sleep. She sang very softly. Soon his fingers slipped from hers. His head fell forward on his chest. I told her to be quiet and not move. I was afraid she might wake him. We stayed silent for half an hour. We would have stayed longer, but Joseph finished his reading. He stood up and said he must wake the master for prayers and bed. He went to him and called his name. He touched his shoulder. The master did not move. Joseph took the candle and looked at his face. I felt something was wrong when he put the light down. He took the children by the arms and whispered to send them upstairs. He told them to make no noise. He said they could pray alone that night. He said he had something to do.
I will say good night to Father first.
She put her arms around his neck before we could stop her. At once, she knew the truth.
Oh, he is dead, Heathcliff. He is dead.
They both cried loudly with broken hearts. I cried with them, loud and full of pain.
Why do you cry like this for a holy man now in heaven? Put on your cloak. Run to Gimmerton for the doctor and the priest.
I did not know what help they could give. Still, I went out through wind and rain. I brought the doctor back with me. The other man said he would come in the morning. Leaving Joseph to explain things, I ran to the children's room. The door was half open. I saw that they had not gone to bed, even though it was after midnight. They were quiet now and did not need me to comfort them. The poor children were comforting each other. They spoke about heaven in a simple and kind way. No priest could speak of heaven as beautifully as they did. I cried while I listened. I wished we could all be there together, safe and at peace. Chapter 6. Mr. Hindley came home for the funeral. To our great surprise, he brought a wife with him. This shocked us, and the neighbors talked about it a lot. He never told us who she was or where she came from. She likely had no money and no important family, or he would not have hidden the marriage from his father. She was not someone who caused trouble by herself. When she entered the house, everything she saw seemed to make her happy. She liked almost everything that happened around her, except the funeral work and the sad visitors. During that time, her behavior seemed strange to me. She ran to her room and made me go with her, even though I should have been dressing the children. She sat there shaking and holding her hands together.
Are they gone yet?
She spoke with strong feelings about how the black clothes scared her. She jumped at small sounds. She shook and then began to cry. When I asked what was wrong, she said she did not know.
I feel very afraid of dying.
I thought she was no more likely to die than I was. She was thin, but she was young. Her skin looked fresh, and her eyes were very bright. I did notice some things. She breathed fast when she climbed the stairs. Loud noises made her shake. She often had a bad cough. But I did not know what these signs meant. I did not feel much care for her. We do not easily like strangers here, unless they first try to like us. Young Earnshaw had changed a lot during his 3 years away. He was thinner and paler. He spoke and dressed in a new way. On the very day he returned, he told Joseph and me that we must live in the back kitchen and leave the main house to him. He planned to fix a small room as a sitting room. But his wife was very happy with the white floor and the big warm fireplace. She liked the simple dishes, the shelves, the dog house, and the wide open space. Because of her joy, he gave up the plan. At first, she was also happy to find a sister in Catherine. She talked a lot with her, kissed her, ran around with her, and gave her many gifts. But her kindness did not last long. When she became easily annoyed, Hindley became harsh. A few words from her showing dislike for Heathcliff woke all his old anger. He sent Heathcliff away from their company and made him live with the servants. He stopped his lessons and forced him to work outside on the farm like the other boys. At first, Heathcliff accepted this change calmly. Cathy taught him what she learned at school. She worked and played with him in the fields. The two children grew wild and careless. The young master did not care how they behaved, as long as they stayed away from him. He did not even make sure they went to church. Only when Joseph and the priest complained did he remember them. Then he ordered small punishments for Heathcliff and made Catherine miss meals. Their favourite fun was to run away to the moors in the morning and stay there all day. Later punishment meant little to them, and they laughed about it. The priest could give Catherine many lessons to learn. Joseph could punish Heathcliff until he was tired. They forgot everything as soon as they were together again. They only thought about new naughty plans. Many times I cried to myself as I watched them grow more reckless. I did not dare to speak, because I feared losing the little control I still had over the poor children. One Sunday evening, they were sent out of the sitting room for making noise. When I went to call them for supper, I could not find them. We searched the house from top to bottom, then the yard and the stables. They were nowhere. At last, Hindley became very angry. He ordered the doors to be locked. He swore that no one should let them in that night. The family went to bed. I felt too worried to sleep. I opened my window and leaned out, even though it was raining. I listened carefully. I wanted to let them in if they came back, even if it was not allowed. After some time, I heard footsteps on the road. I saw the light of a lantern near the gate. I put a shawl over my head and ran outside. I did not want them to knock and wake Mr. Earnshaw. Heathcliff was there alone. I felt shocked to see him without Catherine.
Where is Miss Catherine? Nothing bad happened, I hope?
She is at Thrushcross Grange. I would be there too, but they did not ask me to stay.
You will get into trouble. You are never happy until you are sent away. Why did you go to Thrushcross Grange?
Let me change my wet clothes first. Then I will tell you everything, Nelly.
I warned him not to wake the master. While he changed and I waited to put out the candle, he began to speak.
Cathy and I ran away from the washhouse to walk freely. We saw the lights of the Grange. We wanted to see how the Linton children spent their Sunday night. We wondered if they stood cold in corners while their parents ate, drank, laughed, and sat by the fire. Or maybe they read sermons and learned hard lessons from the servant.
Probably not. They are good children. They do not deserve the punishment you get for your bad behavior.
Don't talk like that, Nelly. It is silly. We ran fast from the heights to the park. Cathy lost the race because she had no shoes. You will find her shoes in the wet ground tomorrow. We went through a broken hedge and felt our way along the path. We stood under the drawing-room window, on the flower bed. The light came from inside. The shutters were open, and the curtains were only half closed. We stood on the low wall and held the edge of the window. We could see inside. It was beautiful. The room had red carpets and red chairs. The ceiling was white with gold lines. A bright light hung from the center and shone softly. Mr. and Mrs. Linton were not there. Only Edgar and his sister were inside. They had the room to themselves. You would think they were happy. We thought it looked like heaven. But guess what they were doing? Isabella, who is about 11, lay at one end of the room and screamed loudly. Edgar stood by the fire and cried quietly. A small dog sat on the table and cried too. From their shouting, we understood they had pulled the dog between them and hurt it. They were foolish. They fought over the dog, and then both cried and did not want it. That was their fun. We laughed at them. We really looked down on them. You would never see me want what Catherine wants. You would never see us cry and lie on the floor, far from each other. I would not change my life here for Edgar Linton's life at the Grange.
Hush. But you still have not told me how Catherine stayed there.
I told you we laughed. The Lintons heard us. They ran to the door together. Then they cried for their mother and father. They shouted again and again. We made loud noises to scare them more. Then we jumped down and ran, because someone was opening the door. I held Cathy's hand and pulled her along. Suddenly she fell. She whispered, "Run, Heathcliff, run." They let the dog loose, and it caught me. The dog had grabbed her ankle. I heard it breathing hard. She did not scream. She was too proud for that. I screamed instead. I shouted loudly and threw a stone to make the dog let go. At last, a servant came with a lantern. He shouted to the dog to hold on. But when he saw what was happening, he changed his mind. The servant pulled the dog away. The dog was very tired and hurt, and it could not move much.
The man lifted Cathy up. She was ill, not from fear, but from pain. He carried her inside. I followed them, angry and shouting bad words. "What have you caught, Robert?"
A little girl, sir. And here is a boy too, he added, grabbing me. He looks like a thief. I think they wanted to break in and open the doors for others while everyone slept. Then they could hurt us easily. Be quiet, you rude boy. You will be punished for this. Mr. Linton, keep your gun ready.
No, Robert. Yesterday was rent day. They thought to trick me. Bring them in. John, lock the chain. Jenny, give the dog some water. How rude to break in here, and on a Sunday too. Mary, come and see. Do not be afraid. It is only a boy. But he looks very bad. Would it not be better to punish him now, before he does worse things? He pulled me under the light. Mrs. Linton put on her glasses and lifted her hands in shock. The children came closer too.
He looks scary. Put him in the cellar, Papa. He looks like the boy who stole my bird.
While they looked at me, Cathy woke up. She heard this and laughed. Edgar Linton looked at her closely and then knew who she was. They saw us at church sometimes.
"That is Miss Earnshaw," he whispered. "And look, the dog bit her. Her foot is bleeding."
Miss Earnshaw? That cannot be. Miss Earnshaw walking around with a wild boy? But she is wearing black clothes. And she may never walk well again.
How careless of her brother. I hear he lets her grow up without good manners. But who is this boy? Where did she find him? He must be the strange child my neighbor brought home from a journey.
A bad boy for sure. Not fit for a good house. Did you hear his language? I am shocked my children heard it.
I started shouting again, and Robert was told to take me away. I refused to go without Cathy. He pulled me into the garden, put a lantern in my hand, and said Mr. Earnshaw would hear about my behavior. Then he locked the door. One corner of the curtain was open, so I stayed there to watch. If Cathy wanted to leave, I planned to break the window to get her out. She sat quietly on the sofa. Mrs. Linton took off the grey cloak Cathy wore and spoke to her kindly. They treated Cathy like a lady, not like me. A servant washed her feet. Mr. Linton made her a warm drink. Isabella filled her lap with cakes. Edgar watched her from far away. Later, they dried and brushed her hair. They gave her big slippers and moved her near the fire. She looked happy. She shared her food with the dog and smiled. Everyone looked at her with admiration. She seemed brighter than all of them. I said she would bring trouble. Heathcliff was stubborn, and Mr. Hindley would be very angry. I was right. This event made Mr. Earnshaw furious. The next day, Mr. Linton visited him and spoke strongly about how he raised his family. Heathcliff was not beaten, but he was warned. If he spoke to Cathy again, he would be sent away. Mrs. Earnshaw promised to control Cathy gently when she came home. Chapter 7. Cathy stayed at Thrushcross Grange for 5 weeks, until Christmas. By then, her ankle was healed, and her manners were much better. The mistress came to visit her many times during this period. She began to change Catherine by giving her nice clothes and kind words. Catherine liked this very much. Before, she was a wild girl who ran into the house without a hat and hugged everyone tightly. Now she arrived on a pretty black pony. She looked calm and proud. Brown curls fell from under her hat with a feather. She wore a long coat and had to hold it up with both hands to walk properly.
You look very beautiful, Catherine, like a real lady. You look even better than Isabella Linton.
Catherine is lucky by nature. But she must behave well, and not become wild again. Help her take off her things, and be careful she does not mess her curls while removing her hat.
When I took off her coat, we saw a fine silk dress, white trousers, and shiny shoes. Her eyes were bright with happiness when the dogs ran to greet her, but she was afraid to touch them because she did not want to dirty her clothes. She kissed me gently, for I was covered in flour while making a Christmas cake. Then she looked around for Heathcliff. Mr. and Mrs. Earnshaw watched closely. They wanted to see how Catherine and Heathcliff would act together. They hoped this would show if they could separate the two friends. At first, Heathcliff was hard to see. He had become even more careless during Catherine's absence. No one cared about him. Only I sometimes told him to wash himself. He did not like soap and water. His clothes were dirty from months of use, his hair was messy, and his face and hands were very unclean. When Catherine came in looking so neat and fine, he hid behind the bench. This was not the rough girl he expected to see.
Where is Heathcliff?
She took off her gloves, showing how white her hands were from staying indoors.
Come forward, Heathcliff. Welcome Miss Catherine, like the other servants.
When Catherine saw Heathcliff hiding, she ran to him and hugged him. She kissed his cheek many times, very quickly. Then she stopped, stepped back, and laughed.
You look very dark, and angry, and funny. I am used to Edgar and Isabella now. Have you forgotten me?
He had a reason to stay silent. He felt ashamed and proud at the same time.
Shake hands with Catherine. It is allowed once in a while.
I will not do it. I will not allow people to laugh at me. I cannot bear it.
He tried to run away, but Catherine grabbed him again.
I did not mean to laugh at you. I could not stop myself. Shake hands with me. Why are you angry? You only look strange. If you washed your face and brushed your hair, you would be fine. You are very dirty.
She looked worried at his dark fingers in her clean hand, and at her dress, afraid it was dirtied.
You should not have touched me. I will stay dirty if I want. I like being dirty.
Then he ran out of the room headfirst. The master and mistress laughed. But Catherine was upset. She could not understand why her words made him so angry. After that, I helped Catherine get comfortable. I put my cakes in the oven and made big fires to warm the house for Christmas Eve. Then I sat alone and sang carols to amuse myself.
These songs are bad.
Joseph said this, and went away to pray in his room. Mr. and Mrs. Earnshaw kept Catherine busy with small gifts they had bought for her to give to the Linton children. They invited the Lintons to visit the next day.
I agree. But keep my children away from that naughty boy who uses bad words.
Because of this, I was left alone. I smelled the warm spices from the fire. I looked with pleasure at the clean kitchen tools. The clock shone and had green leaves on it. The silver mug stood ready on a tray for hot ale at supper. Most of all, I was proud of the clean floor. It was well washed and swept. I felt happy inside as I looked at everything. Then I remembered old Mr. Earnshaw. He used to come in when the house was tidy. He would call me a good girl and give me a shilling for Christmas. That made me think of how much he loved Heathcliff. He was afraid the boy would suffer after he died. From that, I thought of Heathcliff now. I stopped singing and began to cry. Soon I told myself that crying was useless. It was better to help him. I stood up and went into the yard to look for him. He was close by. I found him in the stable. He was brushing the new pony and feeding the other animals, as he always did.
Hurry up, Heathcliff, I said. The kitchen is warm and pleasant. Joseph is upstairs. Come quickly. Let me dress you nicely before Miss Cathy comes down. Then you can sit together by the fire and talk until bedtime.
He kept working and did not look at me.
Come on, are you coming? I asked again. There is a small cake for each of you. You will need time to get ready.
I waited 5 minutes. He did not answer. So I left him. Catherine ate supper with her brother and his wife. Joseph and I ate together, but it was not friendly. He scolded, and I answered back. Heathcliff's cake and cheese stayed on the table all night. He worked until 9 o'clock. Then he went to his room, silent and unhappy. Cathy stayed up late. She had many things to plan for her new friends. She came into the kitchen once to speak to her old friend. But he was gone. She only asked what was wrong with him, then she left again. In the morning, Heathcliff got up early. It was a holiday, but he took his bad mood out onto the open land. He did not come back until the family left for church. Not eating and thinking alone seemed to calm him. He stayed near me for a while. Then he gathered his courage and said suddenly,
Nelly, make me look neat. I want to behave well.
It is about time, Heathcliff, I said. You have made Catherine sad. She may even wish she had not come home. It looks as if you are jealous because people care for her more.
The idea of being jealous of Catherine made no sense to him. But he clearly understood that he had hurt her.
Did she say she was sad? He asked seriously. She cried when I told her you went out again this morning. Well, I cried last night, he said. I had more reason to cry than she did.
Yes, I replied. You went to bed with a proud heart and no supper. Proud people often make their own pain. If you are sorry for being so sensitive, you must say sorry when she comes in. You should go to her, kiss her, and speak kindly. Do it with feeling. Do not act as if her fine clothes have changed her into a stranger. Now, even though I must prepare dinner, I will find time to tidy you up. Edgar Linton will look like a small toy next to you. You are younger, but you are taller and stronger. You know that, don't you?
For a moment, Heathcliff looked pleased. Then his face grew dark again, and he sighed.
But Nelly, he said. Even if I pushed him down many times, it would not make him less good-looking or me better-looking. I wish I had light hair and fair skin. I wish I dressed and acted as well as he does. I wish I had a chance to be rich like him.
And cried for his mother often, I added. And felt afraid easily. And stayed inside all day because of a little rain. Oh, Heathcliff, this is not a strong way to think. Come to the mirror. I will show you what you should really wish for. Look at the lines on your face and your strong eyebrows. Look at your dark eyes. They look serious because you hide your feelings. Learn to smooth your face. Open your eyes with trust. Try to look kind and open, not closed and angry. Do not look as if you expect harm everywhere. Try to see friends, not enemies.
So, he said. You mean I should wish for Edgar Linton's big blue eyes and smooth face?
I do, and that will not help me with them.
A kind heart can help you look nice, my boy, I said. Even if your face is dark. A bad heart can make a pretty face look ugly. Now we are finished with washing, combing, and being angry. Tell me, do you not think you look good? I think you do. You look like a prince in secret clothes. Maybe your father was the Emperor of China. Maybe your mother was a queen from India. They could buy this house and the other one with only 1 week of money. Maybe bad sailors stole you and brought you to England. If I were you, I would think great things about my birth. These thoughts would give me strength and pride to face a small farmer who is unkind. I kept talking like this. Little by little, Heathcliff stopped frowning. He began to look calm and friendly. Then, suddenly, we heard a loud sound coming up the road. It came into the yard. Heathcliff ran to the window. I ran to the door. Just then, we saw the 2 Linton children get out of their family carriage. They were wrapped in warm coats and furs. The Earnshaws came too, getting down from their horses. In winter, they often rode to church. Catherine took 1 child by each hand. She led them inside and put them near the fire. Soon, colour came back to their pale faces. I told Heathcliff to hurry and show his good mood. He agreed and moved forward. But bad luck followed us. As he opened the kitchen door from one side, Hindley opened it from the other side. They met face to face. Hindley saw Heathcliff clean and cheerful. This made him angry. Or maybe he wanted to keep his promise to Mrs. Linton. He pushed Heathcliff back hard. He told Joseph to keep the boy out of the room. He said to send him to the attic until dinner was finished. He said the boy would touch the pies and steal fruit if left alone. No, sir, I said, though I tried not to. He will not touch anything. And I think he should have his share of good food, like the rest of us. He will get my hand instead, Hindley shouted. If I see him downstairs before dark. Go away, you bad boy. What is this? Are you trying to look smart? Wait until I catch those fine curls. I will pull them longer.
They are long enough already, said young Master Linton. I wonder they do not hurt his head. They fall over his eyes like a young horse's hair.
He did not mean to be rude. But Heathcliff could not bear even small remarks from someone he already disliked. He grabbed the first thing near him. It was a bowl of hot apple sauce. He threw it straight at the boy's face and neck. At once, the boy began to cry loudly. Isabella and Catherine rushed in. Mr. Earnshaw quickly seized Heathcliff and took him to his room. He looked red and out of breath. I believe he punished him to calm his anger. I took a cloth and cleaned Edgar's nose and mouth. I did it a little roughly. I said it served him right for speaking. His sister began to cry and said she wanted to go home. Cathy stood near them, silent and red with shame.
You should not have spoken to him, she said to Edgar. He was angry. Now you have spoiled your visit. He will be punished, and I hate that. I cannot eat my dinner. Why did you speak to him, Edgar?
I did not, the boy cried. I promised Mamma I would not say one word to him. And I did not.
Well, stop crying, said Catherine coldly. You are not hurt. Do not cause more trouble. My brother is coming. Be quiet. Hush, Isabella. Did anyone hurt you?
There, children. Sit down, said Hindley as he came in. That bad boy has made me angry. Next time, Master Edgar, use your own hands. It will make you hungry.
Soon, everyone felt better when they saw the good food. They were hungry after the ride. No real harm was done, so they calmed down easily. Mr. Earnshaw gave them large portions. The mistress talked happily and made them smile. I stood behind her chair. I felt sad when I saw Catherine. Her eyes were dry. She looked calm as she began to cut the wing of a goose on her plate. I thought she was cold and uncaring. I thought she forgot her old friend too easily. I believed she was selfish. She lifted a piece of food to her mouth. Then she put it down. Her face turned red. Tears suddenly ran down her cheeks. She dropped her fork. Then she quickly bent under the table to hide her crying.
I did not think she was cold for long. I saw that she felt very unhappy all day. She looked tired, and waited for a chance to be alone. She also wanted to visit Heathcliff. The master had locked him up. I learned this when I tried to take him some food in secret. In the evening, we had a dance. Cathy asked again and again to let him go free. She said Isabella Linton had no partner. But no one agreed. So I was told to dance instead. The dancing made us feel lighter and happier. Then the Gimmerton band arrived. There were 15 people. They had many instruments, and some singers. Every Christmas they visit good houses and get small gifts. We felt lucky to hear them. After they sang the usual songs, we asked for more. Mrs. Earnshaw loved the music, so they played a lot. Catherine loved it too. She said it sounded best at the top of the stairs. She went up in the dark, and I went after her. The door below was closed. No one noticed we were gone, because the house was full. She did not stop at the top of the stairs. She went higher, to the garret where Heathcliff was kept. She called to him. At first, he did not answer. She did not stop calling. At last, he spoke to her through the boards. I let them talk for a while. When I thought the singing would end, and the band would rest, I climbed up to call her back. I did not find her outside. I heard her voice inside. The naughty child had climbed through one skylight, across the roof, and into the other one. It was very hard to get her out again. When she came back, Heathcliff came too.
She said I must take him into the kitchen.
The other servant had gone to a neighbour's house to escape the noise, which he called bad singing. I told them I did not like their tricks. But Heathcliff had not eaten since the day before. So I decided to ignore this one wrong act. He went down with me. I put a stool by the fire and gave him good food. But he felt sick, and ate very little. I tried to cheer him, but it did not help. He sat with his elbows on his knees, and his chin in his hands. He stayed quiet, and deep in thought. I asked what he was thinking about.
He answered in a serious voice. He said he was thinking about how to make Hindley pay for his actions. He said he did not mind waiting a long time. He only hoped Hindley would live long enough.
I told him to stop. I said it was wrong to think this way. I said people should forgive, and leave punishment to God.
He said no. He said he wanted to feel peace in his own way. He asked me to leave him alone so he could think. He said that while he thought like this, he did not feel his pain.
But, Mr. Lockwood, I forget that these stories do not amuse you. I am sorry I talked so much. Your food is cold, and you are ready for bed. I could have told all you need to know about Heathcliff in a few short words. As she stopped speaking, the housekeeper stood up and put away her sewing. But I could not move from the fire. I was not sleepy at all.
Please sit still, Mrs. Dean, I said. Please stay another half hour. You told the story slowly, and I like that. You must finish it in the same way. I care about every person you have spoken of.
The clock is just striking 11, sir.
It does not matter. I am not used to going to bed early. 1 or 2 is early enough for someone who sleeps until 10.
You should not sleep until 10. The best part of the morning is gone by then. A person who has not done half of the day's work by 10 may not finish the rest.
Still, Mrs. Dean, please sit down again. Tomorrow I plan to stay in bed until afternoon. I think I will get a bad cold.
I hope not, sir. Well then, I must skip about 3 years. During that time, Mrs. Earnshaw.
No, no. Do not skip anything. Do you know the kind of mood where, if you sat alone and watched a cat wash its kitten, you would become angry if the cat missed one ear?
I would call that a very lazy mood.
No, it is too active. That is my mood now. So please tell everything in detail. I see that people here become more important to each other than people in towns do. They live more deeply and more seriously. They care less about small outside things. I think I could almost love life here. Before, I did not believe in love that lasted long. Life here is like giving a hungry man one simple meal, so he enjoys it fully. Life in town is like a big table of many dishes. You enjoy it, but remember little.
Oh, we are the same as people anywhere else, when you know us well, said Mrs. Dean. She looked confused.
Excuse me, I said. You are proof that this is not true. Except for a few local words, you do not act like the servants I am used to. I am sure you think much more than most servants. You had to learn to think because you had little time for silly things.
Mrs. Dean laughed. I think I am a calm and sensible person, she said. Not because I live among the hills and see the same faces each year. I learned wisdom through hard experiences. I have also read many books, more than you might think, Mr. Lockwood. You cannot open a book in this library that I have not looked at and learned something from. Except the Greek, Latin, and French books. I know what they are, and that is enough for a poor man's daughter. But if I am to tell my story properly, I should go on. I will not skip 3 years. I will move to the next summer, the summer of 1778, nearly 23 years ago.
Chapter 8. On a bright morning in June, my first dear baby was born. He was the last child of the old Earnshaw family. We were working with the hay in a distant field. The girl who usually brought our breakfast came running across the grass and up the path. She came an hour early and called my name.
Oh, such a fine baby, she said, breathing fast. The best boy ever born. But the doctor says the mistress will die. He says she has been sick for many months. I heard him tell Mr. Hindley. Now she has no strength left, and she will not live through the winter. You must come home at once. You must care for the baby, Nellie. You must feed him sugar and milk and watch him day and night. I wish I were you, because the baby will be yours when the mistress is gone.
But is she very ill? I asked. I threw down my rake and tied on my hat.
I think she is happy, but she looks very brave, the girl said. She speaks as if she plans to live and watch the child grow into a man. She is wild with joy. The baby is so beautiful. If I were her, I am sure I would not die. Just seeing him would make me better, even with Kenneth there. I was very angry with him.
Dame Archer carried the little baby to the master inside the house. His face started to shine with joy. Then that sad old doctor stepped forward and spoke.
Earnshaw, it is a gift that your wife lived long enough to give you this son. When she arrived, I felt sure she would not live long. And now I must say, the winter will likely end her life. Do not worry too much. It cannot be changed. And you should not have chosen such a weak young woman.
And what did the master say? I asked.
I think he cursed, she answered. But I did not listen. I was trying hard to see the baby.
Then she began again to speak with love about the child. I was just as eager as she was. I hurried home to see the baby too. Still, I felt very sad for Hindley. In his heart, he loved only 2 people, his wife and himself. He cared for both deeply. I could not understand how he would live if he lost her. When we reached Wuthering Heights, he was standing at the front door. As I went inside, I asked him, "How is the baby?"
Almost ready to run around, Nell, he said, with a forced smile.
And the mistress? I asked carefully. The doctor says she is.
Forget the doctor, he said, his face turning red. Frances is fine. She will be fully well by next week. Are you going upstairs? Tell her I will come if she promises not to talk. I left because she would not stop speaking. Tell her Mr. Kenneth says she must be quiet.
I gave this message to Mrs. Earnshaw. She seemed cheerful and restless.
She laughed and said, I hardly said a word, Ellen, and he ran out twice, crying. Well, tell him I promised not to speak. But that does not stop me from laughing at him.
Poor woman. Until 1 week before her death, her happy spirit stayed strong. Her husband kept saying, strongly and loudly, that she was getting better every day. When Kenneth warned him that the medicine could no longer help her, and that there was no need to spend more money on visits, Hindley answered sharply,
I know you need not come. She is well. She does not need you any more. She never had that sickness. It was only a fever, and it is gone. Her pulse is as calm as mine, and her face is cool.
He told his wife the same story. She seemed to believe him. One night, she was resting on his shoulder. She said she thought she could get up the next day. Then she began to cough. It was not strong. He lifted her in his arms. She put both hands around his neck. Her face changed. She died at that moment. Just as the girl expected, the child Hareton came fully into my care. Mr. Earnshaw only cared that the boy stayed healthy and did not cry. About himself, he became very wild and broken. His sadness did not show in tears. He did not cry or pray. He shouted angry words and blamed God and people. He lived in a careless and bad way. The servants could not stay long with his cruel behavior. Only Joseph and I remained. I could not leave the child. Also, I had grown up with him like a sister, so I forgave him more than others could. Joseph stayed because he liked to scold workers and tell them they were wrong. The master's bad life and bad friends were a poor lesson for Catherine and Heathcliff. The way he treated Heathcliff was very harsh. It could turn a good person into someone hard and angry. Heathcliff seemed very dark in those days. He took pleasure in watching Hindley ruin himself. Each day, Heathcliff became more silent, rough, and cold. I cannot fully explain how unhappy that house was. The churchman stopped visiting. No good people came near us anymore. Only Edgar Linton still came to see Miss Cathy. At 15, Cathy was the most admired girl in the area. No one was equal to her. But she was proud and strong-willed. I admit I did not like her much after she was a child. I often annoyed her by trying to reduce her pride. Still, she never hated me. She stayed loyal to people she loved before. Even Heathcliff kept her affection. Young Linton, though better in manners, could not touch her heart in the same way. He was my former master. His picture hangs above the fireplace. His wife's picture used to hang beside it, but it is gone now. If it were there, you could see what she looked like. Can you see the picture clearly? Mrs. Dean lifted the candle. I saw a gentle face. It looked much like the young lady at the Heights, but calmer and kinder. It was a lovely picture. The light hair curled softly near the temples. The eyes were large and thoughtful. The body looked very graceful. I understood why Catherine Earnshaw could forget her first friend for such a man. But I was surprised that he could love Catherine Earnshaw in return.
A very pleasant picture, I said to the housekeeper. Is it true to life?
Yes, she said. But he looked better when he was lively. This is his usual face. Most of the time, he lacked energy. Catherine stayed friendly with the Linton family after she lived with them for 5 weeks. When she was with them, she did not show her wild side. She knew it was wrong to be rude when people were always kind to her. So she acted warm and polite. The old man and woman liked her very much. Isabella admired her. Edgar loved her deeply. This pleased Catherine. She was very ambitious. Without planning it, she began to live in 2 different ways. When people spoke badly about Heathcliff, she made sure she did not act like him. At home, she did not try to be polite. People there would only laugh at her. She did not want to control her strong nature when it brought her no praise. Mr. Edgar did not often visit Wuthering Heights openly. He was afraid of Earnshaw's bad name and did not want to meet him. Still, everyone tried to be polite to Edgar when he came. The master did not wish to upset him and often stayed away. I think Catherine did not like Edgar coming there. She was not clever in hiding her feelings. She did not flirt. She clearly did not want her 2 friends to meet. When Heathcliff spoke badly about Linton in front of her, she could not agree as much as she did when Edgar was not there. When Linton showed dislike for Heathcliff, she could not act as if it did not matter. I often laughed at her confusion and her quiet worries. She tried hard to hide them from me. That may sound unkind. But she was very proud. It was hard to feel sorry for her until she learned some humility. In the end, she confessed her feelings to me. She had no one else she could trust for advice. One afternoon, Mr. Hindley went away from home. Heathcliff decided to take a day off because of this. He was about 16 years old then. He was not ugly and he was not stupid. Still, he gave a very unpleasant feeling to others. His early education was lost by that time. He worked hard all day from a young age. This hard life killed his interest in learning and books. The pride he once had, given to him by old Mr. Earnshaw, was gone. He tried for a long time to study with Catherine. At last, he gave up with deep but silent sadness. After that, he refused to try to improve himself. He felt he could only fall lower. His body also changed with his mind. He walked with poor posture and looked rough. He became very silent and unfriendly. He even seemed to enjoy making people dislike him. Catherine and Heathcliff were still together when he had free time from work. But he no longer spoke openly about his love for her. He pulled away when she showed affection. He seemed angry and unsure. It was as if he felt such love was useless for him. On that day, he came into the house and said he would not work. I was helping Miss Cathy dress. She did not expect him to be idle. She thought she would be alone. Somehow, she had already told Mr. Edgar that her brother was away. She was getting ready to meet him.
Cathy, you busy this afternoon? Are you going anywhere?
No, it is raining.
Then why are you wearing that silk dress? Is someone coming here?
Not that I know of. But you should be working now, Heathcliff. It is past dinner time. I thought you were gone.
Hindley does not often leave us in peace. I will not work today. I will stay with you.
Oh, but Joseph will tell. You should go.
Joseph is busy on the far side of the hills. He will be there until dark. He will not know.
He moved slowly to the fire and sat down. Catherine thought for a moment. Her face looked tight and worried. She felt she must prepare the way for an unwelcome visit. After a short silence, she spoke.
Isabella and Edgar Linton talked about coming this afternoon, she said. It is raining, so I do not think they will come. But they might come. If they do, you may get blamed for nothing.
Tell Ellen to say you are busy, Cathy, he said again. Do not send me away for those weak, silly friends of yours. Sometimes I almost want to complain that day, but I won't.
That they what? Catherine cried.
She looked at him with concern. Then she turned to me with anger.
"Oh, Nellie," she said sharply, pulling her head away from my hands. "You have spoiled my curls. That is enough. Leave me alone." "What are you about to complain about, Heathcliff?"
Nothing. Only look at the calendar on the wall, he said. The crosses show evenings you spent with the Lintons. The dots show evenings with me. I marked every day.
"Yes, very silly," Catherine answered in an annoyed voice. "As if I care. What is the use of that?"
It shows that I care, said Heathcliff.
"And must I always sit with you?" she asked. "What do I gain? What do you talk about? You say nothing to please me. You do nothing either."
You never said before that you disliked being with me, Cathy, Heathcliff cried. He was very upset.
"It is no pleasure to sit with people who know nothing and say nothing," she said quietly.
He stood up. But he had no time to speak more. We heard a horse outside. Someone knocked softly. Young Linton came in. His face was bright with happiness because of the surprise invitation. Catherine surely saw the difference between the one who came and the one who left. It was like changing from a dark, rough place to a green, rich valley. His voice and greeting were just as different. He spoke in a gentle, calm way. His words sounded soft and kind.
"I am not too early, am I?" he said.
He looked at me. I had started to clean a plate and tidy some drawers at the far end.
"No," said Catherine. "What are you doing there, Nellie?"
"My work, miss," I answered. "Mr. Hindley had told me to stay in the room when Mr. Linton visited."
She stepped behind me and whispered in anger. "Go away with your clothes. When visitors are here, servants do not start cleaning in the same room."
"It is a good time, now that master is away," I said aloud. "He does not like me cleaning when he is here. I am sure Mr. Edgar will not mind."
"I do not like you cleaning in my sight," said the young lady firmly. She did not let her guest speak. She was still upset from the small fight with Heathcliff.
"I am sorry, Miss Catherine," I said. "I went on with my work."
She thought Edgar could not see her. She pulled the cloth from my hand and gave my arm a hard squeeze. I have said I did not love her. I even liked to hurt her pride sometimes. She also hurt me a lot.
I jumped up and cried, "Oh, miss, that is a mean thing. You should not hurt me. I will not accept it."
"I did not touch you, you lying girl," she shouted. Her face was red with anger. She could never hide her feelings.
"Then what is this?" I answered. I showed the dark mark on my arm.
She stamped her foot and paused. Then, pushed by her bad temper, she struck my cheek. It was sharp and made my eyes fill with tears.
"Catherine, dear." "Catherine," cried Linton. He was shocked by her lie and her rough act.
"Leave the room, Ellen."
She said it again, she said, shaking with fear. Little Hareton followed me everywhere. He sat on the floor near me. When he saw my tears, he began to cry too.
"Bad Aunt Cathy," he sobbed angrily.
This made her very angry. She grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard. The poor child turned very pale. Edgar did not think. He quickly caught her hands to save the boy. At once she pulled one hand free and struck Edgar on the ear. It was not a joke. He stepped back, shocked. I lifted Hareton in my arms and walked to the kitchen. I left the door open because I wanted to see what would happen. Edgar went to where his hat lay. His face was pale, and his lips shook. "That's good," I thought. "Go away now. It is better you see her true nature."
"Where are you going?" Catherine asked, as she came to the door.
He moved aside and tried to pass.
You must not go, she said strongly.
I must go, he answered quietly.
No, she said again. Not yet, Edgar Linton. Sit down. You cannot leave me like this. I will feel unhappy all night, and I will not be unhappy because of you.
Can I stay after you hit me? Edgar asked.
Catherine said nothing.
You have made me afraid of you and ashamed of you, he said. I will not come here again.
Her eyes filled with tears, and her eyelids began to shake.
And you told me something that was not true.
I did not, she cried. I did nothing on purpose. Go then. Go away. Now I will cry. I will cry until I am sick.
She fell on her knees by a chair and cried loudly. Edgar walked as far as the yard, then stopped. I decided to help him leave. Miss is very hard to manage, sir, I called. You should ride home. If you stay, she will only make herself ill. He looked back through the window. He could no more leave than a trapped animal. He rushed back inside. Later, I saw they were no longer hiding their love. When Mr. Hindley arrived, Edgar hurried away. Catherine ran to her room. I hid little Hareton and removed the gunshot. Chapter 9. Hindley came in shouting cruel words. He caught me while I hid his son.
There. I see it now, he shouted. You want to hurt my child. I will stop you. I want to frighten you all.
I told him I did not like the knife.
You will do as I say, he replied. I must keep order. Open your mouth.
I pushed it away and said I would not take it.
Oh, he said. Sorry, Nellie. Come here, boy. I will teach you to know your father. Do you think the boy would look better with short hair? He said. Short hair makes a dog look strong. I like things that look strong. Bring me some scissors. I want it short and neat. Long hair is silly. We look foolish enough already. Be quiet, child. Be quiet. Oh, it is my dear one. Stop crying. Wipe your eyes. There, that is better. Kiss me. What? You will not? Kiss me, Hareton. Kiss me now.
He grew very angry.
I will not raise a child like this, he said. I will punish him.
Poor Hareton cried loudly and kicked in his father's arms. He cried even more when his father carried him upstairs and lifted him over the railing. I shouted that he would scare the child badly. I ran to save him. When I reached them, Hindley leaned over the railing to listen to a sound below. He almost forgot the child in his hands.
Who is there? He asked, hearing someone near the stairs.
I leaned forward too. I wanted to signal to Heathcliff, because I knew his step, and I wanted him to stop. At that moment, when I looked away from Hareton, the child jumped free from his careless hold and fell. There was no time to think. We saw at once that the poor child was safe. Heathcliff arrived below at the right moment. By quick instinct, he caught the falling child. He set him on his feet and looked up to see who caused it. When he saw Mr. Earnshaw above, his face went pale and stiff. He looked full of pain and anger. It was clear he hated saving the child at that moment. If it had been dark, I fear he might have done something terrible. But we all saw the child was safe. Soon I was downstairs, holding my dear boy close to my chest. Hindley came down slowly. He looked ashamed and more calm.
This is your fault, Ellen, he said. You should have kept the child away. You should have taken him from me. Is he hurt?
Hurt? I cried angrily. If he is not dead, he may be harmed in his mind. I cannot believe how you treat him. His mother would be ashamed to see this. You are worse than a stranger to him. He is your own child. He tried to touch the boy. Hareton had calmed down in my arms. But when his father touched him, he screamed again. He cried louder than before and struggled hard. You must not touch him, I said. He fears you. They all fear you. That is the truth. Look at your family. Look at the state you are in.
I will be in a worse state yet, Nelly, he said with a hard laugh. Now take the child away. And you too, Heathcliff. Get out of my sight and hearing. I will not hurt you tonight. Unless I do something foolish. It depends on my mood.
As he spoke, he took a bottle of brandy from the table. He poured some into a glass. No, please don't, I begged. Mr. Hindley, stop and think. Have mercy on this poor boy, if you have none for yourself.
Anyone would be better for him than I am, he said.
Think of your own soul, I said. I tried to take the glass from his hand.
I do not care, he replied angrily. I will drink.
He raised the glass and drank. Then he told us to leave. He spoke more angry words that were too cruel to repeat.
It is a pity drink cannot end him, Heathcliff said quietly when the door was shut. He drinks as much as he can, but he stays alive. Mr. Kenneth says he will live longer than most men here, unless something strange happens.
I went into the kitchen and sat down. I rocked my little lamb to help him sleep. I thought Heathcliff went to the barn. Later I learned he only went to the bench by the wall. He sat there away from the fire and said nothing. I rocked Hareton on my knee and hummed a soft song to him. It was late at night, and the children cried. And the mother under the earth heard them.
Then Miss Cathy, who had heard the noise from her room, opened the door a little. She whispered, "Are you alone, Nelly?"
"Yes, miss," I said. She came into the room and walked to the fire. I thought she wanted to speak, so I looked up. Her face looked worried and upset. Her lips opened a little, like she wanted to talk. She took a breath, but only a sigh came out. I started to sing again. I still remembered how she had acted before.
"Where is Heathcliff?" she asked, stopping my song.
"He is working in the stable," I answered. She did not say I was wrong. Maybe he was sleeping. There was a long silence. Then I saw tears fall from Catherine's face onto the floor. I wondered if she felt sorry for how badly she had acted. That would be something new. Still, I decided not to help her speak. She only cared about her own problems.
"Oh dear," she said. "I am very unhappy."
"That is a shame," I said. "You have many friends and few worries. Still, you cannot be happy."
"Nelly, will you keep a secret for me?" she asked. She knelt beside me and looked up at me with her soft eyes.
That look always made me less angry. "Is it a secret worth keeping?" I asked, more calmly.
"Yes. It troubles me a lot, and I must say it. I need your advice. Today, Edgar Linton asked me to marry him. I gave him an answer. Before I tell you what I said, tell me what I should have said."
"Miss Catherine, how can I know?" I replied. "After how you behaved in front of him today, it would seem wiser to say no. If he still asked you, he must be very foolish or very bold."
"If you speak like that, I will tell you nothing more," she said. She stood up, annoyed. I said, "Yes, Nelly. Speak quickly and tell me if I was wrong."
"You said yes? Then why talk about it now? You gave your word. You cannot take it back."
"But tell me if I should have done it," she said angrily. She rubbed her hands and frowned.
"There are many things to think about," I said. "First, do you love Mr. Edgar?"
"Of course I do," she answered. "Who would not?"
Then I asked her more questions. For her age, it was not a bad thing. Why do you love him, Miss Cathy?
That is silly. I just do, she said.
That is not enough. You must tell me why.
Well, because he is good-looking and nice to be with.
That is bad, I said.
And because he is young and cheerful.
That is still bad.
And because he loves me.
That reason is weak. And he will be rich. I will like being the greatest lady around here. I will be proud to have such a husband.
That is the worst reason of all. Now tell me how you love him. Like everyone loves. You are foolish, Nellie.
Answer me, I said.
I love everything about him, she said. I love where he walks and the air around him. I love his words, his looks, and his actions. I love him completely.
And why do you love him like that? I asked.
You are making fun of me, she said angrily. She turned her face to the fire. This is not funny to me.
I am not joking, I said. You love Edgar because he is handsome, young, cheerful, rich, and because he loves you. But his love alone would not be enough. You need the other things too.
Yes, that is true, she said. If he were ugly and foolish, I might feel sorry for him, or even dislike him.
But there are other young, rich, handsome men, I said. Some may be richer and better looking than Edgar. Why do you not love them?
If there are such men, I have not met them, she said. I have seen no one like Edgar.
You may meet them one day, I said. Edgar will not always be young and handsome. He may not always be rich.
He is those things now, she replied. I only care about now. Please speak sensibly.
Then the answer is clear, I said. If you care only about now, you should marry Mr. Linton.
I do not need your permission, she said. I will marry him. But you still have not told me if I am right.
You are right, if people are right to marry only for the present, I said. Now tell me why you are unhappy. Your brother will be glad. His parents will likely agree. You will leave this unhappy home for a rich and calm one. You love Edgar, and he loves you. Everything seems easy. What is wrong?
Here, and here, Catherine said. She touched her head and her chest. In my mind and in my heart. In my soul, I know I am wrong.
That is very strange.
I cannot explain it. It is my secret. But if you do not laugh at me, I will try to explain. I cannot say it clearly. I can only tell you how I feel.
She sat beside me again. Her face looked sad and serious. Her hands were together, and they shook a little.
Nellie, do you ever have strange dreams? She asked after a short time.
Yes, sometimes, I said.
So do I. I have had dreams that stayed with me all my life. They changed how I think. They went deep inside me and changed my heart. I will tell you one dream. But promise you will not smile.
Oh, please don't, Miss Catherine, I said. We are already unhappy. Don't talk about dreams and strange things. Try to be cheerful. Look at little Hareton. He is sleeping well. He looks so peaceful.
Yes, and his father speaks harsh words when he is alone, she said. You remember his father when he was a baby, just like Hareton. He was young and innocent too. But now, Nellie, you must listen. It will not take long. I cannot be cheerful tonight.
I will not listen. I will not listen, I said quickly.
I was afraid of dreams then, and I still am. Catherine looked very dark and serious. I feared her words might bring bad luck. She felt annoyed, but she stopped talking. After a short time, she began again with a new thought.
If I were in heaven, Nellie, I would be very unhappy.
That is because you do not belong there, I said. People with many faults would not feel happy in heaven.
That is not the reason, she said. I once dreamed I was there.
I told you I will not listen to your dreams, I said. I will go to bed.
She laughed and held me in my chair when I tried to stand up.
It is nothing, she said. I only want to say this. Heaven did not feel like my home. I cried and cried because I wanted to come back to earth. The angels were angry and sent me back. I fell onto the open land near Wuthering Heights. I woke up crying, but I was happy to be back. This explains my secret. I have no more right to marry Edgar Linton than I have to stay in heaven. If my brother had not made Heathcliff poor and low, I would not have thought of it. To marry Heathcliff now would bring me down. So he must never know how much I love him. I love him not because he is good-looking, but because he is part of me. Our souls are the same. Linton is very different from us, like cold from fire.
Before she finished speaking, I felt someone was near. I saw a small movement and turned my head. I saw Heathcliff stand up from the bench and leave quietly. He had listened until she said it would bring her down to marry him. After that, he did not stay to hear more. Catherine could not see him because of the seat behind her. I was shocked and told her to be quiet.
Why? She asked, looking around with fear.
Joseph is here, I said. I heard the sound of his cart on the road. Heathcliff will come in with him. I think Heathcliff may have been at the door just now.
Oh, he could not have heard me, she said. Give me Hareton while you prepare supper. When it is ready, ask me to eat with you. I want to feel better and believe that Heathcliff knows nothing about this. He does not understand love, does he?
I see no reason why he should not understand it, I said. And if you are the one he loves, he will be very unhappy. When you marry Mr. Linton, he will lose his friend and his love. He will lose everything. Have you thought about how you will feel when you are apart? And how he will feel when he is alone in the world? Because, Miss Catherine.
He alone? We separated, she cried angrily. Who would separate us? No one while I am alive. I would never leave Heathcliff. I do not mean that I will truly leave him. I would not marry Edgar if that was the price. Heathcliff will always be important to me. Edgar must stop hating him and accept him. He will do so when he understands my feelings. Nellie, you think I am selfish. But did you ever think of this? If Heathcliff and I married, we would be poor. If I marry Linton, I can help Heathcliff. I can help him rise and escape my brother's control.
With your husband's money, Miss Catherine?
I said that she would not find him easy to control. I said I was not a good judge, but this was the worst reason she had given for marrying young Linton.
She answered quickly that it was not the worst reason. She said it was the best one. She said the other reasons were only her wishes, and also to please Edgar. This reason, she said, was for someone who understood her feelings for Edgar and for herself. She said she could not explain it well. She asked if people did not feel that there was a part of themselves that lived beyond their body. She asked why she was made if she only lived inside herself. She said her greatest pains in life were Heathcliff's pains. She said she watched them and felt them from the start. She said her main thought in life was Heathcliff. If everything else ended, and he stayed, she said she would still exist. But if everything stayed and he was gone, the world would feel strange, and she would not belong in it. She said her love for Linton was like leaves on trees. Time would change it, like winter changes trees. She said her love for Heathcliff was like hard rocks under the ground. It did not look pretty, but it was needed. She said she was Heathcliff. She said he was always in her mind. It was not joy, she said, but it was part of who she was. She told me not to speak of their separation again. She said it could not happen, and...
She stopped speaking and hid her face in my dress. I pulled her face away, not gently. I had lost my patience with her foolish talk.
I told her that if I understood any of her words, they only showed she did not know the duties of marriage. Or else, I said, she was acting badly and without care. I told her not to tell me any more secrets. I said I would not promise to keep them.
She asked quickly if I would keep that secret.
I said again that I would not promise.
She was going to argue more, but Joseph came in and ended our talk. Catherine moved to a corner and held Hareton. I made the supper. When the food was ready, Joseph and I argued about who should take some to Mr. Hindley. We argued until the food was almost cold. At last we agreed to wait. If he wanted food, he could ask. We were afraid to go near him when he had been alone for a long time.
Joseph asked why Heathcliff had not come in from the fields yet. He said the boy was very lazy and looked around for him.
I said I would call him. I said he was likely in the barn.
I went to call him, but he did not answer. When I came back, I spoke quietly to Catherine. I said I was sure Heathcliff had heard much of what she said. I told her I saw him leave the kitchen when she spoke badly about her brother's behavior to him. She jumped up in fear. She put Hareton on the bench and ran to look for Heathcliff herself. She did not stop to think why she was so upset, or how her words might have hurt him. She was gone for a long time. Joseph said we should not wait any more. He guessed, in a sly way, that they stayed away to avoid his long prayer. He said they had bad manners. For them, he added an extra prayer to his usual long one before the meal. He was about to add another prayer at the end, but his young mistress stopped him.
She told him quickly to run down the road and find Heathcliff wherever he was, and bring him back at once. She said she needed to speak to him before she went upstairs. She said the gate was open, and he was too far away to hear her. She said she had shouted as loudly as she could, but he did not answer.
Joseph did not want to go at first. But she was very serious and would not accept no. At last he put on his hat and went out, grumbling. Catherine walked back and forth across the floor. She kept saying she wondered where Heathcliff was. She asked what she had said. She asked if he was angry with her bad mood earlier. She asked me to tell her what she had said to upset him. She said again and again that she wished he would come.
I told her to stop making such a fuss. I said it was nothing. But I felt uneasy too. I said it was no great danger if Heathcliff walked on the moors by moonlight. Or he might be quiet and hiding in the hayloft. I said I was sure he was there. I said I would find him.
I went out to search again, but I found nothing. Joseph also came back with no news.
Joseph said the boy was getting worse and worse. He said Heathcliff had left the gate wide open. He said Miss Catherine's pony had walked over the corn and gone straight into the meadow.
Harsendiver said the master would act like the devil tomorrow, and he would do it well. He said the master had great patience with careless and useless people. He said the master was very patient. But he warned that this would not last forever, and told everyone not to make the master angry for no reason. Catherine interrupted him. She asked if he had found Heathcliff. She asked if he had looked for him, as she had told him to do. He answered that it made more sense to look for the horse. He said it was too dark to look for any horse or man on a night like that. The night, he said, was as black as smoke. He added that Heathcliff would not come when he called, and that Heathcliff might listen better to Catherine than to him. It was a very dark summer evening. Heavy clouds filled the sky, and thunder seemed close. I said we should all sit down. I believed the rain would bring Heathcliff home soon. But Catherine would not calm down. She walked back and forth from the gate to the door. She could not rest. At last, she stood by the wall near the road. She did not listen to me. She did not care about the thunder or the big drops of rain. She stayed there and called out again and again. Then she listened. Then she cried loudly. She cried with strong feeling, like a child who cannot stop. Around midnight, while we were still awake, the storm hit the house with great force. Strong wind and loud thunder came together. A tree broke near the corner of the house. A large branch fell on the roof and broke part of the east chimney. Stones and black dirt fell into the kitchen fire. We thought lightning had struck the house. Joseph fell to his knees and prayed loudly. He asked God to remember good people and save them, even if bad people were punished. I felt afraid and thought this might be a punishment for us too. I thought Mr. Earnshaw might be the cause. I knocked on his door to see if he was alive. He answered loudly, and his answer made Joseph speak even louder. Joseph said there was a big difference between good people like himself and sinners like his master. After about 20 minutes, the storm passed. No one was hurt, except Cathy. She was completely wet because she refused to come inside. She stood without a hat or shawl and let the rain soak her hair and clothes. She came in and lay down on the bench by the fire, still wet. She turned her face away and covered it with her hands. I touched her shoulder and spoke to her. I asked if she wanted to make herself very ill. I asked if she knew the time. It was 12:30. I told her to go to bed. I said there was no reason to wait any longer for that foolish boy. I said he had likely gone to Gimmerton and would stay there. I added that he would think we were not waiting for him so late. I said he would expect only Mr. Hindley to be awake, and would rather not have the master open the door. Joseph said Heathcliff was not in Gimmerton. He said he would not be surprised if Heathcliff was lying in a deep hole. He said the storm had meaning and was not sent for nothing. He warned Catherine to be careful, and said she might be the next one to suffer. He thanked heaven and said everything worked for good for chosen people. He said the Holy Book said so. Then he began to quote many lines from it and named the places where we could find them. I asked Catherine again to stand up and change her wet clothes, but she would not. I left Joseph talking and Catherine shaking with cold. I went to bed with little Hareton. The child slept fast, as if nothing was wrong around him. I heard Joseph read for a while longer. Then I heard his slow steps on the ladder. After that, I fell asleep. When I came downstairs later than usual, I saw Catherine still sitting by the fireplace. Sunlight came through the cracks in the shutters. The front door was partly open. Light came in through the windows. Hindley had come out and stood on the kitchen floor. He looked tired and worn. He was speaking to Catherine when I entered. He asked what was wrong with her. He said she looked sad and weak. He asked why she was so wet and pale. She answered quietly that she had been wet and was cold. She said that was all. I spoke up and said she had been very naughty. I saw that the master was sober enough to understand. I said she had been soaked in the rain the evening before. I said she had sat there all night. I said I could not make her move. Mr. Earnshaw looked at us in surprise. He repeated that she had stayed up all night. He asked what kept her awake. He said it could not be fear of the thunder, because the storm had ended long ago. Neither of us wanted to speak about Heathcliff being gone. We wanted to hide it as long as we could. So I said I did not know why she chose to stay up. Catherine said nothing. The morning air was cool and clean. I opened the window, and the room soon filled with sweet smells from the garden. Catherine called to me in an angry voice.
Ellen, close the window. I am very hungry.
Her teeth shook with cold as she moved closer to the weak fire.
She is sick, he said as he held her wrist. That is why she did not go to bed. I do not want more illness in this house. Why did you go out in the rain?
Joseph spoke at once, happy to talk badly about others. He said Catherine had been running after the boys again. He said that if he were the master, he would shut the doors in their faces. He complained that Edgar Linton often came near the house. He said I watched in the kitchen, and when the master came home, Edgar ran away. He also spoke badly about Heathcliff and said they met him late at night in the fields. He said he was not blind and had seen Edgar come and go. He also blamed me and called me useless. He said I ran into the house when I heard the master's horse.
Catherine shouted at him to be quiet. She said he should not speak like that in front of her. She told Hindley that Edgar Linton had come by chance the day before. She said she had told him to leave because she knew Hindley would not want to see him.
Hindley answered that she was lying and acting foolish. He said Edgar did not matter now. He asked if she had been with Heathcliff the night before. He told her to tell the truth and not to worry about Heathcliff. He said he still hated Heathcliff, but Heathcliff had helped him not long ago. Because of this, he said he would send Heathcliff away that very morning. After that, he warned us to be careful, because he would be in a worse mood.
Catherine said she had not seen Heathcliff the night before. She began to cry loudly. She said that if Heathcliff was sent away, she would go with him. Then she said he might already be gone. She cried so hard that she could not speak clearly.
Hindley spoke to her in a cruel way and told her to go to her room at once.
I made her obey. When we reached her room, she acted in a terrible way. It frightened me. I thought she was losing her mind, and I asked Joseph to run for the doctor. This was the start of her illness. When Mr. Kenneth saw her, he said she was very ill with a fever. He treated her and told me to give her simple food and drinks. He warned me to watch her carefully so she would not hurt herself. Then he left, because he had many sick people to see in the area. I was not a gentle nurse. Joseph and the master were not kind either. Catherine was very difficult and stubborn. Still, she slowly became better. Old Mrs. Linton came to visit us many times. She put things in order and told us what to do. When Catherine was well enough, she insisted on taking her to Thrushcross Grange. We were very thankful for this help. Later, Mrs. Linton had reason to regret it. She and her husband caught the fever and died only a few days apart. After some time, Catherine returned to us. She was more rude, more angry, and more proud than before. No one had heard of Heathcliff since the night of the storm. One day, when Catherine had made me very angry, I said that his disappearance was her fault. She knew this was true. After that, for many months, she did not speak to me as a friend. She spoke to me only as to a servant. Joseph also fell out of her favor. He always said what he thought and spoke to her as if she were a small child. She believed she was a grown woman and the lady of the house. She thought her illness gave her the right to special care. The doctor had said she should not be upset. She wanted everything her own way. To her, any disagreement felt like a serious wrong. She kept away from Mr. Earnshaw and his friends. Because the doctor warned about her sudden fits of anger, her brother gave her what she asked for. He usually stayed away from her to avoid making her angry. He was too ready to please her wishes. He did this not because he loved her, but because he felt proud. He wanted her to marry into the Linton family and bring respect to their name. As long as she did not trouble him, he did not care how badly she treated us. She could order us like servants, and it meant nothing to him. Edgar Linton, like many men before him and after him, was deeply in love. On the day he married her at Gimmerton Chapel, he believed he was the happiest man in the world. This was 3 years after his father died. I did not want to leave Wuthering Heights, but they persuaded me to go with her to the Grange. Little Hareton was almost 5 years old then. I had just started to teach him his letters. Our goodbye was very sad. But Catherine cried more than any of us. When I said I would not go, and she saw that her begging did not change my mind, she went crying to her husband and her brother. Her husband offered me very high pay. Her brother ordered me to pack my things. He said he wanted no women in the house now that there was no mistress. He also said the priest could take care of Hareton later. So I had only one choice. I had to obey. I told the master that he was sending away good people and would ruin the house faster this way. I kissed Hareton and said goodbye. Since that day, he has been a stranger to me. It feels very strange to think of it. But I am sure he has forgotten Ellen Dean. He has forgotten that he once meant everything to me, and I to him. At this moment in her story, the housekeeper looked at the clock above the fireplace. She was shocked to see it was 1:30. She refused to stay even 1 minute more. To be honest, I also felt ready to stop listening. Now she has gone to bed, and I have sat thinking for another hour or two. I will try to find the strength to sleep as well, even though my head and body feel heavy. Chapter 10. This is a fine start to a lonely life. For weeks of pain, sickness, and restless nights. The cold winds never stop. The northern sky is dark and cruel. The roads are blocked. The country doctors are slow. Worst of all, I see almost no human faces. And even worse, Dr. Kenneth told me I should not go outside until spring. Mr. Heathcliff has just come to see me. About a week ago, he sent me 2 grouse, the last of the season. I call him a villain, because he is not fully innocent in my illness. I felt like telling him so. But how could I speak badly to a man who kindly sat by my bed for a full hour? He talked about common things, not about medicines and treatments. At the moment, I feel a little better. I am too weak to read, but I still want to hear something interesting. Why not ask Mrs. Dean to finish her story? I remember the main parts. The man ran away and was gone for 3 years. The woman got married. I will ring the bell. She will be happy to see that I can talk without trouble. Mrs. Dean came in. She said it was almost time for my medicine. I told her to take it away. I said I wanted something else. She told me the doctor said I must stop taking the powders. I agreed at once and asked her not to interrupt me. I told her to sit down. I asked her to keep her hands away from the bottles. I told her to take out her knitting. Then I asked her to go on with the story of Mr. Heathcliff, from where she had stopped, up to today. I asked if he had studied abroad and returned as a gentleman. Or if he went to college as a poor student. Or if he ran away to America. Or if he made money in some dangerous way. She said he might have done a little of many things, but she could not say for sure. She reminded me that she did not know how he got his money. She also did not know how he became educated and clever after being so wild as a boy. She asked if she could tell the story in her own way. She also asked if I felt better this morning. I told her I felt much better. She said she was glad to hear that. I brought Miss Catherine and myself to Thrushcross Grange. To my surprise, she behaved much better than I expected. She seemed very fond of Mr. Linton. She also showed kindness to his sister. Both of them took good care of her comfort. It was not Catherine who changed to please them. It was the Lintons who bent to her wishes. She stayed firm, and they gave way. When no one argues with you and no one ignores you, it is easy to stay calm. I noticed that Mr. Edgar was very afraid of upsetting her mood. He hid his feelings from her. But if he heard me speak in a sharp way, or saw another servant look upset after one of her strong orders, he showed his pain. He frowned, but not for himself. Many times he spoke to me in a serious voice about my rude answers. He said it hurt him more than a knife cut to see his wife unhappy. I did not want to make my kind master sad. So I learned to speak more calmly. For about 6 months, everything stayed quiet. There was no anger, like dry powder with no fire. Sometimes Catherine became sad and silent. Her husband respected these times. He stayed quiet with her. He thought it came from changes in her health after her dangerous illness. She was not sad like this before. When her happy mood returned, he was happy too. I truly believe they were growing more and more happy together. But it did not last. In the end, each person must think of themselves. Gentle people can be selfish too, but in a quieter way. Their happiness ended when each felt that the other no longer put them first. One warm evening in September, I came from the garden. I carried a heavy basket of apples. It was getting dark. The moon rose over the high wall of the yard. It made strange shadows in the corners of the building. I put the basket on the steps near the kitchen door. I stayed there to rest and breathe the sweet air. I looked at the moon. My back was to the door. Then I heard a voice behind me say,
"Nellie, is that you?"
The voice was deep and strange. It did not sound local. But the way he said my name felt familiar. I turned around with fear. The doors were closed, and I had seen no one come. Something moved in the porch. I stepped closer. I saw a tall man in dark clothes. He had dark hair and a dark face. He leaned against the wall. His fingers touched the door latch, as if he might open it. I thought, who is this? Mr. Earnshaw? No, the voice is different.
"I have waited here for an hour," he said, while I stared. "Everything has been silent. I did not dare go inside. You do not know me? Look. I am not a stranger."
Moonlight fell on his face. His cheeks were pale and partly covered with dark beard. His eyebrows were heavy. His eyes were deep and strong. I remembered those eyes.
"What? You came back? Is it really you?"
"Yes, Heathcliff," he said. He looked from me to the windows. The glass showed many moon shapes, but no lights inside. "Are they at home? Where is she? Nellie, you do not look glad. Do not be so upset. Is she here? Speak. I need one word with her, your mistress. Go and say someone from Gimmerton wants to see her."
How will she take it? What will she do? This surprise will confuse her. And you are Heathcliff, but so changed. I cannot understand it. Have you been a soldier?
"Go and take my message," he said sharply. "I cannot rest until you do."
He lifted the latch, and I went inside. When I reached the sitting room where Mr. and Mrs. Linton were, I stopped. I could not make myself speak. At last, I chose an excuse. I opened the door and asked if they wanted the candles lit. They sat together by the open window. Beyond the garden trees and green park, I could see the valley of Gimmerton. A long line of mist lay there. Wuthering Heights rose above the mist, but our old house could not be seen. The room, the couple, and the view all looked calm and peaceful. I felt sorry to disturb them. I almost left without saying anything. But I knew I must.
Someone from Gimmerton wishes to see you,
What does he want?
I did not ask him.
Well, close the curtains, Nellie, she said. Bring tea. I will return soon.
She left the room. Mr. Edgar asked in an easy voice who it was.
Someone mistress does not expect. I said. That Heathcliff. You remember him, sir. He lived at Mr. Earnshaw's.
What? He cried. The gypsy? The farm boy? Why did you not tell Catherine?
Hush. You must not use those names, sir, I said. She would feel very sad if she heard you. She was almost broken when he ran away. I think his return will make her very happy. Mr. Linton walked to a window across the room and opened it. He leaned out. I think they were below, because he called out quickly.
Do not stand there, my love. Bring the person inside, if it is someone important.
Soon I heard the door open. Catherine ran upstairs, breathing fast and shaking. She was too excited to smile. Her face looked as if something terrible had happened.
Oh, Edgar, Edgar. Oh, my dear Edgar. Heathcliff has come back. He really has.
She held him very tight.
All right, her husband said, in an annoyed voice. Do not hold me so hard. I never thought he was so special. You do not need to act like this.
I know you did not like him, she said, trying to calm herself. But for me, you must be friends now. Shall I ask him to come up?
Here, he said. Into the sitting room.
Where else?
He looked unhappy and said the kitchen was a better place. Mrs. Linton looked at him in a strange way. She was half angry and half amused.
No, she said after a moment. I cannot sit in the kitchen. Ellen, set 2 tables here. One for my husband and Miss Isabella, as gentle people. The other for Heathcliff and me, as simple people. Will that make you happy, dear? Or do you want a fire in another room? If so, tell me. I will run down and bring my guest. I feel too happy. It does not seem real.
She was about to run away again, but Edgar stopped her.
You tell him to come up, he said to me. And Catherine, please be happy without acting so foolish. The whole house does not need to see you welcome a runaway servant like a brother.
I went downstairs and found Heathcliff waiting under the porch. He clearly expected to be invited in. He followed me quietly. I led him into the room where the master and mistress stood. Their faces were warm and red from talking. But the lady's face changed when she saw her friend. She rushed forward, took both his hands, and led him to Linton. Then she took Linton's unwilling hand and pushed it into Heathcliff's. In the light of the fire and candles, I was more surprised than ever by Heathcliff's change. He was now tall and strong, with a good shape. Beside him, my master looked thin and young. Heathcliff stood straight, like a man who had learned discipline. His face looked older and more serious than Mr. Linton's. It looked clever and no longer showed signs of his hard past. There was still some wildness in his dark eyes and heavy brows, but it was under control. His manner was calm and proud, not rough, though not gentle either. My master was as surprised as I was. For a moment, he did not know how to speak to the boy he once called a farm hand. Heathcliff let go of his hand and looked at him calmly, waiting.
Please sit down, he said. Mrs. Linton wishes me to welcome you warmly, to remember old times. Of course, I am glad to do anything that pleases her.
And I am glad too, Heathcliff replied. Especially when it involves me. I will stay for an hour or 2 with pleasure.
He sat down across from Catherine. She kept her eyes on him, as if he might disappear if she looked away. He did not look at her often. He only glanced at her from time to time. Each glance showed more joy, taken from her face. They were so happy together that they did not feel awkward. Mr. Edgar was different. His face grew pale with annoyance. This feeling grew stronger when his wife stood up, walked across the rug, took Heathcliff's hands again, and laughed like someone out of control.
"Tomorrow I will think this was a dream," she cried. "I will not believe that I saw you, touched you, and spoke to you again. And yet, cruel Heathcliff, you do not deserve such a welcome. You were away and silent for 3 years and never thought of me."
A little less than you thought of me, he said softly. "I heard about your marriage, Cathy, not long ago. While I waited in the yard, I made a plan. I wanted to see your face once. I wanted to see your surprise. I thought you might look pleased. After that, I planned to settle my trouble with Hindley. Then I planned to stop the law by ending my own life. But your kind welcome changed my thoughts. Still, be careful how you look at me next time. You will not send me away again. You say you were truly sorry for me. Yes, you had a reason. My life has been very hard since I last heard your voice. You must forgive me. Everything I did was for you."
Catherine, if we want warm tea, please come to the table. Mr. Heathcliff has a long walk tonight, wherever he stays. I am thirsty.
She went to her place by the tea table. Miss Isabella came when the bell rang. I helped move the chairs. Then I left the room. The meal lasted less than 10 minutes. Catherine did not drink her tea. She did not eat. Edgar spilled tea into his saucer and swallowed almost nothing. Their guest did not stay much longer than an hour. When he left, I asked if he was going to Gimmerton.
"No, to Wuthering Heights. Mr. Earnshaw invited me when I visited this morning."
Mr. Earnshaw invited him, and he visited Mr. Earnshaw. This thought troubled me after he left. I wondered if he was pretending to be kind while planning trouble. I felt in my heart that it would have been better if he had stayed away. In the middle of the night, Mrs. Linton came into my room. She sat on my bed and pulled my hair to wake me.
"I cannot sleep, Ellen. I am too happy, and I need someone alive to sit with me. Edgar is angry because I am glad about something he does not care about. He will not speak, except to say small, unkind things. He says I am cruel and selfish for wanting to talk when he feels tired and unwell. He always feels ill at the worst time. I said a few kind words about Heathcliff. Then Edgar began to cry, maybe from pain or jealousy. So I got up and left him."
What good is it to praise Heathcliff to Edgar? They disliked each other when they were young. Heathcliff would also hate to hear Edgar praised. That is normal. Leave Mr. Linton alone about this, unless you want them to argue openly.
"But does that not show weakness? I am not jealous. I do not feel hurt by Isabella's yellow hair or her white skin. I do not mind her gentle manners or how much her family loves her. Even you, Nellie, often take Isabella's side when we disagree. I give in like a foolish mother. I call her sweet and speak kindly until she feels better. It makes her brother happy to see us friendly, and that makes me happy. But they are very similar. They are spoiled and think the world exists for them. I please them both, but I think a firm lesson might help them."
You are wrong, Mrs. Linton. They please you. I know what would happen if they did not. You can allow their small wishes because they try hard to meet all of yours. One day, you may disagree about something important. Then the people you call weak can be just as stubborn as you.
Then we will fight until one of us dies, won't we, Nellie? No. I trust Linton's love so much that I believe I could hurt him deeply, and he would still not want to hurt me back.
I told her to value him more because of his love.
I do. But he should not cry over small things. It is childish. Instead of crying because I said Heathcliff now deserves respect, and that it would honor any gentleman to be his friend, Edgar should have said the same and been happy for me. He must get used to Heathcliff, and he may as well like him. Heathcliff has many reasons to dislike Edgar, yet he behaved very well.
What do you think about his going to Wuthering Heights? He seems changed in every way. He looks kind and friendly to everyone.
He explained it.
I wonder the same as you. He said he came to ask about me. He thought you still lived there. Joseph told Hindley. Hindley came out and began to ask him many questions. He asked what he had been doing and how he had lived. At last, he asked him to come inside. Some people were playing cards. Heathcliff sat with them. My brother lost some money to him. He saw that Heathcliff had plenty of money. So he asked him to come again in the evening. Heathcliff agreed. Hindley is careless about choosing friends. He does not stop to think. He does not remember that he hurt this man badly before. Heathcliff says his main reason for meeting Hindley again is simple. He wants to live close enough to walk to the Grange. He also loves the old house where we lived together. He hopes I can see him more there than if he lived in Gimmerton. He plans to pay well to stay at the Heights. I am sure my brother's love of money will make him say yes. He was always greedy. But he often wastes what he gets. That is a fine place for a young man to live. Are you not afraid of what may happen, Mrs. Linton?
Not for my friend. He has a strong mind. He can protect himself. I fear a little for Hindley. But Hindley cannot become worse than he already is. And I will not let him be hurt in body. What happened this evening has made me calm again. I was angry at God before. Oh, Nellie, I have suffered so much. Very deep pain. If that man knew how deep it was, he would feel ashamed to complain now. I kept my pain to myself for his sake. If I had shown it, he would have suffered too. But it is finished. I will not punish his foolish actions. I can bear anything now. If even the lowest person hit my face, I would not strike back. I would ask forgiveness instead. To show this, I will make peace with Edgar at once. Good night. I am an angel.
She left with great pride in her heart. The next day showed that she kept her promise. Mr. Linton was no longer angry. He was still quiet, because Catherine was so full of energy. But he did not object when she took Isabella to Wuthering Heights that afternoon. Catherine repaid him with great kindness and love. For several days, the house felt happy and warm. Both the master and the servants felt it. Heathcliff, Mr. Heathcliff, I should now say, began to visit Thrushcross Grange carefully. At first, he watched closely to see how much the owner would allow. Catherine also tried to control her joy when he came. Little by little, his visits became normal. He still kept the quiet manner he had as a boy. This kept strong feelings from showing too clearly. My master's worry rested for a short time. Then a new trouble appeared. This trouble was Isabella Linton. She suddenly felt a strong liking for the accepted guest. She was then 18 years old. She was pretty and young in her ways. But she had a sharp mind and strong feelings. She also had a quick temper when upset. Her brother loved her very much. He was shocked by her strange choice. He did not only think about shame or money. He understood Heathcliff's nature. He knew that even if Heathcliff looked different, his mind was the same as before. He feared that mind. It troubled him deeply. He was afraid to leave Isabella under such influence. He would have been even more alarmed if he knew the truth. Her feelings were not asked for. They were given to someone who did not return them. As soon as he noticed her feelings, he blamed Heathcliff for planning it. For some time, we had all seen that Miss Linton was unhappy about something. She became sharp and tiring. She argued with Catherine often. This nearly tested Catherine's small patience. We excused Isabella a little, thinking she was ill. She was growing thin and pale day by day. But one day she behaved very badly. She did not want her breakfast. She complained all the time. She said the servants did not obey her. She said the lady of the house did not let her do anything. She said Edgar ignored her. She said she caught a cold because doors were left open. She said we let the fire go out to make her angry. She made many small and silly complaints. At last, Mrs. Linton firmly told her to go to bed. She spoke to her strongly and said she would call the doctor. When she heard the doctor's name, Isabella quickly said she was very healthy. She said only Catherine's hard words made her sad.
How can you say I am hard with you, you silly child? You must be losing your mind. When was I hard with you? Tell me.
Yesterday, Isabella cried, and today too.
Yesterday? When was that?
On our walk on the moor, Isabella said. You told me I could walk where I liked. Then you walked on with Mr. Heathcliff.
And you call that being hard? I did not mean you were not wanted. We did not mind if you stayed or not. I only thought Heathcliff's talk would not be nice for you.
Oh no, Isabella cried. You wanted me to go away, because you knew I wanted to stay.
Is she thinking clearly? Mrs. Linton asked me. I will repeat every word we said. Then you can show me what you liked so much.
I don't care about the talk, Isabella said. I wanted to be with.
With who?
With him, Isabella said. And I will not always be sent away. You want everyone's love for yourself.
You rude little girl. I cannot believe this nonsense. It cannot be true that you want Heathcliff's attention. You cannot think he is kind. I hope I am wrong, Isabella.
No, you are not wrong, Isabella said. I love him more than you ever loved Edgar. He could love me too, if you allowed it.
Then I would not trade places with you for anything. Nellie, help me show her she is mistaken. Tell her what Heathcliff is like. He is not gentle or polite. He is hard and cold inside. I would not send a small bird into the cold winter. And I would not tell you to give your heart to him. You do not know him well, child. Do not think he hides kindness inside. He is not secretly good. He is harsh and without pity. He would hurt you without care if you became a burden to him. He could never truly love a Linton. But he could marry for money. His love of wealth is growing. That is my picture of him. And I am his friend. If he truly wanted to trap you, I might have stayed silent and let you fall.
Miss Linton looked at her with great anger.
Shame on you. You are worse than many enemies. You are a poisonous friend.
So you will not believe me? You think I speak from selfish feelings?
I am sure you do, Isabella answered. You frighten me.
Good. Then try for yourself. I am done. I leave you to your rude pride.
And I must suffer, because of her selfish heart, Isabella cried. Everything is against me. She has destroyed my only comfort. But she lied, didn't she? Mr. Heathcliff is not evil. He has an honest and true heart. How else could he remember her?
Push him out of your thoughts, miss, I said. He brings bad luck. He is not right for you. Mrs. Linton spoke strongly, but I cannot say she is wrong. She knows his heart better than anyone. She would not describe him as worse than he is. Honest people do not hide their actions. How has he lived? How did he get rich? Why does he stay at Wuthering Heights, the home of a man he hates? People say Mr. Earnshaw grows worse since he came. They stay awake together all night. Hindley borrows money using his land. He does not work. He only plays games and drinks. I heard this a week ago. Joseph told me. I met him at Gimmerton.
He said, "Nellie, there will be trouble in our house." One man almost lost a finger while stopping another from hurting himself. That was the master. He is always going to court. He is not afraid of judges or anyone there. He even seems to enjoy it. And that handsome young man, Heathcliff, you remember him. He can laugh at bad jokes like anyone. Does he never speak about his fine life with us when he goes to the Grange? This is how it goes. They start at sunset. They play dice and drink brandy. They close the shutters and keep candles burning until noon the next day. Then the foolish man goes upstairs shouting and acting wild. Decent people have to cover their ears from shame. And the other one counts his money, eats, sleeps, and then goes to a neighbor's house to talk with the wife. Of course, he tells Lady Catherine how her father's gold goes into his pocket and how her brother rides down the road while he runs ahead to open the gates.
Now, Miss Linton, Joseph is old and unpleasant, but he does not lie. If this story about Heathcliff is true, you would not want him as a husband, would you?
You are against me like the others, Ellen, she said. I will not listen to these bad stories. You must be very unkind to try to make me believe there is no happiness in the world.
I do not know if she would have stopped thinking this way if she were alone. She had no time to think. The next day there was a meeting in the next town. My master had to go. Mr. Heathcliff knew he was away and came earlier than usual. Catherine and Isabella were sitting in the library. They were not friendly, and they were silent. Isabella felt worried about what she had said before when she spoke too freely. Catherine had thought about it and felt truly hurt by her. She laughed before at Isabella's bold ways, but now she wanted to make it serious for her. Catherine laughed when she saw Heathcliff walk past the window. I was cleaning the fireplace. I saw a playful smile on her face. Isabella was lost in her thoughts or her book. She stayed until the door opened. Then it was too late to leave, though she wished she could.
Come in, that's right, said the mistress in a cheerful voice. She pulled a chair near the fire. Here are two people who need a third to make peace. You are the best person for that. Heathcliff, I am proud to show you someone who cares for you even more than I do. You should feel pleased. No, it's not Nellie. Don't look at her. My poor little sister-in-law is very sad just thinking about your looks and your character. You could become Edgar's brother if you wish. No, no, Isabella, you must not run away, she added, holding the confused girl in a playful way. We were arguing about you, Heathcliff. I was beaten in saying how much I admire you. I was told that if I stepped aside, my rival would touch your heart and make you forget me forever.
Catherine, said Isabella, trying to stay calm. She did not pull away from the firm hold. Please speak the truth and do not speak badly of me, even as a joke. Mr. Heathcliff, please ask your friend to let me go. She forgets that you and I do not know each other well. What makes her laugh hurts me very much.
Heathcliff did not answer. He sat down and looked uncaring about her feelings. Isabella then turned and softly asked Catherine to let her go.
No, cried Mrs. Linton. I will not be called selfish again. You will stay. Now then, Heathcliff, why don't you look happy at my good news? Isabella says that Edgar's love for me is nothing next to her love for you. I am sure she said something like that. Did she not, Ellen? And she has hardly eaten since our walk the other day. She was sad and angry because I sent her away from you, thinking you did not want her company.
I think you are unfair to her, said Heathcliff. He turned his chair to face them. She wants to be away from me now, at least.
He looked at her very hard. He stared as if she were a strange and ugly animal. He felt curious, but also uncomfortable. She could not bear his look. Her face turned pale, then red. Tears filled her eyes. She tried to pull away from Catherine's strong hand. Her small fingers worked hard, but they could not get free. Each time she lifted one finger, another held her again. At last, she used her nails. They were sharp. They left small red marks on Catherine's hand.
Like a wild cat, cried Mrs. Linton. Go away at once and hide your angry face. Why show those nails to him? Can't you guess what he will think? Look, Heathcliff. Those hands can hurt people. You must protect your eyes.
She let her go and shook her hand in pain.
I would pull her nails off if she ever threatened me, he said roughly, after the door closed. But why did you tease her like that, Cathy? You were not telling the truth, were you?
I was telling the truth, she said. She has cared for you deeply for weeks. This morning she spoke wildly about you. She was angry because I spoke clearly about your faults. I wanted to cool her feelings. But forget it now. I only wanted to punish her rude behavior. I like her too much, dear Heathcliff, to let you fully take control of her.
And I dislike her too much to try that, he said. Unless in a very dark way. If I lived alone with that soft, pale face, strange things might happen. I might change its color often. I might darken those blue eyes. I hate how much they look like Linton's.
Lovely, said Catherine. They are gentle eyes. Like an angel's.
She will inherit her brother's property, won't she? He asked after a short pause.
I hope not, Catherine replied. I wish many nephews would take her place. Please stop thinking about it now. You want what others own too easily. Remember, this neighbor's things belong to me.
If they were mine, they would still be the same, said Heathcliff. But Isabella Linton may be foolish, not mad. So we will drop the matter, as you suggest.
From their mouths they let the matter drop. Catherine likely forgot it in her mind too. But the other man did not forget. I was sure of that. I saw him smile to himself, almost like a grin. When Mrs. Linton left the room, he became quiet and lost in dark thoughts. I decided to watch him closely. My heart stayed with my master, not with Catherine. I felt this was right. He was kind and open. He was honest and fair. Catherine was not bad, but she allowed herself too much freedom. I did not trust her rules, and I felt little care for her feelings. I wished something would happen to send Mr. Heathcliff away from both Wuthering Heights and the Grange. I wanted him gone quietly, so life could be as it was before he came. His visits were a bad dream to me. I believed they were the same for my master. His home at the Heights felt heavy and dark. I felt as if God had left that place alone. It seemed like something bad waited there, ready to cause harm at the right time. Sometimes, when I thought about these things alone, I felt sudden fear. I would stand up at once and put on my bonnet. I wanted to go and see how things were at the farm. I told myself it was my duty to warn him. People spoke badly about his behavior. But then I remembered his fixed bad habits. I lost hope that I could help him. I became afraid to enter that sad house again. I was not sure I could face what might happen. One day I walked past the old gate while going to Gimmerton by a longer path. It was around this time in my story. The afternoon was bright and cold. The ground was clear, and the road was hard and dry. I came to a stone where the road splits toward the moor on the left. It was a rough stone post. The letters WH were cut on the north side, G on the east, and TG on the southwest. It showed the way to the Grange, the Heights, and the village. The sun shone yellow on the grey top. It made me think of summer. I do not know why, but suddenly I felt like a child again. Hindley and I loved this place 20 years before. I looked at the old stone for a long time. Then I bent down and saw a small hole near the bottom. It still held snail shells and little stones. We used to hide them there with other small things. It felt very real to me. I seemed to see my old playmate sitting on the dry grass. His dark head bent down. His small hand dug in the earth with a piece of slate. Poor Hindley. I cried without thinking. I jumped back. For a moment, I truly thought the child lifted his face and looked straight at me. The sight vanished at once. But then I felt a strong wish to go to the heights. Old beliefs pushed me forward. What if he was dead, I thought. Or what if he would die soon? What if this was a sign of death? The closer I came to the house, the more nervous I felt. When I saw it, my whole body shook. I thought the vision had come before me. I believed it stood by the gate, looking through the bars. But then I looked again. I saw a brown-eyed boy with tangled hair. His red face pressed close to the gate. I then knew it must be Hareton, my dear Hareton. He looked little changed from 10 months before. God bless you, my dear. I cried. I forgot my foolish fear at once. Hareton, it's Nellie. Your nurse, Nellie.
He stepped back, out of my reach. He picked up a large stone.
I have come to see your father, Hareton, I said. I guessed that he did not know who I was.
He lifted the stone to throw it.
I began to speak kindly to calm him. But I could not stop him. The stone hit my bonnet.
Then the little boy spoke many bad words. He spoke them as if he had learned them well.
His young face looked hard and ugly with anger. This made me sad, more than angry. I almost cried. I took an orange from my pocket and held it out to him to make peace. He stopped and then grabbed it fast. It was as if he thought I would trick him. I showed him another orange and held it higher. Who taught you those words, my child? I asked. The churchman.
He answered with rude words and told me to give him the fruit.
Tell me who taught you, and you can have it, I said. Who is your teacher?
Devil Daddy, he replied.
And what do you learn from your daddy? I asked.
He jumped to grab the orange.
I lifted it higher. What does he teach you? I asked again.
Nothing, he said. Only to stay away from him. Daddy does not like me because I speak bad words at him.
Oh, I said. And does the devil teach you to speak badly to your daddy?
Yes, no, he answered slowly.
Then who does? I asked.
Heathcliff. I asked if he liked Mr. Heathcliff.
Yes, he answered again.
I wanted to know why he liked him. From his broken words, I understood this.
I don't know. He gives Dad back what Dad gives me. He shouts at Dad when Dad shouts at me. He says I can do what I want.
And the church teacher does not teach you to read and write? I asked.
No. I was told the teacher would get badly hurt if he came inside the house. Heathcliff said that.
I put the orange into the boy's hand. I told him to say to his father that a woman named Nellie Dean was waiting at the garden gate. He walked up the path and went into the house. But instead of Hindley, Heathcliff came out onto the doorstep. I turned at once and ran down the road as fast as I could. I did not stop until I reached the signpost. I felt very afraid, as if I had seen something evil. This did not truly belong to Miss Isabella's story. But it made me more careful. I decided to watch closely and try to stop this bad influence at the Grange, even if it caused trouble with Mrs. Linton. The next time Heathcliff came, my young lady was feeding pigeons in the yard. She had not spoken to her sister-in-law for 3 days. But she had also stopped her sad complaints, and this made us feel better. I knew Heathcliff was never kind to Miss Linton without reason. When he saw her, he first looked carefully at the front of the house. I was standing near the kitchen window, but I moved out of sight. Then he walked across to her and spoke. She looked uneasy and wanted to go away. To stop her, he put his hand on her arm. She turned her face away. He seemed to ask her something she did not want to answer. He looked again at the house. Thinking no one saw him, he had the nerve to put his arms around her. "Shame on you!" I cried. "You are false and dishonest."
"Who is Nellie?" said Catherine beside me.
I had been watching so closely that I did not notice her come in. "Your useless friend," I said angrily. "That sneaky man outside. He has seen us now. He is coming in. I wonder how he will excuse himself for showing love to Miss, after telling you he hated her." Mrs. Linton saw Isabella pull herself free and run into the garden. A moment later, Heathcliff came in through the door. I could not hold back my anger. But Catherine sharply told me to be quiet. She said she would send me out of the kitchen if I spoke again.
"People would think you were the mistress here," she cried. "You need to remember your place. Heathcliff, why are you causing trouble? I told you to leave Isabella alone. Please do so, unless you want Linton to stop welcoming you here."
I hope he never tries, Heathcliff answered. May he stay calm and patient. Every day I feel more angry for sending him away from this world.
"Stop," said Catherine, closing the inner door. "Don't upset me. Why did you ignore what I asked? Did she meet you on purpose?"
"What is that to you?" he said roughly. "I have the right to kiss her if she wants it. You have no right to stop me. I am not your husband. You do not need to feel jealous."
"I am not jealous of you," Catherine replied. "I worry about you. Don't look at me like that. If you like Isabella, you should marry her. But do you like her? Tell me the truth. You won't answer. I am sure you do not."
Would Mr. Linton agree to his sister marrying that man? I asked.
"He should agree," my lady said firmly.
"He need not trouble himself," said Heathcliff. "I do not need his approval. And Catherine, I want to speak now. I want you to know that I understand how badly you have treated me. If you think I do not see it, you are wrong. If you think kind words will calm me, you are wrong. And if you think I will accept it quietly, you will soon learn otherwise. Thank you for telling me your sister-in-law's secret. I will use it well. Move aside."
"What is this new side of him?" cried Mrs. Linton in shock. "I treated you badly, and you want revenge. How? How have I treated you so badly?"
"I do not want revenge on you," Heathcliff said more calmly. "That is not my plan. Strong people hurt those under them, and those people do not fight back. Instead, they pass the pain on to others below them. You may hurt me if you want, but let me also speak my mind. Do not insult me more than necessary. You destroyed my home, so do not pretend you are kind by giving me a poor place to live. If I thought you truly wanted me to marry Isabella, I would rather die than do it."
"So I am not jealous, is that it? Then I will not offer you a wife again. You enjoy causing pain. That is clear. Edgar is calm again after his bad mood. I also feel peaceful. But you cannot stand to see us happy. You want to start trouble. Fight with Edgar if you wish. Trick his sister if you like. That will hurt me the most.
They stopped speaking. Mrs. Linton sat by the fire. Her face was red and dark with anger. She could not calm herself. Heathcliff stood near the fire with his arms crossed. He was quiet but full of dark thoughts. I left them and went to find the master. He was wondering why Catherine stayed away so long.
Ellen, have you seen my wife?
Yes, sir. She is in the kitchen. She is very upset by Mr. Heathcliff's behavior. I think it is time to change the way he visits. Being too kind has caused trouble. Then I told him what happened in the yard and what followed. I tried to be careful. I did not want to harm Mrs. Linton. Edgar had trouble listening to the whole story. When I finished, his first words showed he blamed Catherine too.
This is too much. It is shameful that she calls him her friend and forces him on me. Ellen, call 2 men from the hall. Catherine must stop arguing with that rude man. I have allowed enough.
He went downstairs. The servants waited in the hall. He walked to the kitchen, and I followed. Catherine and Heathcliff were arguing again. Catherine was speaking loudly. Heathcliff stood by the window with his head down. He looked quiet now. He saw Edgar first and made a sign for Catherine to stop. She stopped at once when she understood.
What is this? How can you stay here after the rude words he used? You think it is normal because you are used to him. You expect me to accept it too.
Were you listening at the door?
Her voice sounded careless and rude. Heathcliff laughed softly. It seemed he wanted to make Edgar angrier. Edgar looked at him but stayed calm.
I have been patient with you. I know your bad character, but I thought it was not all your fault. Catherine wished to stay friends with you, so I agreed. That was a mistake. Your presence is harmful. For that reason, you are no longer welcome here. Leave now. If you wait 3 minutes, you will be forced to go.
Cathy, your gentleman speaks like a strong bull. He thinks he can scare me. I am sorry, he is not worth fighting.
My master looked toward the hall and signaled me to bring the men. He did not want to fight. I went to do it. But Catherine guessed what was happening. She followed me, pulled me back, shut the door, and locked it.
Be fair. If you are afraid to face him, then say sorry or accept being hurt. That may teach you not to pretend you are braver than you are. No, I will not give you the key. I would swallow it first. This is my reward for kindness. I help one weak person and one bad person, and I get only thanks in the form of anger and foolishness.
Edgar, I was trying to protect you and your family. I am angry that you think badly of me.
Edgar did not need anyone to hurt him to feel weak. He tried to take the key from Catherine. To stop him, she threw the key into the fire. When Edgar saw this, his body began to shake. His face became very pale. He could not control himself. He felt deep pain and shame. He leaned on a chair and covered his face.
Oh. In the past, this would make you a hero. Now we are finished. Heathcliff would never really hurt you. Do not be afraid. You will be safe. You are not strong like a lion. You are weak like a small animal.
I wish you happiness with this weak man, Cathy. This is the man you chose instead of me. I would never hit him with my hand, but I would push him away and feel no regret. Is he crying, or is he about to faint?
Heathcliff stepped closer and pushed the chair Edgar was leaning on. That was a mistake. Edgar suddenly stood up and hit Heathcliff hard on the neck. Heathcliff could not breathe for a moment. While he struggled, Edgar walked quickly out through the back door and went toward the front of the house.
There. You must leave now. He will come back with help. If he heard us, he will never forgive you. You have caused great trouble, Heathcliff. Go quickly. I would rather face Edgar than you.
Do you think I will leave after that? No. I want to hurt him badly. If I do not stop now, I may hurt him later. If you care about his life, let me reach him.
He is not coming back. The servants are outside. They will force you out if you stay. They have sticks, and Edgar may be watching.
The servants were there, and Edgar was with them. They were already in the yard. Heathcliff saw that he could not fight them all. He broke the lock on the door with a heavy tool and escaped as they came in. Catherine was very upset. She told me to go upstairs with her. She did not know that I had helped cause the trouble, and I wanted to keep it that way.
I am almost mad, Nellie. My head hurts terribly. Tell Isabella to stay away from me. This mess is her fault. If anyone makes me more angry now, I will lose control. And if you see Edgar tonight, tell him I may become very ill. I want to frighten him. If he comes to argue with me, I know we will fight again. Please do this for me. You know this is not my fault. Why did he listen at the door? Heathcliff spoke badly after you left, but I could have stopped it. Now everything is ruined. Edgar wanted to hear bad things about himself, and that made it worse. If he had not listened, none of this would have happened. When he spoke to me so angrily, after I had argued with Heathcliff for his sake, I did not care what happened between them. I felt we would all be separated for a long time anyway. If I cannot keep Heathcliff as a friend, and if Edgar is jealous and cold, I will hurt myself to hurt them both. But not yet. Edgar knows I am dangerous when I am angry. You must warn him not to push me too far. And please, Nellie, look more worried about me. I need to see that you care.
I stayed calm when I heard these orders. This made them angry. They spoke in a serious way. But I believed she could control herself if she wanted. She planned her angry acts before, so she could stop them too. I did not want to scare her husband, as she said. I did not want to cause him more trouble just to help her wishes. So I said nothing when I saw the master walking to the sitting room. I turned back a little and listened to hear if they would argue again. He spoke first.
"Stay where you are, Catherine," he said. "I will not stay long. I did not come to fight or to make peace. I only want to know one thing. After what happened this evening, will you still keep close friendship with?"
Oh, please stop, the mistress said. She hit the floor with her foot. Please stop now. Your blood is cold. Nothing excites you. Your body feels like ice. But mine feels hot and wild. When I see how calm you are, it makes me worse.
"If you want me to go, then answer me," Mr. Linton said. "You must answer. Your loud behavior does not scare me. I know you can be very calm when you choose. Will you give up Heathcliff in the future, or will you give up me? You cannot be close to both of us. I must know which one you choose."
I want to be left alone. Catherine shouted. I demand it. Can't you see I can hardly stand? Edgar, you must leave me.
She rang the bell again and again until it broke with a sharp sound. I came in slowly. Such wild anger could test anyone's patience. She was lying on the sofa. She moved her head hard against the arm. She pressed her teeth together as if she might break them. Mr. Linton stood near her. He looked sorry and afraid. He told me to bring water. She could not speak. I brought a full glass. She would not drink it. So I put some water on her face. After a few seconds, she lay very still. Her eyes rolled back. Her face lost its color and looked strange and pale. Mr. Linton looked very scared. "There is nothing really wrong," I said quietly. I did not want him to give in. Still, inside, I felt afraid.
"There is blood on her lips," he said, shaking.
"It is nothing," I answered sharply. I told him she had decided before he came to act this way. I spoke too loudly. She heard me. She jumped up at once. Her hair fell loose. Her eyes were bright with anger. Her body looked tight and stiff. I feared someone would get hurt. But she only looked around for a moment. Then she ran out of the room. The master told me to follow her. I went to her bedroom door. She locked it and stopped me from entering. She did not come down for breakfast the next morning. I went to ask if she wanted food brought upstairs.
No.
She replied shortly. The same question came again at dinner and at tea. It came again the next day. She always gave the same answer. Mr. Linton spent his time in the library. He did not ask about his wife's daily work. He spoke with Isabella for 1 hour. He tried to make her feel fear and dislike for Heathcliff's attention. But she answered in unclear ways. He could not understand her true feelings. At last, he ended the talk without success. He warned her seriously. He said that if she encouraged that man, he would end their family ties. Chapter 12. Miss Linton walked around the park and the garden. She spoke very little. She cried almost all the time. Her brother stayed alone with his books. He did not really read them. I thought he was tired and waiting. He hoped Catherine would feel sorry and come to him by herself. He hoped she would ask for peace. She, on the other hand, refused to eat. She believed that Edgar suffered at every meal without her. She thought only pride stopped him from running to her and begging. I did my housework as usual. I felt that only one person in the house was sensible, and that was me. I did not try to comfort Miss Linton. I did not argue with my mistress. I did not pay much attention to my master's sad sighs. He wanted to hear his wife's name because he could not hear her voice. I decided to let them act as they wished. The change was very slow. At first, I thought I saw a small sign of progress. On the third day, Mrs. Linton opened her door. She had used all the water in her room. She asked for more water and a bowl of thin food. She said she believed she was dying. I thought she said this for Edgar to hear. I did not believe it. I kept it to myself. I brought her some tea and dry toast instead. She ate and drank quickly. Then she fell back on her pillow. She pressed her hands together and made low sounds of pain.
Oh, I will die. No one cares about me. I wish I had not taken that. No, I will not die. He would be glad. He does not love me. He would not miss me.
Do you need anything,
I tried to stay steady, even though her face looked very pale and her behavior was strange.
What is that cold person doing? Is he asleep, or is he dead?
Neither. If you mean Mr. Linton, he is fairly well. He spends too much time with his books. He has no other company.
If I had known how ill she truly was, I would not have spoken like that. I still thought she was acting.
With his books. And I am dying. I am near the end. Does he know how much I have changed? Is that Catherine Linton? He thinks I am only angry or playing. Can you not tell him this is serious? Nellie, if it is not too late, when I know how he feels, I will choose. I will either stop eating at once, or I will get better and leave this place. Are you telling the truth about him? Be careful. Does he really care so little about my life?
The master does not think you are out of your mind. He does not believe you will harm yourself by not eating.
You think not? Can you not tell him that I will? Try to convince him. Say you are sure.
No, Mrs. Linton. You have eaten this evening with interest. Tomorrow you will feel better from it.
If I were sure it would hurt him, I would harm myself at once. I have not slept for 3 nights. I have suffered so much. I have had terrible thoughts. But now I think you do not like me. How strange. I thought everyone, even if they hated each other, still loved me. Now they all feel like enemies. The people here do, I am sure. How sad it would be to die among their cold faces. Isabella would be afraid to come in. Edgar would stand quietly and wait. Then he would thank God for peace in his house and return to his books. What can books matter when I am dying?
She could not accept the idea I gave her about Mr. Linton calmly waiting for death. She moved wildly in the bed, and her fever became worse. She bit the pillow and tore it, and her body felt burning hot. Then she sat up and asked me to open the window. It was the middle of winter, and a strong cold wind blew from the northeast. I said no. Her face changed again and again, her mood shifting so fast that they frightened me. I remembered her old illness, and I remembered the doctor's order that we must not upset her. One moment she was wild and angry. The next, she leaned on one arm and did not notice my refusal. She began to pull feathers from the torn pillow. She played with them like a child, placing them on the sheet in little groups. Her thoughts had moved far away.
That is a turkey feather. This one is from a wild duck. This is from a pigeon. They put pigeon feathers in pillows. No wonder I could not die. I must throw it on the floor when I lie down. And here is a more bird's feather. And this one, I know it for sure, is from a lapwing. Pretty bird. It flew over our heads on the moor. It wanted to reach its nest because rain was coming. I found this feather on the open land. The bird was not killed. We saw its nest in winter, full of tiny bones. Heathcliff set a trap near it. The old birds did not come back. I made him promise never to shoot a lapwing. He kept his promise. Look, here are more feathers. Did he shoot my lapwings, Nellie? Are any of them red? Let me see.
Stop this childish work. Lie down and close your eyes. Your mind is confused. Look at this mess. The feathers are flying like snow. I walked around the room and picked them up.
I see you, Nellie. You are an old woman now. Your hair is grey. Your back is bent. This bed is a fairy cave under Penistone Crags. You are picking up sharp stones to hurt our cows. You pretend they are only wool while I watch you. That is what you will become in 50 years. I know you are not like that now. I am not confused. You are wrong. If I were confused, I would believe you really were that old woman. I would think I was under Penistone Crags. But I know it is night. I see 2 candles on the table. They make the black press shine.
The black press? Where is that? You are talking in your sleep.
It is against the wall, as always. It looks strange. I see a face in it.
There is no press in this room. There never was. I sat down again and pulled the curtain back so I could watch her.
Don't you see that face?
No matter what I said, she could not understand it was her own face. So I stood up and covered the mirror with a shawl.
It is still behind there. It moved. Who is it? I hope it will not come out when you leave. Oh, Nellie, this room has spirits. I am afraid to be alone.
I took her hand and told her to be calm. Her body shook again, and she kept looking toward the mirror. There is nobody here. It was you, Mrs. Linton. You knew that before.
Myself. And the clock is striking 12. Then it is true. That is terrible.
She grabbed the bedclothes and pulled them over her eyes. I tried to go to the door to call her husband. Then she screamed sharply. The shawl had fallen from the mirror. What is wrong now? Who is afraid now? Wake up. That is the mirror, Mrs. Linton. You see yourself in it. And you see me beside you. She shook and held onto me. Slowly, the fear left her face. The pale look changed to a warm red of shame.
Oh dear. I thought I was at home. I thought I was in my room at Wuthering Heights. I am weak, so my head got confused. I screamed without knowing it. Please say nothing. Stay with me. I am afraid to sleep. My dreams frighten me.
A deep sleep would help you. I hope this pain will stop you from refusing food again.
Oh, if only I were in my own bed in the old house. And the wind blowing through the trees by the window. Please let me feel it. It comes across the moor. Please let me take one breath.
To calm her, I opened the window a little for a few seconds. Cold air rushed in. I shut it again and went back to my place. She lay quiet now. Tears covered her face. Her body was very tired. Her strong spirit was gone. Catherine, who was once full of fire, was now like a crying child. After a moment, she spoke again.
How long have I been locked in here?
It was Monday evening. Now it is Thursday night, almost Friday morning.
What? The same week? Only that short time?
It is long if you live on cold water and bad temper.
It feels much longer. It must be more time. I remember being in the sitting room after they argued. Edgar was very unkind. I ran into this room in great distress. I locked the door. Then everything went black, and I fell to the floor. I could not tell Edgar how close I felt to losing control if he kept teasing me. I could not think or speak clearly. He did not understand my pain. I only knew I had to escape from him and his voice. When I could see and hear again, it was nearly morning. Nellie, I will tell you what I thought. The thought came again and again, until I feared for my mind. As I lay there, with my head near the table and my eyes half open, I thought I was back in my old bed at home. My heart hurt with a great sadness, but I could not remember why. I tried hard to remember, but the last 7 years of my life were gone from my mind. I felt like a child again. My father had just died. I was sad because Hindley had forced Heathcliff and me apart. I was alone in bed for the first time. After crying all night, I woke and lifted my hand to push the wooden panels. My hand hit the table instead. I touched the floor, and then my memory came back all at once. My pain became much worse. I cannot say why I felt so deeply unhappy. Maybe my mind was not right for a short time. But think of this. What if, at 12 years old, I had been taken away from my home and from Heathcliff, who was everything to me? What if I had suddenly become Mrs. Linton, the wife of a stranger, living in another place? I would feel lost and thrown out of my own world. You may not agree, Nellie, but you helped to upset me. You should have spoken to Edgar. You should have made him leave me in peace. Oh, I feel too hot. I wish I were outside. I wish I were a girl again. I was strong, wild, and free then. I laughed at pain instead of breaking under it. Why am I so changed? Why does my blood rush so fast after only a few words? I know I would feel like myself again if I were on those hills among the heather. Open the window wide. Fix it open. Quickly, why don't you move?
Because I will not let you freeze.
You mean you will not let me live? But I am not helpless yet. I will open it myself.
She slid out of bed before I could stop her. She crossed the room with weak steps. She opened the window wide and leaned out. She did not care about the icy air that cut into her shoulders. I begged her to come back. At last, I tried to pull her away. But her strange strength was greater than mine. I was sure then that her mind was not clear. There was no moon. Everything below was dark and covered in mist. No light shone from any house. All were dark. Wuthering Heights could not be seen at all. Still, she said she saw lights there.
Look! That is my room, with a candle burning. The trees are moving in front of it. The other candle is in Joseph's small room. Joseph stays up late, doesn't he? He is waiting for me to come home so he can lock the gate. He will wait a bit longer. The journey is hard, and the heart is sad. We must pass the church to go that way. We have faced its ghosts together before. We dared each other to stand among the graves. Heathcliff, if I dare you now, will you come? If you do, I will keep you with me. I will not lie there alone. They may bury me deep and pull the church down on me. But I will not rest unless you are with me. Never.
She stopped and smiled in a strange way.
He is thinking. He wants me to come to him. Then find a way. Not through the churchyard. You are slow. Be calm. You always followed me.
I saw there was no point in arguing with her. Her thoughts were confused, and she could not reason clearly. I tried to think how to cover her without letting go of her. I did not trust her to stand alone near the open window. At that moment, I heard the door open. Mr. Linton came in from the library. He had heard our voices in the hall and came in with concern.
"Oh, sir, please do not be alarmed. My poor mistress is very unwell. She is stronger than I am, and I cannot manage her alone. Please speak to her and help me persuade her to rest. Forget your anger for now. She only listens to her own thoughts."
Catherine ill? Close the window, Ellen. Catherine, why?
He stopped speaking when he saw her face. She looked thin and strange, and he was deeply shocked. He looked at her and then at me, unable to speak. She has been worrying alone for days. She eats almost nothing and does not complain. She hid her illness until this evening. It is not serious, but she is very weak.
Not serious, Ellen Dean? You will explain why you kept this from me.
He held his wife and looked at her with great pain. At first, she did not seem to see him. Her eyes were fixed on the darkness outside. Slowly, she turned and recognized him.
"So you have come, Edgar Linton. You always come when you are not wanted. And when you are needed, you are never here. Now you will cry and complain. But you cannot stop me from leaving. I will go to my true home, outside under the open sky. You may stay here or come with me."
Catherine, what have you done? Am I nothing to you? Do you still love that man Heath?
Be quiet. If you say that name, I will jump from the window. You may hold my body, but my spirit will leave you. I do not need you anymore. Go back to your books. All you had in me is gone.
Sir, her mind is not clear. She has spoken wildly all evening. If she rests and is kept calm, she will improve. Please do not upset her further.
I want no more advice from you. You knew her nature and helped trouble her. You hid her illness from me for days. That was cruel.
I did my duty by telling you. I did not know pleasing her meant allowing Heathcliff. If this is my reward, I have learned my lesson. Next time, you may discover things yourself.
The next time you bring me such news, you will leave my service.
So you prefer to hear nothing? Then Heathcliff may visit whenever you are away.
Oh. Nellie has betrayed me. You are my secret enemy. Let me go, and I will make you regret this.
Anger burned in her eyes. She fought hard to get free from Linton's arms. I did not want to wait and see what would happen. I decided to find a doctor by myself. I left the room at once. As I crossed the garden to reach the road, I saw something white moving near the wall. It moved in a strange way, not from the wind. Even though I was in a hurry, I stopped to look. I did not want to think later that it was something unreal. I was shocked and confused when I touched it. It was Miss Isabella's dog, Fanny. Someone had tied it by a handkerchief, and it was almost unable to breathe. I quickly freed the dog and lifted it into the garden. I had seen it follow its mistress upstairs to bed. I wondered how it got outside and who had treated it so badly. While I untied the knot from the hook, I thought I heard horses running far away. Many things were on my mind, so I did not think much about it. Still, it was a strange sound at 2 o'clock in the morning. By good luck, Mr. Kenneth was just coming out of his house. He was going to see a sick person in the village. I met him in the street and told him about Catherine Linton's illness. He agreed to come back with me at once. He was a plain and rough man. He spoke openly. He said he doubted she would live through this second illness unless she followed his orders better than before.
Nellie Dean, he said, I feel there is more behind this. What has been happening at the Grange? We hear strange stories up here. A strong young woman like Catherine does not fall sick for nothing. It is hard to cure people like that. How did it start?
The master will tell you, I said. But you know the Earnshaws have hot tempers, and Mrs. Linton is worse than them all. I can say this. It began with a quarrel. In a moment of great anger, she was taken with a kind of fit. That is what she says. She ran away and locked herself in her room. After that, she would not eat. Now she sometimes talks wildly, and sometimes she lies in a half-sleep. She knows the people near her, but her mind is full of strange thoughts.
Mr. Linton will be very upset. Mr. Kenneth asked.
Upset? He will be heartbroken if anything happens, I said. Please do not frighten him more than needed.
Well, I warned him, said the doctor. He must face what comes if he ignores my advice. Has he been close with Mr. Heathcliff lately?
Heathcliff often visits the Grange, I said. That is because the mistress knew him as a boy, not because the master likes him. Right now, he has stopped coming. He behaved badly toward Miss Linton and hoped for more than he should. I do not think he will be welcome again.
And does Miss Linton avoid him now? The doctor asked.
I do not know her secrets, I said. I did not want to talk more about it.
No, she is a clever one, he said, shaking his head. She keeps things to herself. But she is still very foolish. I heard from a trusted person that last night, in terrible weather, she and Heathcliff walked in the trees behind your house for more than 2 hours. He asked her not to go back inside. He wanted her to get on his horse and leave with him. She only stopped him by giving her word that she would be ready at their next meeting. When that would be, no one knows. You should tell Mr. Linton to act quickly.
This news gave me new fear. I ran faster than Kenneth and almost ran all the way back. The small dog was still crying in the garden. I stopped for a short time to open the gate for it. But the dog did not go to the house. It ran up and down and smelled the grass. It almost ran to the road. I caught it and carried it inside with me. I went upstairs to Isabella's room. My fear was true. The room was empty. If I had come a few hours earlier, Mrs. Linton's illness might have stopped Isabella from leaving. But now it was too late. There was a small chance to catch them if someone followed at once. But I could not go. I did not dare wake the family and cause trouble. I could not tell my master either. He was already very sad and could not face more pain. So I stayed silent and let things happen. When Kenneth arrived, I went to tell my master, though my face showed my worry. Catherine was sleeping badly. Her husband had calmed her earlier. Now he sat by her bed. He watched her face closely and noticed every small change. The doctor checked her himself. He spoke with hope. He said she might get better if everything around her stayed calm and quiet. Later, he told me in private that the real danger was not death. The danger was that she might lose her clear mind forever. I did not sleep that night. Mr. Linton did not sleep either. We did not go to bed at all. The servants woke early. They moved quietly through the house. They spoke in low voices when they met. Everyone was busy except Miss Isabella. People started to say how deeply she slept. Her brother also asked if she was up. He seemed upset that she did not come or show care for her sister-in-law. I was afraid he would ask me to wake her. But I did not have to be the one to tell the truth. One of the maids came back early from Gimmerton. She ran upstairs, breathing hard, and rushed into the room. She cried loudly about bad news. I stopped her at once and told her to be quiet. Mr. Linton asked her calmly what was wrong and what had happened to his sister.
The girl said that Miss Isabella was gone. She said Heathcliff had gone with her.
Mr. Linton stood up quickly. He said it could not be true. He asked how she could think such a thing. He told me to go and look for Isabella. He said it was impossible.
He took the maid to the door and asked her again why she said this.
The girl spoke with fear. She said she met a boy on the road who brings milk to the house. He asked if there was trouble at the Grange. She thought he meant Mrs. Linton's illness and said yes. Then he asked if someone had gone after them. She was confused. When he saw she knew nothing, he told her a story. A man and a woman had stopped at a blacksmith's shop after midnight, 2 miles from Gimmerton. The blacksmith's daughter woke up and looked at them. She knew both at once. She was sure the man was Heathcliff. He gave her father a gold coin to pay. The woman hid her face with a cloak. But when she asked for water and drank, her face showed clearly. Heathcliff held both horses as they rode away. They went fast and turned away from the village. The girl told this story to many people in Gimmerton that morning.
I went to Isabella's room to look, though I already knew. When I came back, my face showed the truth. Mr. Linton was sitting by the bed again. He looked at me, understood at once, and looked down. He gave no order and said nothing. I asked if we should try to follow them and bring her back. I asked how we could do it.
He said Isabella left by her own choice. He said she had the right to go. He told me not to speak of her again. He said she was now only his sister in name. Not because he rejected her, but because she had rejected him.
And that was all he said about her. He did not ask any more questions. He did not speak her name again. He only told me to send her things from the house to her new home, wherever that might be. Chapter 13. For 2 months, the people who had run away did not return. During these 2 months, Mrs. Linton became very ill. People said she had a sickness of the mind. It was very serious. Edgar cared for her with great love. No mother could care more for her only child. He stayed with her day and night. He watched her all the time. He was patient with her bad moods and confused thoughts. Dr. Kenneth said that Edgar was saving her life, but that she would still be weak and troubled in the future. He warned that Edgar was harming his own health by caring so much. But Edgar did not listen. When the doctor said Catherine was no longer in danger, Edgar felt deep joy and thanks. He was very happy. He sat by her bed for many hours. He watched her body grow stronger little by little. He hoped too much that her mind would also become calm again. He believed she would soon be the same person as before. The first time she left her room was at the start of March. That morning, Mr. Linton placed some yellow crocus flowers on her pillow. When she woke up, she saw them at once. Her eyes, which had not shown happiness for a long time, became bright. She took the flowers with quick joy.
These are the first flowers at the Heights. They make me think of warm winds, soft sunshine, and snow that is almost gone. Edgar, is the wind from the south? Is the snow nearly gone?
The snow is gone here, my dear. I can only see 2 small white places on the moors. The sky is blue. The birds are singing. The streams are full of water. Catherine, last spring at this time, I wanted you to live in this house. Now I wish you were walking on those hills. The air is so fresh. I feel it would help you get better.
I will only go there one more time. Then you will leave me, and I will stay forever. Next spring, you will wish again that I were here. You will look back and think you were happy today.
Linton was very gentle with her. He touched her kindly and spoke soft, loving words. He tried to make her feel happy. But she only looked at the flowers without care. Tears stayed on her eyes and then fell down her face. She did not notice them. We knew she was truly getting better. So we thought her sadness came from staying too long in one room. We believed a new place might help her feel better. The master told me to make a fire in the parlor. No one had used that room for many weeks. He also told me to put a soft chair near the window, where the sun could shine. Then he brought her downstairs. She sat there for a long time. She enjoyed the warm fire and the sunlight. The things around her helped her feel better. She knew them well, but they did not remind her of her sick room, which she hated. By evening, she was very tired. Still, she refused to go back to her old room. Nothing we said could change her mind. So I made a bed for her on the parlor sofa. This was only until we could prepare another room. To help her avoid the stairs, we prepared a room on the same floor as the parlor. That is the room where you are now. Soon she was strong enough to walk between the 2 rooms. She leaned on Edgar's arm. I thought to myself that she might recover. I took care of her and waited with hope. There was another reason to hope. Her life was important for another life as well. We hoped that soon Mr. Linton would feel great joy. We hoped a child would be born. This child would make him happy and keep his land in the family. I should also say that Isabella sent a note to her brother. This was about 6 weeks after she left. In the note, she said she had married Heathcliff. The note felt cold and short. But at the bottom, written in pencil, she added a weak apology. She asked him to remember her kindly and to forgive her if she had upset him. She said she could not stop herself then. Now it was done, and she could not change it. I do not think Linton answered her. 2 weeks later, I received a long letter. I thought it was strange. It came from a new bride, just after her wedding time. I will read it to you. I still keep it. Anything left from the dead is dear, if we loved them when they lived. Dear Ellen, it begins. I came last night to Wuthering Heights. I heard, for the first time, that Catherine has been very ill and still is. I suppose I must not write to her. My brother is either too angry or too sad to answer my letter. Still, I must write to someone. You are the only person I can write to. Tell Edgar that I would give everything to see his face again. My heart returned to Thrushcross Grange one day after I left. It is there now, full of warm feelings for him and Catherine. I cannot follow my heart. Do not expect me to come. They may think what they like. But they must not blame my weak will or my lack of love. The rest of this letter is only for you. I want to ask 2 questions. The first is this. How did you keep normal human feelings when you lived here? I cannot feel the same as the people around me. The second question matters even more to me. Is Mr. Heathcliff a man? If he is he mad? If he is not, is he a devil? I will not explain why I ask this. But I beg you to tell me what kind of person I have married. You must come and see me soon, Ellen. Do not write back. Come yourself, and bring me something from Edgar. Now I will tell you how I was welcomed in my new home. I speak about the lack of comfort to pass the time. I do not think about it much, except when I miss it. I would laugh and dance with joy if this was my only trouble. I hope all the rest is just a bad dream. The sun went down behind the grange as we crossed the moors. I thought it was about 6 o'clock. My companion stopped for half an hour. He looked at the park, the gardens, and the house from far away. So it was dark when we arrived at the stone yard of the farmhouse. Your old servant Joseph came out with a small candle to meet us. He welcomed us in his own way. First, he lifted the candle close to my face. He looked at me with narrow eyes and pushed out his lower lip. Then he turned away. He took the 2 horses to the stable. After that, he came back to lock the gate, as if we lived in an old castle. Heathcliff stayed behind to speak to him. I went into the kitchen. It was dark and messy. You would not know it now. It has changed so much since you worked there. Near the fire stood a rough-looking boy. He was strong and dirty. His eyes and mouth reminded me of Catherine. I thought to myself that this was Edgar's nephew by law. He was family to me in some way. I must shake his hand. Yes, I must kiss him. It is good to understand things clearly at the start. I walked closer to the child. I tried to take his small, soft hand.
Hello, my dear. How are you?
He answered with strange words I could not understand.
Can we be friends, Herr Tun?
He replied with rude words. He warned me. He said he would let the dog attack me if I did not go away.
Hey, Throttler. Will you come?
I felt afraid and wanted to stay safe. I stepped back over the door and waited for the others to come in. Mr. Heathcliff was not there. I followed Joseph to the stables. I asked him to go inside with me. He stared at me and talked to himself. Then he twisted his face and said rude words. He mocked my way of speaking and said he could not understand me.
I want you to come into the house with me,
I said loudly. I thought he might not hear me. I also felt angry at his bad manners.
No. I have other work to do.
He went on working. He moved his mouth as if chewing. He looked at my clothes and my face with strong dislike. My dress was too fine for him. My face looked sad, which he seemed to enjoy. I walked around the yard. I passed through a small gate to another door. I knocked there, hoping a kinder servant would open it. After a short wait, a tall, thin man opened the door. He wore no scarf and looked very untidy. Long, rough hair hung around his face and shoulders. His eyes reminded me of Catherine's eyes, but without warmth or beauty.
What do you want? Who are you?
My name was Isabella Linton. You have seen me before. I am now married to Mr. Heathcliff. He brought me here, I believe with your permission.
Has he come back?
He stared into the dark like an angry animal.
Yes. We arrived just now. But he left me at the kitchen door. When I tried to go in, your little boy stood there. He scared me away with the dog.
So that terrible man kept his promise.
He looked into the dark, hoping to see Heathcliff. Then he spoke many angry words to himself. He said what he would have done if Heathcliff had lied to him. I wished I had not come to this door. I almost wanted to run away before he stopped speaking. But before I could move, he told me to come inside. He shut and locked the door. There was a large fire. It was the only light in the big room. The floor was dull and grey. The old metal plates, which once looked bright when I was a child, were now dark with dust. I asked if I could call the maid and be taken to a bedroom. Mr. Earnshaw did not answer. He walked back and forth with his hands in his pockets. He seemed to forget I was there. He looked cold and unfriendly, so I did not dare speak again. You will not be surprised, Ellen, that I felt very lonely and sad. I sat by the cold fireplace. My happy home was only 4 miles away. The only people I loved were there. But it felt as if a great ocean stood between us. I could not go back. I asked myself where I could find comfort. Please do not tell Edgar or Catherine this. More than any other pain, I felt deep sadness because no one would help me against Heathcliff. I had come to Wuthering Heights almost gladly, because I would not be alone with him. But he knew these people well. He knew they would not interfere. I sat and thought for a long, unhappy time. The clock struck 8, then 9. The man in the room kept walking back and forth. His head was bent down. He said nothing, except sometimes a low sound of pain or anger. I listened for a woman's voice in the house. While waiting, I filled my mind with sad thoughts and fears. At last, I could not stop myself from sighing and crying. I did not know how clear my sorrow was. Then Earnshaw stopped walking and stared at me with surprise.
I am tired from my journey. I want to go to bed. Where is the maid? Please tell her to come, since she will not come to me.
We have no maid. You must take care of yourself.
Then where am I to sleep?
I cried. I was too tired and unhappy to care about pride or respect. Joseph will show you Heathcliff's room. Open that door. He is inside. I was ready to do it, but he suddenly stopped me. He spoke in a strange voice. Lock the door well. Turn the key and slide the bolt. Do not forget.
All right. But why, Mr. Earnshaw?
I did not like the idea of locking myself in with Heathcliff. Look. He took out a strange weapon. It was a small gun with a knife fixed to it. This is a danger for a man who has lost control. Every night I want to come up with this and try his door. If I ever find it open, he will suffer. Even when I try to stop myself, something inside pushes me to do it. When that feeling wins, nothing can stop it. I looked at the weapon with interest. For a moment, I thought how strong someone could feel holding it. I took it from his hand and touched the blade. He stared at me. My face did not show fear, but desire. He quickly took it back, closed the knife, and hid it again. I do not care if you tell him. Warn him if you want. You are not shocked by his danger.
What has Heathcliff done to you? Why do you hate him so much? Would it not be better to tell him to leave the house?
No. If he tries to leave, it will end badly for him. If you push him to go, you will be to blame. Am I to lose everything? Is Hareton to grow up poor? No. I will take back what is mine. I will take his money. I will never forgive him. This house is dark enough with him here. You know, Ellen, how my old master behaved. He was close to losing his mind. That night, he truly frightened me. I was glad to leave him and go away. He began to walk back and forth again. I opened the door and went into the kitchen. Joseph was standing by the fire. A large pan was hanging over it. A bowl of oatmeal stood nearby. The water began to boil, and Joseph reached for the bowl. I guessed he was making supper. I was hungry and wanted the food to be good.
I will make the porridge.
I moved the pan away from him and took off my hat and coat.
Mr. Earnshaw told me to look after myself. So I will. I will not act proud and starve.
Good Lord. New changes again. I was used to 2 masters. Now a mistress over me. It may be time to leave. I never thought I would leave this place, but that day may be near.
I did not answer him. I began to cook quickly. I felt sad remembering happier times, but I pushed the thoughts away. I stirred fast and poured the meal into the water. Joseph watched and grew angry.
There. Hareton will not eat that tonight. It will be full of hard lumps. I would throw the whole bowl away if I were you.
The porridge was rough when I poured it into the bowls. The bowls were ready. A large jug of fresh milk was brought in. Hareton grabbed it and began to drink, spilling milk everywhere. I told him to use a mug. I said I could not drink milk treated so badly.
The barn was just as good as you were, and just as clean. You are proud.
Hareton kept drinking and stared at me in a rude way.
I will eat in another room. Do you have a room you call a parlour?
Parlour? Parlour? No, we have no parlours here. If you do not like our company, there is the master's way. And if you do not like the master, there is our way.
Then I will go upstairs, I said. Show me a room.
I put my bowl on a tray. I went to get more milk myself. The man stood up with loud complaints. He went ahead of me up the stairs. We went to the top rooms. He opened some doors and looked inside as we passed.
Here is a room, he said at last. He pushed open a broken wooden door. It is good enough to eat some porridge. There is a bag of corn in the corner. It is fairly clean. If you are afraid to make your fine clothes dirty, you can put your handkerchief on it.
The room was like a storage place. It smelled strongly of grain. Many sacks stood around the walls. The middle of the room was empty.
Listen, I said, very angry. This is not a place to sleep. I want to see my bedroom.
Bedroom, he repeated, laughing at me. You will see all the bedrooms there are. That one there is mine.
He pointed to the next room. It looked the same, but with bare walls. At one end there was a big low bed. It had no curtains. The cover was dark blue.
Why should I use yours? I said. Mr. Heathcliff does not sleep at the top of the house, does he?
"Oh. You want Master Heathcliff's room," he said, as if he just understood. "Why did you not say so before? Then I would have told you at once. You cannot see that room. He always keeps it locked. No one goes in except himself."
You have a fine house, Joseph, I said. And very kind people in it. I think I lost my good sense on the day I joined this place. But never mind. There must be other rooms. Please hurry and let me rest somewhere.
He did not answer me. He walked slowly down the wooden stairs. He stopped in front of another room. From his pause and from the better furniture, I thought it must be the best one. There was a carpet, once good, but now covered with dust. There was a fireplace with paper decorations falling apart. There was a strong oak bed with red curtains. The cloth looked costly and new, but it was damaged. The curtains hung badly. The metal rod was bent, and the cloth touched the floor. The chairs were broken. The walls had deep marks in them. I was trying to make myself go inside when the foolish man said,
"This is the master's room."
By this time my food was cold. I was no longer hungry. I had no patience left. I demanded a place to rest at once.
"Where on earth?" the old man cried. "God help us! Where do you think you can go? You have seen all the rooms except Hareton's small one. There is no other place to lie down in this house."
I was so upset that I threw the tray and everything on it onto the floor. Then I sat at the top of the stairs. I hid my face in my hands and cried.
"Oh, oh," Joseph said. "Well done, Miss Cathy. Very well done. The master will walk over those broken dishes soon. Then we will hear something. We will hear what will happen. Silly, useless girl. You deserve to suffer for this bad temper. You throw God's good gifts on the floor in your wild anger. But I think your spirit will not last long. Do you think Heathcliff will allow such behavior? I only hope he sees you like this. I truly hope he does."
And he kept talking in an angry way as he went down to his room, taking the candle. I stayed in the dark. After some quiet time, I thought about what I had done. I saw that I must calm myself. I had to stop being proud and angry. I needed to fix the mess. Soon, help came. A dog came in. It was Throttler. I knew him as the son of old Skulker. He had grown up at the Grange. My father had given him to Mr. Hindley. I think he knew me. He touched his nose to mine to say hello. Then he ran to eat the porridge. I moved slowly from step to step. I picked up the broken plates. I wiped the milk from the banister with my handkerchief. We were almost done when I heard Earnshaw walking in the hall. The dog became scared. He pulled his tail in and stood close to the wall. I slipped into the nearest doorway. The dog was not so lucky. I heard him run down the stairs. Then I heard his long, sad crying. I was luckier. Earnshaw walked past me. He went into his room and shut the door. Soon after, Joseph came up with Hareton to put him to bed. I was hiding in Hareton's room.
When the old man saw me, he spoke in his rough way. He said there was space enough in the house for me and my pride. He said the house was empty, and I could have it all to myself, with God watching us in such bad company.
I was glad to take this chance. I threw myself into a chair by the fire. At once, I fell asleep. I slept deeply and peacefully. But it did not last long.
Mr. Heathcliff woke me. He had just come home. He asked me, in his cold way, what I was doing there.
I told him why I stayed up so late. I said he had the key of our room in his pocket.
The word our made him very angry. He swore it was not my room. He said it never would be. He spoke many cruel words.
I will not repeat them. He never stops trying to make me hate him. Sometimes I look at him and feel strange. My fear almost disappears. Still, I tell you this. A wild animal or a poisoned snake could not frighten me as much as he does.
He told me that Catherine was ill. He blamed my brother for it. He said I would suffer in Edgar's place until he could reach him himself.
I hate him. I am unhappy. I have been very foolish. Do not tell anyone at the Grange about this. I expect you to come every day. Do not fail me.
Isabella. Chapter 14. As soon as I finished reading the letter, I went to the master. I told him that his sister had arrived at the Heights. I said she had sent a letter. In it, she was sorry about Mrs. Linton's illness. She wished very much to see him. She hoped he would send her some sign of forgiveness through me.
Forgiveness? I have nothing to forgive her for, Ellen. You may go to Wuthering Heights this afternoon if you like. Tell her that I am not angry. But I am sad to have lost her. I do not believe she will ever be happy. I cannot go to see her. That is impossible. We are forever separated. If she really wants to please me, she should ask the wicked man she married to leave the country.
And will you not write her a short note, sir?
No. There is no need. I will have as little contact with Heathcliff's family as he has with mine. There will be no contact at all.
Mr. Edgar's cold manner made me very sad. As I walked back from the Grange, I tried hard to think how to repeat his words with more feeling, and to make his refusal sound kinder. He would not write even a short note to comfort Isabella. I believed she had watched for me all morning. I saw her looking out through the window as I came up the garden path. I nodded to her. She moved back quickly, like she did not want to be seen. I went in without knocking. The house looked very sad and empty. It was hard to believe it was once a happy place. I must say that if I were in her place, I would have cleaned a little. I would have swept the floor and wiped the tables. But she seemed to share the sad feeling of the house. Her face looked pale and tired. Her hair was loose and messy. Some hair hung down. Some was tied without care. She likely had not changed her dress since the night before. Hindley was not there. Mr. Heathcliff sat at a table. He looked through papers in his small book. When he saw me, he stood up. He asked how I was in a friendly way. He offered me a chair. He was the only person who looked neat and calm. I thought he looked better than ever. Things had changed so much. A stranger would think he was born a gentleman. His wife looked careless and untidy. She came to me quickly and held out her hand. She expected a letter. I shook my head. She did not understand. She followed me to the side table where I put down my hat. She whispered and begged me to give her what I had brought. Heathcliff saw what she was doing.
You should give Isabella anything you have for her. There are no secrets between us.
I said at once that I had nothing. I thought it was best to tell the truth. I said my master told me to say that she must not expect a letter or a visit from him now. I said he sent his love and wished her happiness. I said he forgave her for the pain she caused. But he believed it was best for the two houses to stop all contact. He thought no good would come from keeping it. Mrs. Heathcliff's lip shook a little. She went back to her seat by the window. Her husband stood near the fireplace, close to me. He asked me many questions about Catherine. I told him only what I thought was right. He pressed me with more questions. At last, he learned most of the truth about how her illness began. I blamed her for her own actions, as she deserved. I ended by saying I hoped he would follow Mr. Linton's example. I hoped he would stay away from the family in the future. I said that Mrs. Linton was now getting better. She would never be the same again, but she would live. I said that if he truly cared for her, he should avoid her path. I even said he should leave the area. I told him that Catherine Linton was now very different from Catherine Earnshaw. Her looks had changed a lot. Her character had changed even more. Anyone who stayed close to her now would only love her because of memory, kindness, and duty.
It is possible that your master feels only duty and kindness. But do you truly think he would leave Catherine to that alone? My feelings for her are not the same as Edgar's. Before you leave, you must promise to help me see her. I will see her, whether you agree or not.
I told him he must not. I said I would never help him. I said another meeting between him and my master would harm her badly.
With your help, danger could be avoided. If Edgar causes her even more pain, I would feel pushed to act without care. I wish you would tell me the truth. Would Catherine suffer greatly if Edgar were gone? It is fear that stops me. This shows the difference between our feelings. If our places were changed, I would not act against Edgar while Catherine wanted him near her. Only when her love ended would I stop caring. Until then, I would rather suffer myself than hurt Edgar in any way.
And still, I said, you do not feel bad about destroying her chance to heal and be happy. You push yourself back into her memory. She was close to forgetting you. Now you pull her into pain and trouble again.
You think she almost forgot me? He asked. No, Nellie. You know that is not true. You know it as well as I do. For every thought she gives to Linton, she gives many more to me. At a very dark time in my life, I thought this before. It stayed in my mind when I came back here last summer. But only her own words made me face that terrible thought again. If she were gone from my heart, nothing else would matter. Not Linton. Not Hindley. Not my dreams. My future would have only two words: death and misery. Life without her would feel like endless pain. Still, I was foolish to think she cared more for Edgar Linton than for me. Even if he loved with all his strength, he could not love in many years as much as I could in one day. Catherine's heart is deep, like mine. One man cannot hold all of it. Edgar is not much dearer to her than her animals. He cannot be loved the way I am loved. She cannot love in him what he does not have.
Catherine and Edgar care for each other as much as any two people can, Isabella said quickly. No one has the right to speak like that. I will not stay quiet while you insult my brother.
Your brother cares deeply for you too, doesn't he? Heathcliff said coldly. He sends you away into the world very quickly.
He does not know how much I suffer, she answered. I did not tell him.
So you told him something, he said. You wrote to him, didn't you?
I wrote to say I was married, she said. You saw the note.
And nothing after that?
No.
You look much worse since your marriage, I said. It is clear that someone does not love you enough. I think I know who, but I will not say it.
I think the fault is hers, said Heathcliff. She has let herself go. She stopped trying to please me very soon. You would hardly believe it, but the day after our wedding she cried and wanted to go home. Still, this house will suit her better if she is not too careful. I will also make sure she does not wander outside.
Well, sir, I said, remember that Mrs. Heathcliff is used to care and help. She grew up as a much-loved only child. Everyone was ready to serve her. You should give her a maid and treat her with kindness. Whatever you think of Mr. Edgar, you must see that she can love strongly. Otherwise, she would not have left her comfort, her friends, and her fine home to live here with you.
She left them because she was mistaken, he said. She imagined me as a romantic hero. She expected endless kindness from me. I can hardly think of her as sensible. She held on to false ideas about me and acted on them. At last, I think she starts to see the truth. She no longer smiles foolishly at me. She no longer pretends not to understand that I was serious when I spoke to her. It took great effort for her to see that I did not love her. I once thought nothing could teach her that. Even now, she has learned it badly. This morning she told me, in great shock, that I had managed to make her hate me. That took a lot of effort, I assure you. If it is true, I should be thankful. Tell me, Isabella, do you really hate me? If I leave you alone for half a day, will you not come back, sad and asking for my attention? She would rather I acted gentle in front of you. The truth hurts her pride. But I do not care who knows that the feeling was only on her side. I never lied to her about it. I never pretended to be kind when I was not. From the start, she saw my hard nature. Still, nothing turned her away. It seems she admired cruelty, as long as she herself felt safe. How foolish it was for her to think I could love her. Tell your master, Nelly, that I have never met anyone so low and weak as she is. She even brings shame to the name of Linton. Sometimes I stop my tests on her. I stop because I cannot think of anything new. Still, she always comes back to me in fear and shame. But tell her brother to stay calm. I always stay inside the law. Until now, I have given her no reason to ask for a legal separation. And more than that, she would not thank anyone for separating us. If she truly wanted to leave, she could go. Her being here annoys me more than I enjoy hurting her.
Mr. Heathcliff, I said, this sounds like the talk of a madman. Your wife likely thinks you are mad. That is why she has stayed with you until now. But since you say she may go, she will surely take that chance. Madam, are you really so foolish that you choose to stay with him?
Be careful, Ellen, Isabella answered.
Her eyes were bright with anger. It was clear that her husband had succeeded in making her hate him.
Do not believe one word he says. He always lies. He is cruel and not like a real man. I was told before that I could leave him. I tried, but I was too afraid to try again. Only this, Ellen, promise me you will not repeat his terrible words to my brother or to Catherine. Whatever he says, he wants to drive Edgar mad. He says he married me only to control him. He will not succeed. I would rather die. I almost wish he would forget his careful plans and end my life. The only comfort I can imagine is to die, or to see him dead.
That is enough for now, said Heathcliff. If you ever speak in court, remember her words, Nelly. Look well at her face. She is close to the state I want. No, Isabella, you are not fit to care for yourself now. I am your legal guardian, so I must keep you here, even if I dislike it. Go upstairs. I need to speak to Ellen Dean alone. Not that way. Upstairs, I say. This is the way upstairs.
He grabbed her and pushed her out of the room. He came back speaking to himself. He said he felt no pity at all. He said that pain only made him harder and more eager to hurt.
Do you even know what pity means? I asked, as I hurried to put on my hat. Have you ever felt it in your life?
Put that down, he said, when he saw me trying to leave. You are not going yet. Come here, Nelly. I must either convince you or force you to help me see Catherine, and I must see her soon. I promise I plan no harm. I do not wish to cause trouble or insult Mr. Linton. I only want to hear from her how she is and why she has been ill. I want to know if I can help her in any way. Last night I stayed in TH. And that week, small man who stays with her only from duty and kindness. From pity and charity. He cannot truly help her. It is like trying to grow a big tree in a tiny pot. He believes he can make her strong again, but his care is too small. Let us decide now. Will you stay here, while I push past Linton and his servant to reach Catherine? Or will you be my friend, as before, and do what I ask? Decide now. There is no reason for me to stay one more minute if you keep this hard attitude.
Well, Mr. Lockwood, I argued and complained. I said no many times. But at last he made me agree. I promised to carry a letter from him to my mistress. If she agreed, I also promised to tell him when Linton would be away from home. Then he could come when he wished. I said I would not be there. The other servants would also be away. Was this right or wrong? I fear it was wrong, but it felt necessary. I thought I stopped another angry scene by agreeing. I also hoped it might help Catherine's troubled mind. Then I remembered Mr. Edgar's sharp words about carrying messages. I tried to calm myself by saying again and again that this breaking of trust, if it truly was that, would be the last time. Still, my walk home was sadder than my walk there. I felt worried for a long time before I could give the letter to Mrs. Linton. But now Kenneth is here. I will go down and tell him you are much better. My story is long and heavy, as we say. It can fill another morning.
Long and sad, I thought, as the good woman went down to meet the doctor. It was not the kind of story I wanted for my own comfort. But never mind. I will try to learn something good from Mrs. Dean's hard story. First, I must be careful of the strong charm in Catherine Heathcliff's bright eyes. I would be in trouble if I gave my heart to her, and she became just like her mother. Chapter 15. Another week has passed. I am closer to good health and to spring. I have now heard all my neighbor's story. She told it to me at different times, when she was free from her daily work. I will continue it in her own words, only a little shorter. She tells the story fairly well, and I do not think I could tell it better.
In the evening, she said, the evening of your visit to the Heights, I knew Mr. Heathcliff was near, even without seeing him. I stayed inside because I still had his letter in my pocket. I did not want him to threaten or bother me again. I had decided not to give the letter until my master went away. I could not guess how Catherine would react to it. Because of this, she did not get the letter for 3 days. The 4th day was Sunday. I took the letter to her room after the family went to church. One male servant stayed in the house with me. We usually locked the doors during church time. But that day the weather was warm and pleasant, so I left the doors open. To keep my promise, and because I knew who would come, I told the servant that the mistress wanted oranges very much. I sent him to the village to buy some, to be paid for the next day. He left, and I went upstairs. Mrs. Linton sat by the open window, as usual. She wore a loose white dress and a light shawl. At the start of her illness, some of her thick hair had been cut. Now it was simply combed and lay softly around her face and neck. She looked different, as I had told Heathcliff. But when she was calm, there was a strange and gentle beauty in her. Her eyes no longer flashed with fire. They looked soft, dreamy, and sad. They did not seem to look at things around her. It felt as if she was always looking far away, beyond this world. Her face was pale, but no longer thin and sharp. As she gained strength, the harsh look faded. Still, her troubled mind gave her a special expression. It was painful to see, because it showed her suffering. This look made her very touching to others. To me, and to anyone who saw her, it seemed to deny signs of recovery and marked her as someone slowly fading away.
A book lay open on the window ledge near her. A light wind moved its pages from time to time. I think Linton put it there. She never tried to pass time by reading or doing any work. he often spent many hours trying to draw her attention to things she once liked. She knew what he wanted. On her better days, she accepted his effort calmly. She showed it did not help by giving a tired sigh. At last she would stop him with a sad smile and a gentle kiss. At other times, she turned away in a sharp mood. She hid her face in her hands. Sometimes she pushed him away in anger. Then he left her alone because he knew he could not help. The bells of Gimmerton Chapel were still ringing. The full, soft sound of the stream in the valley came gently to the ear. It was a sweet sound. It took the place of the summer leaves, which were not there yet. In summer, the trees around the grange hid that sound. At Wuthering Heights, the stream could always be heard on quiet days after snow melted or after long rain. Catherine was thinking of Wuthering Heights as she listened. Or maybe she was not really listening or thinking at all. She had the faraway look I spoke of before. It showed she did not notice what she saw or heard. "There is a letter for you, Mrs. Linton," I said. I gently placed it in the hand that rested on her knee. "You must read it now. It needs an answer. Shall I open it?"
"Yes," she said. Her eyes did not move.
I opened it. It was very short. "Now," I said, "please read it." She pulled her hand away and let it drop. I placed the letter back on her lap. I stood and waited for her to look down. She did not move for a long time. At last I said, "Shall I read it for you, It is from Mr. Heathcliff." She gave a small start. A troubled look passed over her face. She tried to collect her thoughts. She lifted the letter and seemed to read it. When she reached the name at the end, she sighed. Still, I saw she did not understand the meaning. When I asked for her answer, she only pointed to the name. She looked at me with sad and questioning eyes. "He wants to see you," I said, guessing what she needed. "He is in the garden now. He is waiting to hear what I will say to him." As I spoke, I saw a large dog lying in the sun lift its ears. It almost barked, then stopped. It moved its tail instead. It knew someone was coming who was not a stranger. Mrs. Linton leaned forward. She listened with quick breath. A moment later, footsteps crossed the hall. The open house was too tempting for Heathcliff. He could not stay outside. He likely thought I might not keep my promise. So he trusted his own boldness. Catherine stared toward the door of her room with eager eyes. He did not find the right room at once. She made a sign for me to let him in. Before I reached the door, he found it himself. In a few quick steps, he was beside her. He took her into his arms. For about 5 minutes, he did not speak and did not let her go. He gave her more kisses than I think he ever had before. She had kissed him first. I could clearly see his pain. It was very hard for him to look at her face. From the moment he saw her, he knew the truth. I knew it too. There was no hope she would get well. She was sure to die.
"Oh, Cathy. Oh, my life. How can I bear this?"
His voice showed his deep sorrow. He looked at her with such strong feeling that I thought tears would come. But his eyes stayed dry. They burned with pain.
"What is this now?" Catherine said. She leaned back. Her face suddenly grew dark. Her mood changed quickly. "You and Edgar have broken my heart, Heathcliff. And now you both come to cry to me, as if you are the ones to feel sorry for. I will not feel sorry for you. You have killed me, and I think you grew stronger from it. Look how strong you are. How many years will you live after I am gone?
Heathcliff had knelt to hold her. He tried to stand up. She caught his hair and kept him close.
I wish I could hold you, she went on in a bitter voice. Until we were both dead, I would not care what you felt. I do not care about your pain. Why should you not suffer? I do. Will you forget me? Will you be happy when I am in the ground? Will you say, after 20 years, this is the grave of Catherine Earnshaw? I loved her long ago, and I was very sad when I lost her. But that time is gone. I have loved many others since then. My children are more dear to me than she ever was. And when I die, I will not be happy to go to her. I will be sad to leave my children. Will you say this, Heathcliff?
Do not hurt me with your words until I go mad like you, he cried. He pulled his head away and closed his teeth hard.
To anyone watching, they looked strange and frightening. Catherine's face was pale and sharp with anger. Her lips were white, and her eyes shone with strong feeling. Her hand was still closed tight, holding some of his hair. Heathcliff was holding her arm as he stood up. When he let go, dark marks showed on her weak skin.
Are you full of evil, he said in a rough voice, to speak to me like this when you are dying? Do you know that your words will stay in my mind forever? They will hurt me more after you are gone. You know it is not true to say I killed you. Catherine, you know I could no more forget you than stop living. Is it not enough for you that I will suffer while you are at rest?
I will not be at rest, Catherine said softly. Her heart was beating fast and unevenly. She felt very weak. She waited until the pain passed. Then she spoke again, more gently. I do not wish you more pain than I feel, Heathcliff. I only wish we were never separated. If my words hurt you later, remember that I feel the same pain where I am. For my sake, forgive me. Come back and kneel near me. You never hurt me in your life. If you keep anger in your heart, that will hurt more than my hard words. Will you come back? Please.
Heathcliff went behind her chair and leaned over her. But he stayed where she could not see his face. She tried to turn and look at him. He would not let her. He turned away and walked to the fireplace. He stood there in silence, with his back to us. Mrs. Linton watched him closely. Every move changed her feelings. After a long pause, she spoke again. She sounded hurt and angry, and she spoke to me.
You see, Nellie, he will not soften his heart even now, to keep me from dying. This is how I am loved. Never mind. That is not my Heathcliff. I will still love the one in my heart. I will take him with me. He is part of my soul. And what troubles me most is this broken body. I am tired of being shut inside it. I want to leave it and go to that beautiful place. I do not want to see it through tears anymore. I want to be there fully. Nellie, you think you are better off than me because you are strong and healthy. You feel sorry for me. Soon that will change. I will feel sorry for you. I will be far above you all. I wonder why he is not near me. She spoke to herself, then called out. Heathcliff, dear, do not be cold now. Please come to me.
She stood up, holding the chair for support. When he heard her call, he turned toward her. His face looked full of pain. His eyes were wide and wet. His chest moved fast. For a moment they stood apart. Then she jumped toward him. He caught her. They held each other tightly. I feared she might die in his arms. She seemed to lose all strength. He sat down with her still held close. When I came near to see if she had fainted, he pushed me away with anger and held her even tighter. He did not seem to hear me. I felt confused and stepped back in silence. Soon Catherine moved a little. She put her arm around his neck and laid her face against his. He held her close and spoke in a wild voice.
Now you show me how cruel you were. Why did you look down on me? Why did you turn away from your own heart, Cathy? I have no words to comfort you. You brought this on yourself. You destroyed yourself. Yes, you may kiss me and cry. But my tears and kisses will bring you pain. You said you loved me. Then why did you leave me? What right did you have to go away for Linton? Nothing bad, not pain, not shame, not even death, could have pulled us apart. But you chose to leave. I did not break your heart. You broke it yourself. And when you broke it, you broke mine too. I am strong, and that makes it worse for me. Do I want to live now? What kind of life is this? Would you want to live if your soul felt buried in the ground?
Leave me alone. Please leave me alone. If I did wrong, I am paying for it with my life. That is enough. You left me too, but I will not blame you. I forgive you. Please forgive me.
It is hard to forgive. I look at your eyes. I feel your thin hands. Kiss me again, but do not let me see your eyes. I forgive what you did to me. I still love you. But how can I forgive the one who hurt you?
They said nothing more. They held each other close. Their faces were hidden, and their tears fell together. I believe they both cried, even Heathcliff, who could cry at a moment like this. I felt very uneasy. Time was passing fast. The man I sent out came back. I saw the evening sun shining down the valley. A crowd was gathering outside the church in Gimmerton.
The service is over. My master will be here in half an hour.
Heathcliff made an angry sound and held Catherine closer. She did not move. Soon I saw servants walking up the road to the kitchen. Mr. Linton came behind them. He opened the gate himself and walked slowly toward the house. The afternoon was warm and calm.
He is here now. Please hurry and go. You will meet no one on the front stairs. Be quick. Stay among the trees until he is inside.
I must go, Cathy. But if I live, I will see you again before you sleep. I will stay near your window.
You must not go. You will not go.
Just 1 hour.
Not even 1 minute.
I must go. Linton will be here any moment.
He tried to stand up and pull her hands away. She held on tightly and struggled to breathe. Her face showed wild strength.
No. Please do not go. This is the last time. Edgar will not hurt us. Heathcliff, I am dying. I am dying.
There he is. Be quiet, my love. Be quiet, Catherine. I will stay. Even if he hurt me, I would stay with peace in my heart.
They held each other again. I heard my master climbing the stairs. Cold fear ran over me.
Will you listen to her wild words? She does not know what she says. Will you destroy her because she cannot protect herself? Get up and go. You could leave at once. This is the worst thing you have ever done. We will all be ruined.
I cried and twisted my hands. Mr. Linton hurried faster when he heard the noise. Then I saw Catherine's arms fall loose. Her head dropped down. She has fainted, or she is dead. That may be better. Better than living on and causing pain to everyone. Edgar rushed in and saw Heathcliff. His face turned white with shock and anger. I do not know what he planned to do. But Heathcliff stopped him at once. He placed Catherine's weak body into Edgar's arms.
Look at her, If you are human, help her first. After that, you may speak to me.
He walked into the sitting room and sat down. Mr. Linton called for me. With great effort, and after trying many things, we brought Catherine back to herself. But her mind was confused. She sighed and cried softly. She did not know anyone. Edgar was so worried about her that he forgot Heathcliff. I did not. As soon as I could, I went to Heathcliff and begged him to leave. I said Catherine was better. I promised to tell him in the morning how she was.
I will go out of the house. But I will stay in the garden. Nelly, keep your promise tomorrow. I will be under the larch trees. Remember. If not, I will come again, whether Linton is here or not.
He looked quickly through the half-open door. He saw that what I said was true. Then he left the house, bringing bad luck with him no longer. Chapter 16. Around 12 o'clock that night, a baby girl was born. She was the Catherine you saw at Wuthering Heights. She was very small and weak, born after only 7 months. 2 hours later, her mother died. She never woke enough to miss Heathcliff or to know Edgar. Edgar's pain was too deep to describe. What came after showed how strong his sadness was. To me, it was also sad that he had no son to inherit his home. I felt this as I looked at the weak baby. In my thoughts, I blamed old Mr. Linton. He had given his land to his own daughter, not to his son. This was natural, but it still hurt. The baby was not wanted. Poor child. She could have cried and died in those first hours, and no one would have cared. Later, we made up for this neglect. But her life began with no friends, just as it will likely end. The next morning was bright and happy outside. Soft light came through the blinds into the quiet room. It covered the bed and the people on it with warm light. Edgar Linton lay with his head on the pillow. His eyes were closed. His young, pale face looked almost like death, like the face beside him. Both were still. But his stillness came from deep tired sorrow. Hers came from complete peace. Her forehead was smooth. Her eyes were closed. Her lips held a gentle smile. She looked very beautiful and calm. I felt the same calm as I stood there. My mind had never felt so clean and quiet. I remembered her words from a few hours before. She was far above us all. Whether on earth or in heaven, her spirit was at home with God. I do not know why, but I often feel calm when I stay in a room with someone who has died, if no wild or broken mourner is there. I see a rest that nothing can disturb. I feel sure there is a life after this one, without fear or darkness. In that place, life goes on forever, love is full, and joy is complete. That day, I saw that even strong love, like Mr. Linton's, has some selfishness. He was sad that Catherine had found peace. Some might wonder if she earned such peace after her restless life. One might think so at other times. But not then, standing by her body. Her calm face showed peace. It seemed to promise peace for her spirit too.
Do you think such people are happy in the next world, sir? I would give much to know.
I did not answer Mrs. Dean. Her question sounded strange to me. She went on.
When I think about Catherine Linton's life, I fear we cannot be sure. But we must leave her to God.
The master looked asleep. After sunrise, I quietly left the room and went outside into the fresh air. The servants thought I went to wake myself after a long night. But my real reason was to find Mr. Heathcliff. If he had stayed among the trees all night, he would not have heard anything from the house. Maybe he heard a horse ride past. If he came closer, he might have seen the lights moving and the doors opening and closing. Then he would know something was wrong. I wanted to find him, but I was afraid too. The terrible news had to be told. I wanted it finished, but I did not know how to say it. He was there, a short distance away in the park. He leaned against an old tree. His hat was off. His hair was wet with morning dew from the branches above. He had stood there a long time. I saw 2 blackbirds flying close to him, building a nest. They did not fear him. They flew away when I came near. He lifted his eyes and spoke.
She is dead. I did not wait for you to tell me. Put away your cloth. Do not cry in front of me. She does not need your tears.
I was crying for him as much as for her. Sometimes we feel sorry for people who cannot care for themselves or others. When I first saw his face, I knew he already had the news. I thought his heart had grown quiet and that he was praying. His lips moved, and he looked at the ground.
Yes, she is dead. I tried to stop crying and wiped my face. I hope she has gone to heaven. I hope we may all meet her there, if we learn from this and choose good instead of bad.
Did she understand the warning? Heathcliff asked. He tried to smile in a cruel way. Did she die like a good person? Tell me the true story. How did?
He tried to say her name. He could not say it. He pressed his lips together. He fought with his pain inside. He stared at me in a hard way. He did not want my pity.
How did she die? He asked again.
He leaned back for support. After this struggle, his body shook. Even his fingers trembled. I thought, poor man. You have a heart and feelings like other people. Why do you try to hide them? Pride cannot hide anything from God. She died very quietly, I said. She breathed once and stretched out, like a child who wakes and then sleeps again. After 5 minutes, I felt one small beat in her heart. Then there was nothing.
And did she speak about me? He asked. He paused. He was afraid of the answer.
She never woke again, I said. She did not know anyone after you left. She has a soft smile on her face now. Her last thoughts went back to happy early days. Her life ended in a calm dream. I hope she wakes with peace in the next world.
May she wake in pain, he cried. His voice was wild. He stamped his foot and cried out with strong feeling. She lied to the end. Where is she now? Not there. Not in heaven. Not gone. Where is she? You said you did not care about my pain. I ask one thing, and I say it again and again. Catherine Earnshaw, do not rest while I am alive. You said I caused your death. Then stay near me. I believe the dead can stay close to the living. I know people say spirits walk on the earth. Be with me always. Come in any form. Make my mind restless if you must. Just do not leave me alone in this dark place where I cannot find you. Oh God, it is too much. I cannot live without my life. I cannot live without my soul.
He hit his head against the hard tree. Then he lifted his face and cried out. His cry was not like a man's voice. It sounded like an angry wild animal in great pain. I saw marks of blood on the tree bark. His hand and his forehead were red. I felt sure he had done this many times during the night. It did not make me feel gentle pity. It frightened me. Still, I did not want to leave him alone. But when he noticed me watching him, he shouted at me to go away. I left at once. I could not calm him or help him in any way. Mrs. Linton's funeral was planned for the Friday after her death. Until that day, her coffin stayed open in the large drawing room. It was covered with flowers and sweet leaves. Linton stayed there day and night. He did not sleep. He watched over her. Only I knew this secret. Heathcliff stayed outside at night. He did not sleep either. I did not speak to him. Still, I knew he wished to enter the house if he could. On Tuesday evening, after dark, my master was so tired that he went to bed for a short rest. Then I opened one window. I did this because Heathcliff had waited so long. I wanted him to have one last moment to say goodbye to her. He came in quietly and stayed only a short time. He was very careful and made no sound. I would not have known he had been there. But the cloth near her face was moved. On the floor, I saw a light curl of hair tied with silver thread. I knew it came from a locket around Catherine's neck. Heathcliff had opened the locket. He took out the hair inside and put in a dark lock of his own hair. I twisted the two pieces of hair together and put them back. Mr. Earnshaw was invited to come to his sister's funeral. He sent no answer. He did not come. So, apart from her husband, only servants and tenants followed the coffin. Isabella was not invited. Catherine was not buried where people expected. She was not placed in the chapel with the Linton family. She was not buried near her own family either. Her grave was on a green slope in one corner of the churchyard. The wall there is low. Plants from the open land grow over it. Soft earth almost covers the place. Her husband lies there now too. Each grave has a simple stone at the head and a plain grey stone at the feet. Chapter 17. That Friday was the last fine day we had for a long time. In the evening, the weather changed. The wind turned cold and strong. First came rain. Then came ice and snow. The next day felt like winter. It was hard to believe we had just had weeks of summer. The small flowers were hidden under snow. The birds were quiet. New leaves on the trees turned dark and weak. The day felt slow, cold, and sad. My master stayed in his room. I sat alone in the small parlor and used it as a nursery. I held the crying baby on my knee and rocked it gently. I watched the snow pile up against the bare window. Then the door opened. Someone came in, breathing fast and laughing. I felt angry at once. I thought it was one of the maids. I spoke sharply. I told her to stop laughing. I said this was not a place for silly behavior. I asked what Mr. Linton would say. "Forgive me," said a voice I knew well. "I know Edgar is in bed, and I cannot help myself." She walked to the fire. She was breathing hard and holding her side. "I ran all the way from Wuthering Heights," she said after a moment. "Sometimes I ran, and sometimes I almost flew. I fell many times. I hurt all over. Do not worry. I will explain soon. Please step outside and tell them to get the carriage. Ask a servant to bring me some clothes from my room."
The person who came in was Mrs. Heathcliff. She did not look happy at all. Her hair fell loose on her shoulders, wet with snow and water. She wore the simple dress she often wore, more fit for a young girl than for her place in life. It was a low silk dress with short sleeves, and she had nothing on her head or neck. The thin fabric clung to her body from the damp. On her feet, she wore only light slippers. She had a deep cut under one ear, the cold having stopped it from bleeding much. Her face was pale, scratched, and bruised. She looked tired, utterly weak. When I saw her clearly, my fear did not leave me.
"My dear young lady, I will not move or listen to anything until you take off all these wet clothes and put on dry ones. You will not go to Gimmerton tonight, so there is no need to ask for the carriage."
"Yes, I will go. I will walk or ride. But I do not mind dressing properly. Anne, oh, look, it runs down my neck now. The fire makes it hurt."
She would not let me touch her until I did what she asked. Only after the coachman was told to get ready, and a maid began to pack some clothes, did she allow me to tie the cut and help her change.
Now, Ellen, sit down in front of me. And take Catherine's baby away. I do not like to see it. Do not think I do not care for Catherine because I came in so wildly. I have cried a lot, more than anyone else has reason to cry. We parted without peace, you remember, and I will never forgive myself. But still, I would not feel sorry for him, the cruel man. Oh, give me the poker. This is the last thing of his that I have. I will break it. Then I will burn it. There. He can buy another if he ever gets me back. He might come to look for me just to trouble Edgar. I must not stay, in case he thinks of that. And Edgar has not been kind, has he? I will not beg for his help. I will not bring him more trouble. I had to come here for shelter. If I had known Edgar was away, I would have stayed in the kitchen, washed, warmed myself, asked you to bring what I needed, and gone again, anywhere far from that hateful man. He was in such anger. If he had caught me. It is a pity Earnshaw is not as strong as he is. I would not have run away if Hindley could have stopped him.
Please, do not talk so fast, miss. You will move the cloth on your face and make the cut bleed again. Drink your tea. Breathe. And stop laughing. Laughter is not right in this house, and not right for you now.
That is true. Listen to that child. It cries all the time. Send it away for an hour. I will not stay longer.
I rang the bell and gave the baby to a servant. Then I asked why she had run away from Wuthering Heights in such a state, and where she planned to go, since she would not stay with us.
I should stay, and I wanted to stay. I should comfort Edgar and care for the baby. This house is my true home. But he would not let me. Do you think he could bear to see me calm and happy? No. He always wants to spoil our peace. Now I know he hates me so much that it troubles him to see or hear me. When I go near him, his face shows his hatred without him trying. It comes from knowing why I dislike him, and also from his own nature. I am sure he would not follow me far if I escaped. So I must go far away. At first, I thought he might kill me. Now I do not care. I would rather be free. My love for him is gone. I remember that I once loved him, and I can almost imagine it again, but no, never. Even if he had been kind, his bad nature would have shown itself. Catherine had a strange mind to love him so much, knowing him so well. Terrible man. I wish he could disappear from the world, and from my thoughts.
Hush, hush. He is a human being, I said. Try to be kinder. There are men who are worse than him.
He is not a human being, she answered. He does not deserve my kindness. I gave him my love. He crushed it and killed it. Then he threw it back to me. People feel with their hearts, Ellen. He destroyed mine. So I cannot feel sorry for him. I do not want to. Even if he cried every day until he died, I would not care. Even if he cried blood for Catherine, I would not care.
Isabella started to cry. Then she quickly wiped her eyes and went on speaking.
You asked why I finally ran away. I had no choice. I made him so angry that he forgot to control himself. It takes calm hands to hurt someone slowly, but he was not calm. He became wild and dangerous. He was ready to kill. I felt a strange pleasure when I saw his anger. That pleasure helped me save myself. I broke free and escaped. If I ever fall into his hands again, he may take his revenge.
Yesterday, Mr. Earnshaw was supposed to go to the funeral. He tried to stay sober. At least, he did not go to bed drunk early and wake up drunk later. but in the morning he felt very low and dark inside. He was not fit for church or for any joy. Instead, he sat by the fire and drank glass after glass of gin or brandy. Heathcliff, I feel cold just saying his name, has been away from the house since last Sunday until today. I do not know how he lived or what fed him. He did not eat with us for almost a week. He came home at dawn today and went straight to his room. He locked the door, as if anyone wanted his company. He stayed there praying loudly. But he did not pray to God. He spoke to dust and ashes. He mixed God with his own dark father in his words. He prayed until his voice grew weak and rough. Then he went out again. He always walked straight to the Grange. I wonder why Edgar did not call a policeman and have him taken away. For me, even though I was sad about Catherine, this time without him felt like a holiday. I was free from his cruel control. I felt strong enough to listen to Joseph's long talks without crying. I could walk around the house more freely, not like a scared thief. You may think nothing Joseph says could make me cry. But he and Hareton are terrible company. I would rather sit with Hindley and hear his horrible words than sit with the little master and that old man who supports him. When Heathcliff is in the house, I often have to stay in the kitchen with them, or go hungry in the cold empty rooms. But when Heathcliff is away, like this week, I place my table and chair by the fire in the main room. I do not care what Mr. Earnshaw does. He does not disturb me. He is quieter now than before, if no one makes him angry. He is more dark and sad, and less violent. Joseph says he is a changed man. He says God has touched his heart and saved him. I cannot see much change, but it is not my concern. Last night, I sat in my corner reading old books until almost 12. It felt too sad to go upstairs. Outside, the snow blew wildly. My thoughts kept going back to the churchyard and the new grave. I was afraid to lift my eyes from the book, because the sad picture came back at once. Hindley sat across from me. His head rested on his hand. Maybe he was thinking about the same things. He had stopped drinking before he lost his senses. He did not move or speak for 2 or 3 hours. The house was silent. Only the wind cried outside and shook the windows. The coals made soft sounds in the fire. My candle tools clicked now and then as I trimmed the wick. Hareton and Joseph were likely asleep in bed. Everything felt very sad. As I read, I sighed. It felt as if all joy had left the world forever. At last, the sad silence broke. We heard the kitchen door move. Heathcliff had come back earlier than usual, maybe because of the sudden storm. That door was locked. We heard him walking around to enter another way. I stood up without thinking. My face showed my feelings. Hindley saw me and looked up.
I will keep him outside for 5 minutes, he said. Do you mind?
No, I answered. You can keep him outside all night, for all I care.
Please put the key in the lock and close the bolts, he said. Earnshaw did this before the visitor reached the front door. Then he came back and pulled his chair close to my table. He leaned forward and looked into my eyes. His face showed strong hate. He wanted me to agree with him. I could not. But he saw enough to make him speak.
You and I both have a serious problem with the man outside, he said. If we were brave, we could face it together. Are you weak like your brother? Will you suffer forever and never fight back?
I am tired of suffering, I said. I would like justice, but not in a way that hurts me too. Lies and violence only cause more pain. They hurt the person who uses them.
Lies and violence deserve lies and violence, cried Hindley. Mrs. Heathcliff, do nothing. Sit still and be quiet. Tell me, don't you want to see the end of that man? He will destroy you if you do not stop him. He will ruin me too. He is knocking like he owns the house. Promise to stay silent. In 3 minutes, before the clock strikes 1, you will be free.
He pulled out the weapons I told you about before and moved to put out the light. I stopped him and grabbed his arm. I will not stay silent, I said. You must not touch him. Keep the door closed and stay calm.
No, he shouted. I have decided. I will do this. It will help Hareton and help you too. Catherine is gone. No one would miss me. It is time to end everything.
I could not stop him with words. He was not thinking clearly. So I ran to the window to warn the man outside. You should go somewhere else tonight, I called. Mr. Earnshaw wants to hurt you if you try to come in.
You should open the door, he shouted back, using rude words.
I will not get involved, I said. Come in if you want. I have warned you. I closed the window and went back to the fire. I did not pretend to worry about him. Earnshaw shouted at me and said I still cared for that man. Inside, I thought it would be better for everyone if they were both gone. As I thought this, the window behind me was hit hard. His dark face appeared outside. Snow covered his hair and clothes. His eyes looked angry and cold.
Let me in, Isabella, or you will regret it, he said.
I cannot, I answered. Mr. Hindley is inside with a knife and a loaded gun.
Let me in through the kitchen door, he said.
He will reach it before you, I replied. You cannot stand the cold, can you? When summer was here, you slept peacefully. Now winter comes, and you run for shelter. If Catherine was your whole life, how can you go on living without her?
He is there, is he? Cried Hindley, rushing forward. If I reach him, I will stop him.
You may think I was cruel, Helen. I did not want anyone to die. But I wished it would all end. I was terrified when the man outside jumped forward and took the weapon from Earnshaw. The gun went off. The knife snapped back and cut its owner's wrist. The man pulled it free with force. He was hurt, but he put the knife in his pocket and stood firm.
He picked up a stone. He broke the space between the two windows. Then he jumped inside. The other man fell to the floor. He was in great pain and had lost much blood. Blood flowed from a deep wound. The attacker kicked him many times. He stepped on him and hit his head on the stone floor again and again. At the same time, he held me with one hand. He did this so I could not call Joseph. He stopped himself from killing the man. At last, he was tired and could not breathe well. Then he stopped. He pulled the still body onto a wooden bench. He tore the sleeve from Earnshaw's coat. He tied the wound in a rough way. He spat and cursed while he worked. When I was free, I ran to find the old servant at once. I told him quickly what had happened. He understood little by little. Then he rushed downstairs, breathing hard and skipping steps.
What must we do now? What must we do now?
There is this to do. Your master is mad. If he lives another month, I will send him to a place for mad people. And how did you lock me outside, you old fool? Do not stand there whispering. Come. I will not care for him. Clean that mess. And be careful with your candle. It is full of strong drink.
So you have been hurting him. I have never seen such a sight. May the Lord.
Heathcliff pushed him down on his knees in the blood. He threw a towel at him. But Joseph did not clean anything. He joined his hands and began to pray. His strange words made me laugh. At that time, nothing could shock me. I felt careless and bold.
Oh, I forgot you. You will do it. Get down. You plot against me with him, do you? There, this work suits you.
He shook me hard until my teeth knocked together. Then he threw me down beside Joseph. Joseph finished his prayer. He stood up and said he would go to the Grange at once. Mr. Linton was a judge. Even if many of his wives were dead, he would still look into this matter. He was firm in his plan. So Heathcliff forced me to tell the whole story. He stood over me, breathing with anger. I answered his questions with great effort. It was hard to make the old man believe that Heathcliff did not start the fight. My answers were weak and slow. Still, Mr. Earnshaw soon showed that he was alive. Joseph quickly gave him some strong drink. With this help, his master soon moved and woke up. Heathcliff knew that Earnshaw did not remember what happened while he was unconscious. He said the man was drunk and confused. He said he would not speak more about his bad behavior. He told him to go to bed. I was glad when he left us after this advice. Hindley lay down by the fire. I went to my own room. I was surprised that I had escaped with so little trouble. This morning, I came down about half an hour before noon. Mr. Earnshaw sat by the fire. He looked very sick. Heathcliff stood near him. He looked thin and pale too. Neither of them wanted to eat. I waited until the food was cold. Then I ate alone. Nothing stopped my appetite. I felt a strange pleasure and pride. From time to time, I looked at the silent men. I felt calm because my conscience was clear. When I finished, I took the bold step of going near the fire. I walked around Earnshaw's chair. I knelt in the corner beside him. Heathcliff did not look at me. I looked up at his face. I studied it as if it were made of stone. His forehead, which I once thought strong, now looked dark and evil to me. His eyes were dull from no sleep. They were wet, maybe from tears. His lips had no cruel smile. They showed deep sadness. If it had been another person, I would have hidden my face at such sorrow. With him, I felt pleased. It is wrong to hurt a fallen enemy. Still, I could not miss this moment. His weakness was the only time I could enjoy returning pain for pain. Shame on you, miss.
Someone said, you speak like you have never read the Bible. If God hurts your enemies, that should be enough for you. It is wrong and proud to add your own pain to his.
In general, I agree, Ellen. But what pain could hurt Heathcliff enough if I do not cause it myself? I would rather he suffer less, if I could be the one to cause it, and if he knew I did it. I owe him too much. I can forgive him only on one rule. I must give him pain for pain. For every hurt he gave me, I must give one back. I want to bring him down to my level. He hurt first, so he must beg first. Then, maybe, I could be kind. But this will never happen. So I can never forgive him.
Hindley asked for water. I gave him a glass and asked how he felt.
Not as bad as I want, he said. But my arm aside, my whole body feels sore, like I fought many devils.
Yes, that is no surprise, I said. Catherine used to say she protected you from harm. She meant that some people would not hurt you because of her. It is good that the dead do not truly return. Last night, she might have seen something very ugly. Are you not hurt on your chest and shoulders?
I don't know, he said. What do you mean? Did he hit me when I was already down?
He stepped on you and kicked you, I said quietly. He threw you to the ground. He looked like he wanted to bite you. He is only half a man. The rest of him is cruel. Mr. Earnshaw looked up at Heathcliff, as I did. Heathcliff stood there, lost in his pain. He did not notice us. The longer he stood, the darker his thoughts showed on his face.
Oh, if God would give me strength to kill him before I die, I would go to hell gladly, Hindley cried. He tried to rise but fell back. He knew he was too weak.
That is enough, I said aloud. He has already caused one death. Everyone at the Grange knows your sister would still be alive if not for Mr. Heathcliff. It is better to be hated by him than loved. When I remember how happy we were before he came, how happy Catherine was, I feel angry at that day. Heathcliff seemed to hear the truth in my words. His eyes filled with tears and they fell into the ashes. He breathed with deep, broken breaths. I looked straight at him and laughed in a hard way. His angry look flashed for a moment, but it was weak and full of tears. I was not afraid to laugh again.
Get up and leave my sight, he said. His voice was low and hard to hear.
I am sorry, I answered. But I loved Catherine too. Her brother needs care, and for her sake, I will give it. Now that she is gone, I see her in Hindley. He has the same eyes, if you had not tried to hurt them and make them red and dark. And her?
Get up, foolish person, before I hurt you badly, he shouted. He moved toward me, and I moved too.
But then, I went on, ready to run away. If poor Catherine had trusted you and taken the sad name of Mrs. Heathcliff, she would soon look the same. She would not stay silent under your bad behavior. Her anger and dislike would surely come out.
The back of the bench and Mr. Earnshaw stood between us. Heathcliff did not try to come closer. Instead, he grabbed a knife from the table and threw it toward me. It hit near my ear and made me stop speaking. I pulled it out and ran to the door. I shouted one more angry sentence as I left, hoping my words hurt him more than the knife hurt me. The last thing I saw was Heathcliff rushing forward. His host caught him, and they fell together by the fire. As I ran through the kitchen, I told Joseph to help his master. I knocked over Hareton, who was holding some young puppies by the door. Then I escaped. I ran fast down the steep road. I left the path and crossed the open land. I fell, climbed, and walked through wet ground. I hurried toward the light of the Grange. I would rather live in a place of pain forever than stay one more night under the roof of Wuthering Heights. Isabella stopped talking and drank some tea. Then she stood up. She asked me to put on her bonnet and the big shawl I had brought. I begged her to stay one more hour, but she did not listen. She stepped onto a chair and kissed the pictures of Edgar and Catherine. She kissed me too. Then she went down to the carriage. Fanny went with her and barked with joy to see her again. Isabella left and never came back to this area. Later, she and my master wrote letters to each other. She lived in the south, near London. A few months after she escaped, she had a son. She named him Linton. From the start, she said he was weak and often unhappy. One day, Mr. Heathcliff met me in the village and asked where Isabella lived. I did not tell him.
He said it did not matter, but she must not come to her brother. He said he would stop her himself if needed.
Even without my help, he learned where she lived and that she had a child. Still, he did not trouble her. Maybe it was because he did not care for her anymore. When he saw me, he often asked about the baby.
When he heard the child's name, he smiled in a hard way and said they wanted him to hate the child too.
I said they did not want him to know anything.
He replied that he would take the child when he wanted.
Luckily, the boy's mother died before that time came. This was about 13 years after Catherine died. Linton was 12, or a little older. The day after Isabella's surprise visit, I could not speak with my master. He avoided talking and was not in a state to discuss anything. When he did listen, I saw he was glad his sister had left her husband. He hated Heathcliff very deeply, even though he was usually gentle. His dislike was so strong that he avoided any place where he might see or hear of him. Grief changed my master greatly. He stopped his work as a judge. He even stopped going to church. He stayed away from the village and lived quietly inside his own land. He walked alone on the moors and visited his wife's grave, mostly in the evening or early morning. Still, he was too kind to stay unhappy for long. He did not wish for Catherine's spirit to trouble him. With time, he became calm. His sadness turned gentle and sweet. He remembered her with deep love and hope. He believed she was in a better place. He also found comfort in life on earth. At first, he seemed cold toward the small child who came after his wife. But this feeling soon disappeared. Before the baby could speak or walk, it ruled his heart completely. The child was named Catherine. He never used the full name. He had never shortened the first Catherine's name, and he did not want to copy Heathcliff's habit. The little one was always called Cathy. This name made her different from her mother, yet still linked to her. He loved the child mainly because she belonged to Catherine, even more than because she was his own. I often compared him with Hindley Earnshaw. I tried to understand why they acted so differently in life. Both men loved their wives. Both cared for their children. I could not see why one chose a good path and the other chose a bad one. In my thoughts, Hindley seemed clever and strong. But he became the weaker man. When trouble came, he gave up. It was like a ship in danger. The captain left his place. The crew panicked and made noise. No one tried to save the ship. There was no hope. Linton was very different. He showed quiet strength and honest courage. He trusted God. This trust gave him comfort. One man hoped. The other lost hope. Each chose his own way and had to live with the result. But you do not want to hear my lessons, Mr. Lockwood. You will judge these things yourself, or at least you will think you do. The end of Earnshaw came as people expected. It came soon after his sister's death. Only 6 months passed between them. At the Grange, we did not know much about his last days. I learned the little I knew when I went to help prepare for his funeral. Mr. Kenneth came one morning to tell my master the news. He rode into the yard very early. This made me fear bad news at once.
Well, Nelly, now it is our turn to wear black. Who do you think has died this time?
Who?
Guess. And hold your apron. I am sure you will need it.
Not Mr. Heathcliff?
What? Would you cry for him? No. Heathcliff is strong. I saw him today. He looks well and healthy again after losing his wife.
Then who is it?
Hindley Earnshaw. Your old friend Hindley. He has been too wild for a long time. Yes, he is gone. But try to be calm. He died as he lived, very drunk. Poor man. I am sorry for him. You cannot help missing an old friend, even if he had many bad habits and caused trouble. He was only 27. That is your age. Who would think you were born the same year?
I must say this news hurt me more than Mrs. Linton's death. Old memories filled my heart. I sat on the porch and cried like he was family. I asked Mr. Kenneth to bring another servant to speak to my master. I kept thinking one question again and again. Had Hindley been treated fairly? This thought would not leave me. At last, I decided to ask permission to go to Wuthering Heights and help with the last duties. Mr. Linton did not want me to go. But I spoke strongly about how alone Hindley was. I said my old master and foster brother had a strong claim on me. I also reminded him that little Hareton was his wife's nephew. With no close family left, Mr. Linton should act as the child's guardian. He should also check how the property was left and look into his brother-in-law's affairs. Mr. Linton was too weak then to do this himself. He told me to speak to his lawyer and finally allowed me to go. The lawyer had worked for Earnshaw too. I met him in the village and asked him to come with me. He shook his head. He said it was better to leave Heathcliff alone. He believed Hareton would be almost poor. Hindley had died with many debts. The whole property was tied up. The only hope for the child was to gain some kindness from the man who held the debt. When I arrived at the Heights, I said I had come to make sure everything was done properly. Joseph looked very sad and seemed glad to see me.
He said he did not see why I was needed. But he said I could stay and arrange the funeral if I wished. Right, he said. That foolish man should be buried at the crossing of the roads, with no service at all. I left him for 10 minutes yesterday afternoon. In that short time, he locked both doors against me. He then spent the night drinking until he died on purpose. This morning we broke into the house. We heard him breathing loudly like an animal. He was lying over the bench. Nothing could have woken him. I sent for Kenneth, and he came. But it was too late. The man was already dead, cold, and stiff. So you see, there was no reason to make a big matter of it.
I wish he had gone himself for the doctor. I should have watched the master better than him. And he was not dead when I left. No, not at all.
I said that the funeral must be proper and decent. Mr. Heathcliff said I could do as I liked. But he told me to remember that all the money for it came from him. He behaved in a hard and cold way. He showed no sadness and no happiness. If anything, he looked pleased, like a man proud of finishing hard work. Once I even saw a look of joy on his face. It was when people carried the coffin out of the house. He pretended to be sad. Before he followed the others with Hareton, he lifted the poor child onto the table. He spoke softly but with strange pleasure.
Now, my pretty boy, you are mine. We will see if one tree can grow as crooked as another when the same wind bends it.
The child did not understand. He was happy and laughed. He played with Heathcliff's hair and touched his face. But I understood the meaning. I spoke sharply. That boy must come back with me to Thrushcross Grange, sir. He belongs to you less than anything in the world.
Does Linton say that?
Yes, I answered. He has told me to take the child.
Well, said the wicked man, we will not argue now. But I want to try raising a child myself. Tell your master this. If he tries to take this one away, I will bring another in his place. I will not promise to give up Hareton easily. But I will make sure the other child comes. Remember to tell him.
This warning was enough to stop us. When I returned, I told Edgar Linton what Heathcliff had said. At first, Edgar showed little interest. After that, he did not speak again about interfering. I do not think he could have helped much, even if he wanted to. The guest was now the master of Wuthering Heights. He held the house firmly. He showed proof to the lawyer, and the lawyer showed it to Mr. Linton. Earnshaw had borrowed money on all his land to pay for his love of gambling. Heathcliff was the man who lent the money. So Hareton, who should have been the first gentleman in the area, became fully dependent on his father's old enemy. He lived in his own house like a servant. He received no wages. He could not help himself. He had no friends, and he did not even know that he had been treated unfairly. Chapter 18. The 12 years after that sad time, Mrs. Dean continued, were the happiest years of my life. My only real worries came from our little lady's small illnesses. All children have these, rich or poor. After the first 6 months, she grew fast and strong. She grew like a young tree. She could walk and speak in her own way before the flowers bloomed again over Mrs. Linton's grave. She was the sweetest child who ever brought light into a lonely house. Her face was very beautiful. She had the Earnshaw's dark eyes. She had the Linton's fair skin and small features. Her hair was yellow and curly. Her spirit was lively but not wild. Her heart was very warm and full of feeling. She loved deeply and strongly. This reminded me of her mother. Still, she was not the same as her mother. She could be gentle and calm. Her voice was soft. Her face often looked thoughtful. When she was angry, it was never violent. When she loved, it was never fierce. Her feelings were deep and tender. Of course, she also had faults. One was that she could be rude in speech. Another was a strong will. Many children get this when adults give them too much freedom. If a servant upset her, she would say, "I will tell Papa." If he corrected her, even with a look, she acted as if her heart was broken. I do not believe he ever spoke harshly to her. He took full charge of her learning. He made lessons into a game. She was curious and very clever. She learned quickly and with joy. She made her father proud of his teaching. Until she was 13 years old, she never went alone beyond the park around the house. Mr. Linton sometimes took her with him to walk about a mile from the house. This did not happen often. He did not trust her with anyone else. The name Gimmerton meant nothing to her. The chapel was the only place she ever went to, apart from her own home. Wuthering Heights and Mr. Heathcliff did not exist for her at all. She lived very quietly and alone. She seemed happy with this life. Sometimes she looked out from the nursery window at the land around us. Then she would ask questions.
Ellen, how long before I can walk to the top of those hills? What is on the other side? Is it the sea?
No, Miss Cathy, I said. There are more hills, just like these.
One day she asked, what are those golden rocks like when you stand under them?
She was talking about Penistone Crags. She liked them very much, especially in the evening. At sunset, the rocks shone bright, while the land below was already dark. I told her they were hard rocks with little soil. Only small trees could grow there.
Why do they stay bright when it is dark here? She asked.
Because they are much higher than we are, I said. You cannot climb them. They are too high and too steep. In winter, ice comes there first. Even in summer, I have seen snow in a dark hollow on the northeast side.
Oh, you have been there, she said happily. Then I can go too, when I am grown up. Has Papa been there, Ellen?
Papa would tell you, I answered quickly, that they are not worth the trouble. The moors you walk on with him are much nicer. And Thrushcross Park is the best place in the world.
But I know the park, she said softly. I don't know those rocks. I want to stand on the highest point and look around. My little pony Minnie will take me one day.
Later, one of the maids talked about the fairy cave. This made her think even more about the journey. She asked Mr. Linton many times about going there. At last, he promised she could go when she was older. But Miss Catherine counted her age by months. She asked again and again, am I old enough now to go to Penistone Crags? The road to the rocks passed close to Wuthering Heights. Edgar could not bear to go that way.
So the answer was always the same. Not yet, my love. Not yet.
Mrs. Heathcliff lived more than 12 years after she left her husband. Her family were not strong. She and Edgar did not have the healthy red faces common in this area. I do not know exactly what illness killed her. I believe it was a kind of slow fever. It began gently, but it could not be cured. At the end, it took life quickly. She wrote to her brother during 4 months of sickness. She told him she might not recover. She asked him to come, if he could. She had many things to arrange. She wanted to say goodbye and to place Linton safely in his care. She hoped Linton could live with him, as he had lived with her. She tried to believe that the boy's father did not wish to care for or teach him. My master did not wait even a moment. Though he disliked leaving home for ordinary reasons, he went at once. Before leaving, he gave Catherine into my special care. He told me many times that she must not leave the park, even with me. He did not think she would go alone. He was away for 3 weeks. During the first 2 days, Catherine sat quietly in a corner of the library. She was too sad to read or play. She caused me little trouble then. After that, she became restless and unhappy. I was too busy, and too old, to run about and play with her all day. So I found another way to keep her busy. I sent her on little journeys around the grounds. Sometimes she walked. Sometimes she rode a pony. When she came back, I listened patiently to all her stories, both real and imagined. It was high summer. The weather was warm and bright. She began to love these lonely walks. Often she stayed out from breakfast until tea. In the evening, she told me long stories about her adventures. I did not fear she would go beyond the park. The gates were usually locked. I thought she would not leave alone, even if they were open. Sadly, I was wrong. One morning at 8 o'clock, Catherine came to me. She said that day she was an Arabian merchant. She was going to cross a desert with her caravan. I must give her much food for herself and her animals. She had 1 horse and 3 camels. These were played by a large dog and 2 hunting dogs. I prepared a basket with nice food and tied it to one side of the saddle. She jumped up quickly and happily. Her wide hat and thin veil kept the hot July sun away. She rode off with a bright laugh. She made fun of my careful advice to ride slowly and come back early. But the naughty girl did not come home for tea. Only one traveler returned. It was the old hound, who liked comfort and rest. Cathy did not come back. The pony did not come back. The 2 hunting dogs did not come back. I sent people to look along different paths. At last, I went to look for her myself. I saw a worker fixing a fence near the edge of the land. I asked him if he had seen our young lady. He said he saw her in the morning. She asked him to cut a hazel stick for her. Then she jumped her pony over the lowest part of the hedge and rode away fast. You can imagine how worried I felt. At once, I thought she must be going to Penistone Crags. I feared for her safety. I hurried through a gap in the fence and went straight to the road. I walked very fast for many miles. At a turn in the road, I could see the heights. But I saw no sign of Catherine anywhere. The crags are about 1.5 miles past Mr. Heathcliff's house. That house is 4 miles from the Grange. I began to fear it would be night before I reached the crags. I worried she might fall while climbing there. I feared she might be badly hurt. My worry was deep and painful. Then I felt some relief when I passed the farmhouse. I saw Charlie, the fiercest of the dogs, lying under a window. His head was swollen and his ear was bleeding. I opened the gate and ran to the door. I knocked hard. A woman I knew opened it. She once lived in Gimmerton. She had worked there since Mr. Earnshaw died.
You are looking for your little mistress. Do not be afraid. She is here and safe. I am glad it is not the master.
I asked, out of breath, if he was not at home.
She said no. She said he and Joseph were both away and would not return for some time. She asked me to come in and rest.
I went inside and saw my lost lamb. She sat by the fire in a small chair. It was the same chair her mother used as a child. Her hat hung on the wall. She looked very comfortable and happy. She laughed and talked without stopping. She spoke to Hareton, now a strong young man of 18. He stared at her with surprise and interest. He understood very little of her fast talk and many questions. I spoke with a strict face, hiding my joy. I said this would be her last ride until her father returned. I said I would not trust her outside again. I called her a naughty girl.
She laughed and jumped up. She ran to me and spoke in a bright voice. She said she would have a good story to tell that night. She asked if I had ever been there before.
I told her to put on her hat and come home at once. I said I was very upset with her. I told her she had done very wrong. I said crying would not fix anything. I reminded her how hard I had worked to find her. I said her father trusted me to keep her safe. I said she had been clever in a bad way, and people would not trust her so easily again.
She cried and asked what she had done wrong. She said her father did not tell her to stay in. She said he would not be angry. She said he was never cross like me.
I told her to stop and behave. I tied the ribbon of her hat. I asked her to be calm. I said she should be ashamed. I said she was 13 years old and acting like a baby. She pushed the hat off her head and moved away from me toward the fireplace. I could not reach her. The servant spoke kindly and asked me not to be too hard on the pretty girl. She said they made Cathy stay there. Cathy wanted to ride on because she feared I would worry. Hareton offered to go with her. The servant thought that was right because the road over the hills was wild. Hareton stood nearby with his hands in his pockets. He felt too shy to speak. He did not look pleased that I was there. I ignored the servant and asked how long I was expected to wait. It will be dark in 10 minutes. Where is the pony, Miss Cathy? And where is Phoenix? I shall leave you, unless you be quick, so please yourself.
The pony is in the yard. Phoenix is locked in there too. He has bitten someone. Charlie is hurt as well. I wanted to tell you everything. But you are angry now, and you do not deserve to hear it.
I picked up her hat and walked to put it on her head. But the people in the house took her side. She began to jump and dance around the room. When I tried to catch her, she ran fast. She went under chairs and behind tables. It was silly for me to follow her. Hareton and the woman laughed. She laughed with them. She became even more rude. At last, I spoke loudly because I was very angry. Miss Cathy, if you knew whose house this is, you would be glad to leave.
It is your father's house, isn't it?
No.
He looked down and his face went red. He could not look into her eyes, even though they looked like his own.
Then whose house is it? Your master's.
His face grew even redder. He spoke an angry word and turned away.
Who is his master? He talks about our house and our people. I thought he was the owner's son. And he never calls me miss. If he is a servant, he should say miss, shouldn't he?
Hareton's face grew dark with anger. I shook her arm gently to stop her. At last, I managed to get her ready to leave.
Now, get my horse. And you can come with me. I want to see where the goblin hunter comes from the marsh. I want to hear about the fairies, as you call them. Hurry up. What is wrong? Get my horse.
I will die before I serve you.
You will see me what?
He answered her with very rude words. "There, Miss Cathy. You see what kind of company you have found. Those are bad words to say to a young lady. Please do not argue with him. Come, let us find the pony ourselves and go."
But Ellen, how dare he speak to me like that? Should he not do what I ask? You bad boy, I will tell Papa what you said. Now then.
Hareton did not seem to care. Tears came into her eyes because she felt insulted.
You bring the pony. And let my dog go free right now.
Slowly, miss. You will get more by being polite. Mr. Hareton is not the master's son, but he is your cousin. And I was never hired to serve you.
He is my cousin.
Yes, he is.
Oh, Ellen, do not let them say that. Papa has gone to London to bring my cousin home. My cousin is a gentleman's son. That man.
She stopped and began to cry. The idea made her very unhappy. Hush. People can have many cousins, Miss Cathy. They can be very different. It does not make you worse. You do not need to spend time with them if you do not like them.
He is not my cousin, Ellen.
She felt even more upset. She threw her arms around me, trying to escape the thought. I was angry with her and with the servant for speaking so freely. I feared that news of her cousin's return would reach Mr. Heathcliff. I also feared that when her father came back, Catherine would ask hard questions. Hareton, who had been angry at being taken for a servant, now felt sorry for her. He brought the pony to the door. To make peace, he took a small, crooked-legged puppy from the kennel and put it into her hands. He told her softly to stop crying. He meant no harm. She stopped for a moment and looked at him with fear and shock. Then she began to cry again. I almost smiled at how much people disliked the young man. He was strong and healthy. He looked good. He worked on the farm and walked on the hills to hunt small animals. His clothes were rough, like his daily work. Still, I felt he was better inside than his father had been. He had good parts in his nature. They were hidden and not cared for. But they were there, like good land that could grow well with care. Mr. Heathcliff did not often hurt him with his hands. The young man was brave and not afraid. Because of this, Heathcliff did not enjoy hurting him. Instead, Heathcliff tried to make him act like an uneducated person. He never taught him to read or write. He did not correct bad habits unless they caused trouble. He never guided him toward good behavior. He never warned him against bad choices. From what I heard, Joseph also helped make things worse. He was narrow in his thinking. He praised and spoiled the boy because he came from the old family. When Joseph spoke about the past, he blamed Catherine Earnshaw and Heathcliff as children. He said they drove the old master to drink. Now, he blamed Heathcliff for all of Hareton's faults. If the boy used bad words, Joseph did not stop him. No matter how badly the boy behaved, Joseph allowed it. He seemed pleased to see the boy go the wrong way. He said the boy was ruined and his soul was lost. But he took comfort in believing Heathcliff would be blamed for it. Joseph taught the boy to feel proud of his family name. If he had dared, he would have made the boy hate Heathcliff. But Joseph feared Heathcliff deeply. He only spoke against him in quiet words and hints. I do not know much about daily life at Wuthering Heights in those days. I only repeat what I heard because I saw little myself. The villagers said Mr. Heathcliff was mean and very strict with his tenants. But inside the house, things were calmer. A woman managed it, and the house felt comfortable again. The wild scenes from Hindley's time did not happen anymore. The master was dark and silent. He did not seek company, good or bad. He is still the same. But this is not moving my story forward. Miss Cathy did not accept the friendly offer of the small dog. She asked for her own dogs, Charlie and Phoenix. They came back hurt and sad. Then we started for home. We were all unhappy. I could not get my little lady to tell me much about her day. I guessed she went to Penistone Crags. She reached the gate of the farmhouse safely. At that moment, Hareton came out with several dogs. They ran at her dogs. The dogs fought for a short time before their owners stopped them. That was how they first met. Catherine told Hareton who she was and where she was going. She asked him to show her the way. Soon, she persuaded him to walk with her. He showed her the fairy cave and many other strange places. Because I was in trouble with her, she did not tell me much about what she saw. I understood that at first she liked him. Then she hurt his feelings by calling him a servant. After that, Heathcliff's housekeeper hurt Catherine by calling him her cousin. Hareton also spoke to her in a way that stayed in her heart. At the Grange, everyone called her Love and Angel. Now a stranger spoke to her rudely. She could not understand it. I had to work hard to make her promise not to tell her father. I explained that her father disliked everyone at the Heights. He would be very unhappy to know she had gone there. Most of all, I told her that if he learned I had disobeyed his orders, he might be so angry that I would have to leave. Cathy could not bear that thought. She promised to keep silent, for my sake. She kept her promise. She was a sweet little girl. A letter with a black edge told us the day my master would come home. Isabella was dead. He wrote that I must buy black clothes for his daughter. I must also prepare a room and other things for his young nephew. Catherine was full of joy. She was happy to see her father again. She was also excited to meet her real cousin. She thought he would be wonderful. The evening of their arrival came. Since early morning, Catherine had been busy with her small things. She put everything in order. She wore her new black dress. Poor child, she did not really feel sad about her aunt's death. She kept asking me again and again to walk with her through the grounds to meet them.
Linton is only 6 months younger than me, she said while we walked over the soft grass under the trees. It will be so nice to play with him. Aunt Isabella sent Papa a lock of his hair. It is lighter than mine and very soft. I keep it in a little glass box. I have often wished to see the boy it belongs to. Oh, I am so happy. Papa, dear Papa. Come, Ellen, let us run. Please, run.
She ran ahead, then came back, then ran again. I walked slowly behind her. When we reached the gate, she sat on the grass beside the path. She tried to wait, but she could not sit still even for a moment.
Why are they so slow? She cried. Look, I see dust on the road. They are coming. No, not yet. When will they arrive? Can we walk a little farther? Only half a mile, Ellen. Please say yes. Just to those trees at the turn.
I said no, and would not change my mind. At last her waiting ended. The carriage came into view. Miss Cathy screamed with joy. She stretched out her arms when she saw her father's face at the window. He got down quickly, almost as excited as she was. For a long time, they thought only of each other. While they hugged, I looked inside the carriage to see Linton. He was asleep in a corner. He was wrapped in a warm cloak, as if it were winter. He was pale and weak-looking. He looked like a younger version of my master. But his face had a tired and unhappy look that Edgar Linton never had. My master saw me looking. He shook my hand. He told me to close the door and let the boy sleep. The journey had made him very tired. Cathy wanted to look at him, but her father asked her to come away. They walked together up the park. I hurried ahead to speak to the servants. At the bottom of the front steps, Mr. Linton stopped and spoke to his daughter.
"My dear," he said, "your cousin is not strong or lively like you. His mother died only a short time ago. So do not expect him to play and run with you at once. Do not talk to him too much. Let him rest this evening. Will you do that?"
Yes, Papa, Catherine said. But I want to see him. He has not looked out even once.
The carriage stopped. The boy was woken and lifted down by his uncle.
"This is your cousin Cathy, Linton," he said, putting th.
The company of a child his own age will give him new life soon. If he wishes to be strong, he will become stronger.
Yes, if we can keep him, I thought to myself. I felt worried. I did not believe we could keep him for long. Then I wondered how that weak boy could live at Wuthering Heights. With his father and Hareton there, they would not be kind teachers or friends.
Our doubts ended sooner than I thought. After tea, I took the children upstairs. I stayed with Linton until he fell asleep. He would not let me leave before that. Then I went downstairs again. I stood by the table in the hall and lit a candle for Mr. Edgar. At that moment, a maid came from the kitchen. She said that Joseph, Mr. Heathcliff's servant, was at the door. He wished to speak with the master.
I will ask him what he wants first, I said, feeling nervous. This is a strange hour to come. The family has just returned from a long trip. I do not think the master will see him.
As I said this, Joseph walked through the kitchen and into the hall. He wore his best Sunday clothes. His face looked stiff and serious. He held his hat in one hand and his stick in the other. He wiped his shoes on the mat.
Good evening, Joseph, I said in a cold voice. Why are you here tonight?
It's Maester Linton I need to speak to. He waved his hand at me as if I was nothing.
Mr. Linton is going to bed, I said. If your message is not very important, he will not hear it now. You should sit down and tell me instead.
Which room is his?
I saw that he would not listen to me. So, very unwillingly, I went upstairs to the library. I told Mr. Linton about the late visitor. I advised him to send Joseph away until the next day. But before Mr. Linton could answer, Joseph followed me. He pushed into the room. He stood at the far side of the table. He leaned both hands on his stick and spoke loudly, ready for an argument.
Heathcliff sent me for his lad. I will not go back without him.
Edgar Linton stayed quiet for a moment. Deep sadness came over his face. He felt sorry for the child. He also remembered Isabella's hopes and fears for her son. She had trusted him to care for the boy. The thought of giving him up caused him great pain. He tried to find a way to stop it. But no plan came to him. If he showed any wish to keep the boy, Heathcliff would only press harder. There was no choice but to let him go. Still, he would not wake the child.
"Tell Mr. Heathcliff that his son will come to Wuthering Heights tomorrow. He is asleep now and too tired to travel tonight. You may also say that his mother wished him to stay under my care. At present, his health is very weak."
No. That means nothing. Heathcliff cares nothing for the mother, nor for you. He will have his lad. I must take him now.
"You will not take him tonight. Go downstairs at once. Tell your master what I have said. Ellen, show him out."
He helped the angry old man by the arm. He pushed him from the room and closed the door.
Very well. Tomorrow he will come himself and force the boy out, if you dare.
Chapter 20. To stop this danger, Mr. Linton asked me to take the boy home early in the morning. I was to ride Catherine's pony.
We can no longer guide the boy's future, good or bad. You must not tell my daughter where he has gone. She cannot be with him anymore. It is better that she does not know how near he is. If she knows, she will worry and want to visit the Heights. Just tell her that his father sent for him suddenly, and he had to leave us.
Linton did not want to wake at 5 o'clock. He was surprised when I told him he must get ready to travel again. I tried to make it easier for him. I said that he was going to spend some time with his father, Mr. Heathcliff. His father wished to see him very much. He did not want to wait any longer after the boy's long journey.
My father? Linton cried. He looked confused and unsure.
Mama never told me I had a father, said Linton. Where does he live? I want to stay with my uncle.
He lives not far from the Grange, I said. He is just past those hills. It is not a long way. When you feel stronger, you can walk back here. You should be happy to go home and see him. Try to love him, like you loved your mother. Then he will love you too.
But why did I never hear about him before? Linton asked. Why did Mama and he not live together like other people?
He had work in the north, I answered. Your mother was sick and needed to live in the south.
Why did Mama never talk about him? The child asked again. She talked a lot about my uncle. I learned to love him. How can I love my father? I do not know him.
All children love their parents, I said. Maybe your mother thought you would want to go to him if she spoke of him too much. Now let us hurry. A ride on this fine morning is better than more sleep.
Is she coming with us? He asked. The little girl I saw yesterday.
Not now, I said.
Is my uncle coming? He asked.
No, I replied. I will go with you. Linton lay back on his pillow and grew quiet. After some time, he cried, I will not go without my uncle. I do not know where you are taking me. I tried to tell him it was wrong to refuse to meet his father. He would not listen. He would not get dressed. At last, I had to call my master to help. We finally got the poor child ready. We told him many things to calm him. We said his visit would be short. We said Mr. Edgar and Cathy would come to see him. These promises were not true, but I repeated them again and again on the way. After some time, the fresh air helped him. The smell of the hills, the bright sun, and the gentle ride made him feel better. He began to ask questions about his new home. He sounded more interested.
Is Wuthering Heights as nice as Thrushcross Grange? He asked. He looked back at the valley, where light mist rose into the blue sky.
It is not so full of trees, I said. It is not so big. But you can see the land all around. The air is better for you. It is fresh and dry. At first, the house may look old and dark. But it is a good house. It is one of the best nearby. You can take nice walks on the moors. Hareton Earnshaw, who is your cousin in a way, will show you good places. On fine days, you can bring a book and sit in the grass. Sometimes your uncle may walk with you. He often walks on the hills.
And what is my father like? Linton asked. Is he young and handsome like my uncle?
He is as young, I said. But he has black hair and black eyes. He looks more serious. He is taller and stronger. He may not seem kind at first. That is his way. Still, be open and friendly with him. He will love you more than anyone, because you are his son.
Black hair and eyes, Linton said softly. I cannot imagine him. I do not look like him, do I?
Not much, I said. I looked at his pale face and thin body. He had his mother's eyes, but without her bright spirit.
How strange, he said. That he never came to see Mama and me. Has he ever seen me? If he has, I was a baby. I remember nothing about him.
300 miles is a long way, I said. 10 years feels short to adults, but not to children. Maybe Mr. Heathcliff planned to come, but never found the right time. Now it is too late. Do not ask him about it. It will only upset him. Linton stayed quiet for the rest of the ride. When we stopped at the garden gate, I watched his face. He looked at the front of the house, the low windows, the bushes, and the crooked trees. He shook his head. He did not like how it looked. Still, he did not complain. He hoped the inside might be better. Before he got down, I opened the door. It was 6:30. The family had just finished breakfast. The servant was cleaning the table. Joseph stood near his master's chair, talking about a lame horse. Hareton was getting ready to go to the fields.
"Hello, Nelly," said Mr. Heathcliff when he saw me.
I thought I would need to come myself to take my things. But you brought it. Let me look at it. He stood up and walked to the door. Hareton and Joseph followed him and stared with wide eyes. Poor Linton looked at the three faces with fear. Joseph looked at the child for a long time.
Master, did he trade places with you? Is this his girl?
Heathcliff stared at the boy until the child felt lost and scared. Then Heathcliff laughed in a cold way.
"What a fine beauty. What a sweet little thing. Did they feed him only bad food? He looks worse than I hoped, and I did not hope much."
I told the shaking child to get down and come inside. He did not fully understand his father's words. He was not even sure this hard man was his father. He held me tightly and shook more. When Mr. Heathcliff sat down and told him to come closer, the boy hid his face on my shoulder and cried. Heathcliff pulled him away and held his chin to lift his head.
"Stop that. We will not hurt you, Linton. That is your name, yes? You are all like your mother. Where is anything of me in you, weak little bird?"
He took off the boy's cap. He pushed back the soft yellow hair. He touched his thin arms and small hands. After a while, Linton stopped crying. He looked up with big blue eyes and watched the man.
"Do you know who I am?"
No.
"You have heard of me, maybe?"
No.
"No? Your mother did wrong to hide me from you. I am your father. Do not be afraid now. You do not look weak in blood, at least. Be a good boy and I will care for you. Nelly, if you are tired, sit down. If not, go home. I know you will tell everything to the people at the Grange. This matter will not end while you stay."
I hope you will be kind to the boy, Mr. Heathcliff. If not, he will not live long. He is the only family you will ever know. Remember that.
"I will be very kind. Do not worry. But no one else may be kind to him. I want all his love for myself. Joseph, bring the boy some breakfast. Hareton, go back to your work."
When they left, he said to me,
"My son will own your place one day. I do not want him to die before I gain from that. He is mine. I want to see my child as the lord of their land. That is why I keep him. I do not like him as he is. He reminds me of things I hate. Still, he is safe here. I will care for him well. I have a nice room for him upstairs. I have hired a teacher to come 3 times a week from far away. I told Hareton to obey him. I want him to stay a gentleman. But I am sad he is so weak and crying. I hope to be proud of him, and I am not."
While he spoke, Joseph came back with a bowl of milk porridge. He put it in front of Linton. The boy stirred it and looked unhappy. He said he could not eat it. I saw that Joseph also looked down on the child. Still, he tried to hide it, because Heathcliff wanted everyone to respect the boy.
You cannot eat it. Master Hareton ate this when he was small. If it was good for him, it is good for you.
I will not eat it. Take it away.
Joseph grabbed the bowl in anger and brought it to Heathcliff.
Is there something wrong with the food?
What could be wrong with it?
What? Joseph answered.
That nice little boy says he cannot eat this. But I think he is right. His mother was very weak. We were almost too dirty to plant corn to make her bread.
Do not talk about his mother, the master said with anger. Give him something he can eat. That is enough. What does he usually eat, Nelly? I said he could have boiled milk or tea. The housekeeper was told to make it. I thought his father's selfish care might help him a little. His father saw that the boy was weak and needed gentle care. I planned to comfort Mr. Edgar by telling him how Heathcliff now felt about the child. I had no reason to stay longer, so I went out. Linton was shyly pushing away a friendly sheepdog. But he watched me closely. As I shut the door, I heard him cry loudly.
Do not leave me. I will not stay here. I will not stay here.
The door latch moved up and down. They did not let him come out. I got on Minnie and made her go faster. In this way, my short time as his guard ended. Chapter 21. That day was hard for little Cathy. She woke up very happy and wanted to see her cousin. When she heard that he had gone away, she cried loudly and for a long time. Mr. Edgar himself had to calm her. He told her that Linton would come back soon. Then he added, if I can get him. We knew this was not likely. His words did not calm her much. Time helped more. She still asked sometimes when Linton would return. But before she saw him again, she had almost forgotten his face and did not know him. When I met the housekeeper from Wuthering Heights in Gimmerton, I asked about the young master. He lived very quietly, like Catherine, and people never saw him. From her words, I learned that his health stayed weak and that he was hard to live with. She said Mr. Heathcliff seemed to dislike him more and more, though he tried to hide it. He could not stand the sound of the boy's voice. He could not stay in the same room with him for long. They did not talk much. Linton studied his lessons. In the evenings, he stayed in a small room called the parlour. Or he stayed in bed all day. He often had coughs, colds, and pains.
I never knew such a timid child, the woman said. He is always afraid for himself. If I leave the window open a little late, he says the night air will kill him. He needs a fire even in summer. Joseph's pipe smoke is poison to him. He always wants sweets and soft food. He always wants milk, all the time. He does not care that the rest of us have little in winter. He sits wrapped in a fur coat by the fire. He sips weak food or drink. If Hareton comes to cheer him up, they soon fight. Hareton is rough but not cruel. One ends by shouting and the other by crying. I think the master would like to see Earnshaw beat him badly, if he were not his son. And he would send him away if he knew how much care the boy gives himself. So he avoids him. He never goes into the parlour. If Linton shows these ways in his presence, he sends him upstairs at once.
From this story, I understood that the boy grew selfish and unpleasant because no one cared for him. My interest in him grew weaker. Still, I felt sorry for his life and wished he had stayed with us. Mr. Edgar wanted me to learn more. He thought of the boy often. He once asked me to find out if Linton ever came to the village. The housekeeper said he had come only twice. He rode with his father. Each time, he said he was too tired for days after. That housekeeper left about 2 years later. Another woman took her place and still lives there. Life at the Grange went on in its old, calm way until Miss Cathy turned 16. On her birthday, we never showed joy. It was also the day her mother died. Her father always stayed alone in the library. At dusk, he walked to the churchyard at Gimmerton and often stayed there very late. So Catherine had to find her own fun. That 20th of March was a fine spring day. When her father went away, my young lady came downstairs ready to go out. She asked me to walk with her on the edge of the moor. Mr. Linton let her go, but only if we did not walk far and came back within 1 hour.
So hurry, Ellen, she said. I know where I want to go. Some more birds live there. I want to see if they have made nests.
That place is far away, I said. The birds do not live near the edge of the moor.
Yes, they do, she answered. I went almost there with Papa before.
I put on my hat and went out with her. I did not worry at first. She ran ahead, then came back to me, then ran again. She moved fast like a young dog. I enjoyed the walk at first. I listened to the bird singing. I felt the warm sun. I watched her run. Her hair flew behind her. Her face was bright and clean like a flower. Her eyes were full of joy. She was happy in those days. She was kind and sweet. It is sad that she could not stay that way.
Well, I said, where are these birds, Miss Cathy? We should be there now. The park fence is very far behind us.
Oh, just a little more, Ellen, she kept saying. Go over that small hill. Past that bank. When you come down, I will make the birds fly.
But there were many small hills and banks. At last, I felt tired. I told her we must stop and go back. She was far ahead. I called to her. She did not stop. She did not listen. I had to follow her. Soon she ran down into a low place. When I saw her again, she was much closer to Wuthering Heights than to her own home. I then saw 2 people stop her. I felt sure one was Mr. Heathcliff. Cathy had been looking for bird nests. The land belonged to Heathcliff. He was angry and spoke to her.
I did not take anything, she said. She opened her hands to show they were empty. I did not plan to take them. Papa said there were many birds here, and I only wanted to see the eggs.
Heathcliff looked at me and smiled in a cold way. He knew who we were and did not like us. He asked who her papa was.
Mr. Linton of Thrushcross Grange, she said. I thought you knew me. You would not speak like that if you did.
So you think your papa is very important, he said in a sharp voice.
And who are you? Cathy asked. She looked at him with interest. I have seen that man before. Is he your son?
She pointed to Hareton. He was bigger and stronger than before, but still rough and quiet.
Miss Cathy, I said, we have been out too long already. It will be 3 hours soon. We must go back now.
That man is not my son, Heathcliff said. He pushed me aside. But I do have a son. You have seen him before. I think both of you should rest. Come over this small hill and walk to my house. You will get home faster after resting. You will be welcome.
I whispered to Cathy that she must not go. I told her it was not right.
Why not? She asked loudly. I am tired of running. The grass is wet. I cannot sit here. Let us go, Ellen. He says I have seen his son. I think he is wrong. But I know where he lives. It is the farmhouse I passed before. Do you think so?
Yes, Heathcliff said. Be quiet, Nellie. It will be nice for her to visit us. Hareton, go on with the girl. Nellie, you walk with me.
No, she is not going there, I cried. I tried to pull my arm free, but he held it. Cathy was already near the door stones. She ran fast. Hareton did not walk with her. He turned away and disappeared. Mr. Heathcliff, this is very wrong, I said. You mean harm. She will see Linton there. When we go home, everything will be known. I will be blamed.
I want her to see Linton, he said. He feels better these days. He is not often well enough to be seen. We can soon make her keep this visit secret. What is wrong with that?
What is wrong is this, I said. Her father would be very angry with me if he knew I let her enter your house. I believe you have a bad plan.
My plan is honest, he said. I will tell you all of it.
He said that the two cousins should fall in love and get married. He said he was being kind to my master. He said the girl had no money to expect. If she agreed, she would get a home and a future at once, together with Linton. I said that if Linton died, Catherine would get the property. I added that Linton was weak and his life was not sure.
No. The will did not say that. The land would go to me. I wanted no arguments later. Because of that, I wanted the two young people to marry. I was ready to make it happen.
I said that Catherine would never come near his house with me again. We were at the gate then. Miss Cathy was waiting for us. Heathcliff told me to be quiet. He walked ahead and opened the door fast. My young lady looked at him many times. She did not know what to think of him. Then he smiled at her and spoke in a gentle voice. I foolishly hoped he would be kind to her, because she was her mother's child. Linton was standing by the fire. He had been outside. His cap was still on. He was calling Joseph to bring dry shoes. He was tall for his age. He was almost 16. His face was still pretty. His eyes and skin looked brighter than before. The fresh air and warm sun had helped him.
Who is that boy? Do you know him?
It might be your son.
Yes. But have you only seen him once? Think. Your memory is short. Linton, do you remember your cousin? You often ask to see her.
Linton. Is that tall boy little Linton? You are taller than me. Are you really Linton?
Yes.
She kissed him with joy. They looked at each other in surprise. Time had changed them both. Catherine had grown to her full height. She was strong, healthy, and full of life. Linton moved slowly. He looked weak and thin. But he had polite manners, and this made him pleasant. After many kind words to Linton, Catherine went to Heathcliff. He was standing by the door. He pretended to look outside, but he was really watching inside.
You are my uncle. I think I like you, though you were rude at first. Why do you never visit the Grange with Linton? It is strange to live so close and never meet. Why do you stay away?
I visited the Grange too often before you were born. If you have more kisses, give them to Linton. They are wasted on me.
Catherine laughed and ran to me next. She kissed me many times. She called me naughty and wicked. She said I tried to stop her from coming. She said she would walk there every morning from now on. She asked if she could. She said she would sometimes bring her father. She asked if her uncle would be happy to see them.
Yes. But I should tell you something. Mr. Linton does not like me. We fought badly in the past. If you tell your father about visiting, he will stop you. You must not speak of it. You may come only if you keep it secret.
Why did you fight?
Your father thought me too poor to marry his sister. He was angry that I did marry her. His pride was hurt and will never heal.
That is wrong. I will tell my father one day. Linton and I have nothing to do with your fight. I will not come here. Linton should come to the Grange instead.
It is too far. A 4-mile walk would make me very ill. Please come here sometimes. Not every morning. Once or twice a week.
The father looked at his son with cold dislike. He whispered to me that he feared all his effort would fail.
Miss Catherine, as the silly boy calls her, will soon learn his worth and send him away. If it were Hareton, things would be different. Many times each day, I wish I had Hareton instead, even with all his rough ways. I would have loved him if he were someone else. But I think he is safe from her love. I will put him next to that weak child and see what happens. The boy will not grow strong for long. He is always busy with small things and never looks at her. Linton.
Yes, father, the boy answered.
Have you nothing to show your cousin? Said Heathcliff. Not even a small animal's hole? Take her to the garden before you change your shoes. Take her to the stable to see your horse.
Would you rather stay here? Linton asked Cathy. He spoke in a soft voice and did not want to move.
I don't know, she said. She looked at the door. She wanted to go out and do something.
He stayed near the fire and moved closer to it. Heathcliff stood up and went to the kitchen. Then he went outside and called Hareton. Hareton answered and soon came back with him. Hareton had just washed. His face was red, and his hair was wet.
Oh, I will ask you, uncle, said Miss Cathy. That is not my cousin, is he?
Yes, Heathcliff said. He is your mother's nephew. Do you like him?
Catherine looked strange.
Is he not a good-looking boy? Heathcliff asked.
Catherine stood on her toes and whispered something in Heathcliff's ear. He laughed. Hareton's face grew dark. I could see he felt hurt and shy. He knew he was seen as less than others.
You will be our favourite, Hareton, he said. She said something kind about you. Now go with her around the farm. Act like a gentleman. Do not say bad words. Do not stare at her when she is not looking. When she looks at you, lower your eyes. Speak slowly. Keep your hands out of your pockets. Go now and be nice to her.
Heathcliff watched them walk past the window. Hareton turned his face away from Cathy. He looked at the land as if he were seeing it for the first time. Catherine looked at him with little interest. Then she began to look for things to amuse herself. She walked happily and sang a small song because they were not talking.
I have tied his tongue, Heathcliff said. He will not say a single word. Nelly, do you remember me at his age? Did I ever look so foolish and empty?
Worse, I said. You were more angry and quiet.
I enjoy watching him, Heathcliff went on. He is just as I hoped. He is not stupid, and that makes it better. I understand his feelings because I felt them myself. I know what he feels now. This is only the start. He will suffer more later. He will never rise above his rough ways and lack of learning. I have kept him lower than his father kept me. He is proud of being rough. I taught him to laugh at anything gentle or thoughtful. Would his father be proud of him if he could see him now? Almost as proud as I am of my own son. The difference is this: one had great value and lost it, and the other never had much to begin with. I have nothing to regret. His father would have much to regret. And the best part is that Hareton cares deeply for me. I have beaten Hindley in that. If Hindley could return and speak against me, his own son would defend me as his only friend.
Heathcliff laughed in a dark, pleased way. I did not answer. I knew he did not expect me to. Meanwhile, the young boy sat far from us. He could not hear our talk. He began to look uneasy. He seemed to wish he had gone with Catherine. His father saw him looking toward the window. The boy reached for his cap.
Get up, you lazy boy. Heathcliff said in a loud, cheerful voice. Go after them. They are near the corner, by the beehives. Linton pulled himself together and walked away from the fire. The window was open. When he went outside, I heard Cathy ask her quiet helper what the writing above the door said. Hareton looked up and scratched his head in a foolish way.
It is some bad writing, he said. I cannot read it.
You cannot read. I can read it. It is English. But I want to know why it is there.
Linton laughed softly. This was the first time I saw him laugh.
He does not know his letters, he said to his cousin. Can you believe someone can be so very slow?
Is something wrong with him? Or is he not right in his head? I asked him twice, and each time he looked so dull. I think he does not understand me. I can hardly understand him.
Linton laughed again and looked at Hareton in a teasing way. Hareton truly looked confused just then.
There is nothing wrong with him, only laziness, Linton said. Isn't that right, Earnshaw? My cousin thinks you are foolish. This is what happens when you laugh at book learning. And Catherine, have you heard how rough his speech sounds?
What good is it anyway?
Hareton growled. He spoke more easily to Linton than to Cathy. He was about to say more, but the two young ones started laughing loudly. My silly miss was happy because she could laugh at his strange way of speaking.
What good is the bad word in that sentence? Father told you not to use bad words. You cannot speak without one. Please try to act like a gentleman.
If you were not more like a girl than a boy, I would hit you right now.
Hareton answered in anger. His face was red with shame and anger. He knew he was insulted, but he did not know how to answer. He moved away. Mr. Heathcliff heard all this, just like I did. He smiled when he saw Hareton leave. Then he looked with clear dislike at the two young ones at the door. They kept talking and laughing. The boy spoke with energy about Hareton's faults and told small stories to mock him. The girl enjoyed his sharp and unkind words and did not think about how cruel they were. I started to dislike Linton more than feel sorry for him. I even began to understand why his father thought so little of him. We stayed there until the afternoon. I could not make Miss Cathy leave earlier. Luckily, my master stayed in his room and did not know how long we were gone. On the way home, I tried to explain the people we had visited. But she decided that I was unfair to them.
Oh. You take Papa's side, Ellen. I know you do. Or you would not have tricked me for so many years into thinking Linton lived far away. I am very angry, but I am also so happy that I cannot show it. You must not speak badly about my uncle. He is my uncle. I will tell Papa off for fighting with him.
She went on like this until I stopped trying to correct her. She did not speak of the visit that night because she did not see Mr. Linton. The next day, everything came out and I was very upset. Still, I was not fully sorry. I thought her father could guide and warn her better than I could. But he was too gentle and afraid to explain well why he wished her to stay away from the Heights. Catherine wanted clear reasons for every rule that limited her wishes.
Papa. Guess who I saw yesterday on the moors? Oh, Papa, you look surprised. You were not right, were you? I saw someone. Listen, and I will tell you how I found out. And Ellen helped you, even while she pretended to feel sorry for me when I kept hoping and was always sad about Linton not coming back.
She told the whole story of her walk and what followed. My master looked at me more than once with blame, but he said nothing until she finished. Then he pulled her close and asked if she knew why he had hidden Linton. I knew that if you stayed friendly with your cousin, you would meet him again. I also knew that he would dislike you because of me. So, only to protect you, I tried to stop you from seeing Linton. I plan to explain this later, when you were older. I am sorry that I waited too long.
But Mr. Heathcliff was very kind, Papa, said Catherine. He did not mind us meeting. He said I could visit his house any time. He only said I must not tell you. He said you had argued with him and would never forgive him for marrying Aunt Isabella. And you will not forgive him. You are the one who is wrong. He is ready to let us be friends, at least Linton and me. You are the one who stops it.
My master saw that she would not trust his words about Heathcliff. So he spoke quickly about how Heathcliff treated Isabella. He also told how Heathcliff got Wuthering Heights. He did not want to talk long about it. Even now, he felt strong hate and fear for his old enemy. These feelings stayed with him since Mrs. Linton died. He often thought she might still be alive if not for him. To him, Heathcliff seemed like a man who caused her death. Miss Cathy knew little about real evil. She only knew her own small faults, like disobeying, being unfair, or losing her temper. She always felt sorry soon after. So she was shocked to hear about a man who could keep hate in his heart for many years. She could not understand how someone could plan revenge without feeling sorry. This idea was new and frightening to her. She looked so upset that Mr. Edgar stopped speaking.
One day, my dear, you will understand why I want you to stay away from his house and family. Now go back to your lessons and games. Do not think about them anymore.
Catherine kissed her father and sat down to study for 2 hours, as usual. Then she walked with him in the garden. The whole day felt normal. But in the evening, when she went to her room, I came to help her get ready for bed. I found her crying on her knees by the bed.
"Oh, shame on you, silly child," I said. "If you had real sadness, you would not cry over this small trouble. You have never known true pain, Miss Catherine. Think for a moment. What if your father and I were gone, and you were alone in the world? How would you feel then? Think of that and be thankful for the friends you have, instead of wanting more."
I am not crying for myself, Ellen, she said. I am crying for him. He expected to see me tomorrow. He will be so sad when I do not come. He will wait for me, and I will not be there.
"Nonsense," I said. "Do you think he cares as much as you do? Does he not have Hareton with him? Very few people would cry for a cousin they met only twice. Linton will guess the reason and soon forget about you."
But may I write him a short note? She asked, standing up. Just to say why I cannot come. And may I send the books I promised him? His books are not as nice as mine. He really wanted to read them when I told him about them. Please, Ellen.
"No, no," I said firmly. "If you write once, he will write back, and it will never stop. No, Miss Catherine. This friendship must end. Your father expects it, and I will make sure it happens."
But how can one little note, she began, looking at me with pleading eyes.
"Be quiet," I said. "We will not start with notes. Get into bed."
She gave me a very rude look. I was so upset that I did not kiss her good night at first. I tucked her in and shut the door, feeling angry. But halfway down the stairs, I felt sorry. I came back quietly. There she was, standing at the table. She had a blank piece of paper and a pencil. She hid them quickly when she saw me.
"No one will carry that note for you, Catherine," I said. "And now I will turn off your light."
I put out the candle. As I did, she hit my hand lightly and said in a sharp voice,
You are so mean.
I then left her again. She shut the door hard. She was in a very bad mood. The letter was finished and sent away. A boy who brought milk from the village took it. I did not know this until much later. Some weeks passed. Cathy became calm again. But she began to like being alone. She often went to quiet places. When I came near her while she was reading, she jumped. She bent over the book to hide it. I sometimes saw loose paper sticking out of the pages. She also came downstairs very early in the morning. She stayed in the kitchen for a long time, like she was waiting for someone. In the library, she had a small drawer in a cabinet. She played with it for hours. She always took the key with her when she left. One day, I saw her looking into the drawer. I noticed that her toys and small pretty things were gone. In their place were many folded papers. I felt curious and worried. I decided to look at them. That night, when she and my master were safely upstairs, I searched for a key. I found one that opened the drawer. I took all the papers and put them in my apron. I carried them to my room to read later. I was not fully surprised, but still shocked. The papers were many letters. They came almost every day from Linton Heathcliff. They were answers to letters that Cathy had sent him. The first letters were short and shy. Later, they became long love letters. They were silly, as young people often write. Some parts sounded like they came from an older person. The letters felt strange to me. They began with strong feeling but ended in dull, long words. They sounded like a schoolboy writing to a dream girl. I do not know if Cathy liked them. To me, they were not important. After reading enough, I tied them in a cloth. I put them aside and locked the empty drawer again. The next morning, Cathy came down early, as usual. She went into the kitchen. I watched her closely. A small boy arrived at the door. While the dairymaid filled his milk can, Cathy slipped something into his pocket. She also took something out. I went around through the garden and waited for the boy. He tried hard to keep his letter. We spilled the milk while struggling. But I took the letter from him. I warned him to go straight home. Then I stood by the wall and read Cathy's letter. Her letter was simpler and more touching than her cousin's. It was sweet but foolish. I shook my head and went back into the house, thinking deeply. The weather was wet that day. Cathy could not walk in the park. After her morning lessons, she went to the drawer for comfort. Her father sat at the table reading. I chose some sewing work near the window. I watched her carefully. When she saw the drawer was empty, she cried out, "Oh!" Her face changed at once. She looked full of fear and pain. Her father looked up.
"What is wrong, my dear?" he asked. "Are you hurt?"
His voice showed her that he did not know about the letters.
"No, Papa," she said, struggling to breathe. Ellen. Ellen. Come upstairs. I feel ill."
I went with her at once.
"Oh, Ellen, you have them," she said as soon as we were alone. She fell on her knees. "Oh, please give them back. I will never do this again. Please don't tell Papa. You didn't tell him, did you? Say you didn't. I know I was very naughty, but I will stop. I promise."
I spoke to her in a serious way and told her to stand up. "So," I said, "Miss Catherine, you have gone very far. You should feel ashamed. You spend your free time on this silly writing. It is a fine pile of nonsense. What do you think your father will say when he sees it? I have not shown him yet. But do not think I will hide this foolish secret. You should be ashamed. You must have started these letters. I am sure he would not have begun on his own."
I didn't. I didn't. Cathy cried, sobbing deeply. I never once thought of loving him until.
Loving? I said sharply. Loving. Who ever heard such a thing? I could just as well say I love the miller who comes once a year to buy our corn. That is not love at all.
You have met Linton only 2 times. You have spent less than 4 hours with him in your whole life. And now this silly behavior begins. I will take these letters to the library. Then we will hear what your father thinks about this so-called love. She jumped toward her dear letters. I lifted them high above my head. Then she begged me in a wild way. She asked me to burn them. She said I could do anything, but not show them to anyone. I felt more like laughing than scolding her. To me, it was foolish girl pride. At last, I softened a little. I asked her a question. I said that if I burned the letters, she must promise something. She must not send or get letters again. She must not send books either. I had seen that she sent books before. No hair, no rings, and no small gifts.
We do not send toys.
Her pride came back, and she forgot her shame. So nothing at all? If you will not promise, I will go now.
I promise, Ellen. Oh, please put them in the fire. Please.
But when I moved the poker to make space in the fire, it became too hard for her. She begged me again and again to save 1 or 2 letters.
1 or 2, Ellen. Please. Just to keep for Linton.
I untied the cloth around the letters. I began to drop them into the fire, one by one, from the side. The flames rose up the chimney.
I want 1, you cruel woman.
She reached into the fire and pulled out some burned pieces. Her fingers were hurt. Very well. Then I will keep some to show your father. I pushed the rest back together and turned toward the door. She threw her burned pieces back into the fire. She showed me to finish the work. I did so. I moved the ashes and covered them with coal. She said nothing. She felt deeply wronged. She went back to her own room. I went downstairs to tell my master that the young lady felt much better. I thought it was best that she rested for some time. She did not eat dinner. But she came to tea later. She looked pale. Her eyes were red. She seemed quiet and calm on the outside. The next morning, I answered the letter with a small piece of paper. I wrote that Master Heathcliff must not send any more notes to Miss Linton, because she would not take them.
And after that time, the little boy came with empty pockets. Chapter 22. Summer slowly ended, and early autumn came. It was after Michaelmas. The harvest was late that year, and some fields were not finished yet. Mr. Linton and his daughter often walked near the workers in the fields. On the day they carried the last bundles of grain, they stayed outside until evening. The air was cold and wet. My master caught a bad cold. It went to his chest and did not go away. He had to stay inside all winter with very few breaks. Poor Cathy was no longer happy with her small love story. She felt sad and quiet after it ended. Her father told her to read less and move her body more. He could not walk with her now. I felt it was my duty to spend time with her instead. I was not a good replacement. I had many daily jobs. I could only walk with her for 2 or 3 hours. Also, she liked her father's company more than mine. One afternoon in October, or early November, the weather was cool and wet. The ground and paths were covered with soft, wet leaves. The sky was pale blue and full of clouds. Dark grey clouds moved fast from the west. They promised a lot of rain. I asked my young lady to stay inside. I was sure it would rain. She said no. So I put on my cloak and took an umbrella. I went with her for a walk to the end of the park. She often chose this straight, quiet walk when she felt low. She always felt this way when Mr. Edgar was worse than usual. He never said it, but we could see it. He spoke less, and his face looked sad. She walked slowly and sadly. She did not run or jump anymore, even though the cold wind could make a person want to move fast. Many times, I saw her lift her hand and wipe her cheek. I looked around to find something to change her thoughts. On one side of the road was a high, rough bank. Small trees grew there, with roots showing in the loose soil. Strong winds had pushed some trees almost flat. In summer, Miss Catherine loved to climb these trees. She sat high in the branches and swung above the ground. I liked her quick body and her light, young heart. Still, I always told her not to climb so high. She knew I was not truly angry. From afternoon until tea time, she used to lie in the moving branches. She sang old songs she learned as a child. Or she watched birds feed their young and teach them to fly. Sometimes she closed her eyes and rested. She was half awake and half dreaming. She was very happy then.
Look, miss, I said, and pointed to a small place under the roots of a bent tree. Winter is not here yet. There is a little flower there. It is the last one from the many blue flowers that covered this place in July. Will you climb up and pick it to show your papa?
Kathy looked for a long time at the small flower shaking in the dirt. No, I will not touch it. But it looks very sad, doesn't it, Ellen?
Yes, I said. It looks thin and weak, like you. Your cheeks have no color. Let us hold hands and run. You are so slow today that I think I can keep up with you.
No, she said again.
She kept walking slowly. She stopped often to look at green moss, pale grass, or a bright orange plant among the brown leaves. Again and again, she lifted her hand to her face and turned away.
Catherine, why are you crying, dear? I asked. I went closer and put my arm around her. You should not cry because Papa has a cold. Be glad it is nothing worse.
She stopped holding back her tears. She began to cry hard and could hardly breathe.
It will be worse, she said. What will I do when Papa and you leave me, and I am alone? I cannot forget your words, Ellen. I always hear them. Life will change so much. The world will be so sad when Papa and you are dead.
No one knows who will die first, I said. It is wrong to think only of bad things. Let us hope we have many years together. Master is still young. I am strong and not even 45. My mother lived until she was 80 and stayed lively until the end. If Mr. Linton lives to 60, that is many years from now. It is foolish to cry about something that may happen 20 years later.
But Aunt Isabella was younger than Papa, she said. She looked up with a small hope, waiting for comfort.
Aunt Isabella did not have you and me to care for her, I said. She was not as happy as Master. She did not have as much reason to live.
All you must do is stay close to your father. Make him feel happy by showing a bright face. Do not worry him with any problems. Remember this, Kathy. I will be honest with you. You could harm him if you act wild and careless. It would be very bad if you kept a silly love for the son of a man who hates him. It would be worse if your father saw that you were sad about the separation he decided was best.
I worry about nothing in the world except Papa's sickness, my friend said. I care about nothing more than Papa. I will never, never, as long as I can think clearly, do or say anything to upset him. I love him more than myself, Ellen. I know this because I pray every night that I may live after him. I would rather be unhappy myself than see him suffer. This shows I love him more than myself.
Those are good words, I said. But your actions must show them too. When he is well again, remember your promises. Do not forget them when your fear is gone.
While we spoke, we came near a door that opened to the road. My young lady suddenly became cheerful again. She climbed up and sat on top of the wall. She leaned over to pick red hips from the wild rose trees above the road. The lower fruit was gone. Only birds could reach the higher ones, except from where Cathy sat today. As she stretched to pull them, her hat fell off. The door was locked, so she said she would climb down to get it. I told her to be careful so she would not fall. She went down quickly. But getting back up was not easy. The stones were smooth and firm. The rose bushes and blackberry plants could not help her climb. I foolishly did not think of this until I heard her laugh and cry out,
Ellen, you must bring the key, or I must run around to the porter's house. I cannot climb up from this side.
Stay there, I said. I have many keys in my pocket. Maybe one will open it. If not, I will go for help.
Catherine walked back and forth in front of the door while I tried each large key. I tried the last one, and it did not work. I told her again to stay where she was. I was about to hurry home when I heard a sound. It was a horse coming closer. Cathy stopped moving too.
Who is that? I whispered.
Ellen, I wish you could open the door, Cathy whispered back. She sounded worried.
Hello, Miss Linton, called a deep voice from the rider. I am glad to see you. Do not hurry inside. I need to ask you something and get an answer.
I will not speak to you, Mr. Heathcliff, Catherine said. Papa says you are a bad man, and that you hate both him and me. Ellen says the same.
That does not matter, said Heathcliff. I do not hate my son. This is about him, and you must listen. Yes, you should feel ashamed. 2 or 3 months ago, did you not write letters to Linton? Playing at love? You both deserve punishment for that. You most of all, since you are older and less sensitive. I have your letters. If you act rude, I will send them to your father. I suppose you grew bored and stopped writing. But you left Linton in deep sadness. He was serious. He truly loved you. I swear he is becoming very ill because of you. His heart is breaking, not in a story way, but in real life. Hareton has laughed at him for weeks. I have tried strong ways to scare him out of his foolish ideas. Still he gets worse every day. He will be dead before summer unless you help him.
How can you tell such clear lies to a young girl? I called from inside. Please ride away. How can you make up such small false stories? Miss Cathy, I will break the lock with a stone. You will not believe this cruel talk. You know inside that no one can die from loving a stranger.
I did not know someone was listening, Heathcliff muttered. Then he spoke louder. Mrs. Dean, I like you, but I do not like your two-sided ways. How could you lie and say I hated the poor child? Why make scary stories to keep her from my door? Catherine Linton, just hearing your name warms my heart. My pretty girl, I will be away all this week. Go and see if I spoke the truth. Please do. Imagine your father in my place, and Linton in yours. Think how you would feel if the person you loved refused to move a step to comfort you, even when your father begged him. Do not make the same mistake out of simple foolishness. I swear with all my soul, he is going to die, and only you can save him.
The lock broke, and I stepped outside. I am sure Linton is very ill, Heathcliff said again. He looked at me with hard eyes.
Sad feelings and lost hope are making him weaker. Nellie, if you will not let her go, you can go with her. I will not come back until this time next week. And I think your master would not strongly refuse her visit to her cousin.
Come inside, I said. I took Cathy by the arm and gently pushed her back into the house. She stayed a moment and looked at Heathcliff. Her eyes were worried. His face was strict and cold. It did not show his true thoughts. He brought his horse closer and bent down to speak.
Miss Catherine, I will tell you the truth. I do not have much patience with Linton. Hareton and Joseph have even less. He lives with hard people. He needs kindness as much as love. One kind word from you would help him more than any medicine. Do not listen to Mrs. Dean's sharp warnings. Please be kind and find a way to see him. He thinks of you all day and night. He believes you hate him because you do not write or visit.
I closed the door. I rolled a stone to help keep the weak lock shut. I opened my umbrella and pulled Cathy under it. Rain started to fall through the crying tree branches. We knew we must go home quickly. We walked fast and said nothing about meeting Heathcliff. But I felt sure Cathy was very sad. Her face looked different, like it was not her own. She believed everything Heathcliff said. When we came home, the master was already in bed. Cathy went quietly to his room to see how he was. He was asleep. She came back and asked me to sit with her in the library. We drank tea together. After that, she lay down on the rug. She told me not to speak because she was tired. I took a book and pretended to read. When she thought I was busy, she began to cry quietly again. This seemed to be her habit now. I let her cry for some time. Then I spoke. I made fun of Mr. Heathcliff's words about his son. I spoke as if I was sure she would agree with me. But I failed. His story had already done its work. That was what he wanted.
You may be right, Ellen, she said. But I will not feel calm until I know the truth. I must tell Linton that it is not my fault I do not write. I must make him believe that I will not change.
There was no use being angry or arguing with her. That night we parted in a bad mood. But the next day, I was on the road to Wuthering Heights with my strong-willed young lady and her pony. I could not bear to see her pain. Her face was pale and tired, and her eyes were heavy. So I gave in. I hoped, weakly, that Linton himself would show us that Heathcliff's story was not true. Chapter 23. The rainy night was followed by a foggy morning. It was part frost and part light rain. Small streams ran across our path from the hills. My feet were soaked. I felt unhappy and angry. It was the perfect mood to notice every bad thing. We went into the farmhouse through the kitchen door. I wanted to see if Mr. Heathcliff was really away. I did not fully trust his word.
No, he said sharply through his nose. No. You must go back where you came from.
Joseph, cried a weak, annoyed voice from the next room. How many times must I call you? There are only a few red ashes left. Joseph. Come here now.
Joseph made strong puffs with his pipe and stared into the fire. He acted like he did not hear. The housekeeper and Hareton were not there. One was away, and the other was working somewhere else. We knew the voice was Linton's, so we went into the room.
Oh, I hope you will be left hungry in a cold room, the boy said. He thought we were his careless helper. He stopped when he saw us. Is that you, Miss Linton? He said. He lifted his head from the arm of the large chair where he lay. No, please do not kiss me. I cannot breathe. He rested a moment. Papa said you would come, he went on. Will you close the door? You left it open. Those awful people will not bring coal for the fire. It is so cold.
I moved the ashes and brought a bucket of coal myself. Linton complained that ash fell on him. But he had a hard cough and looked hot and weak. So I did not scold him for his bad temper. Catherine spoke softly when Linton's face became calmer. She asked if he was happy to see her. She asked if she could help him.
Why did you not come before? The letters made me very tired. I wanted to talk to you, not write. Now I feel too weak to talk. Where is Zilla? Will you go to the kitchen and look for her?
I said no one was there except Joseph. I felt unhappy because he did not thank me before, and I did not want to run around again.
Linton turned away and spoke in an unhappy voice. I want a drink. Zilla often goes out since my father left. Life is sad. They do not let me stay upstairs anymore.
I asked if his father took good care of him.
My father makes the others behave better, but they are still unkind. Hareton laughs at me. I hate him. I hate them all.
Catherine stopped trying to speak kindly and looked for water. She found a jug, poured water into a glass, and brought it to him.
Add a little wine.
He drank some and became calmer. He thanked her and said she was kind.
Are you happy to see me?
She smiled when she saw a small smile on his face.
Yes. It is nice to hear a voice like yours. But I am upset because you did not come. My father blamed me. He called me weak and useless. He said you did not like me. Is that true?
Call me Catherine, or Cathy. I do not dislike you. I love you very much, after my father and Nellie. I do not love Mr. Heathcliff. I was afraid to come when he was at home. Will he be away long?
He will not be away many days. He often goes to the hills now. Visit me when he is gone. Promise me. I will try not to be difficult. You will always help me.
Yes. I will spend much time with you, if my father agrees. I wish you were my brother.
Would you like me as much as your father? My father says you would love me more than anyone if you were my wife. I like that idea better.
I would never love anyone more than my father. Sometimes people hate their wives. But they do not hate their brothers and sisters. If you were my brother, you could live with us. My father would love you too.
People never hate their wives.
They do. I know it from your own family.
I tried to stop her from talking, but she kept speaking until she said everything she knew.
You are wrong.
My father told me. He never lied. He thought badly of your father.
Your father is foolish.
Your father is a bad man. You should not repeat his words. Aunt Isabella left him.
She did not leave him. Do not argue. I will tell you something. Your mother hated your father.
Catherine cried out in anger and could not speak. Linton added that her mother loved his father.
You are a liar. I hate you now.
Her face became red with anger. Linton repeated his words again and again. He leaned back in his chair and watched her anger.
I told him to be quiet. I said it sounded like his father's story.
Be silent.
Catherine lost control and pushed the chair in anger. Linton fell to the side. Soon he began to cough badly. The coughing lasted a long time and frightened me. Catherine began to cry loudly. She was shocked by what she had done and said nothing. I held Linton until the coughing stopped. Then he pushed me away and bent his head down without speaking. Catherine stopped crying. She sat across from him and looked into the fire in silence. After 10 minutes, I asked him how he felt.
I wish she felt like I do, he said. She is mean and unkind. Hareton never comes near me. He has never hit me. I felt better today, and then.
His voice became weak and sad.
I did not hit you, Cathy said quietly.
She bit her lip to stop herself from crying. He sighed and made sad sounds, like someone in great pain. He did this for a long time. He wanted to upset his cousin. Each time he heard her cry softly, he made his voice sound more painful.
I am sorry I hurt you, Linton, she said at last. But that small push would not hurt me. I did not know it could hurt you. You are very weak, Linton. Please do not let me go home thinking I harmed you. Answer me. Please speak.
I cannot speak to you, he whispered. You hurt me so much that I will stay awake all night coughing. If you had this cough, you would understand. But you will sleep well, while I lie alone in pain. Think how those long nights feel.
Then he began to cry loudly, feeling sorry for himself. If you already have bad nights, I said, Miss Cathy did not cause them. You would feel the same if she never came. She will not trouble you again. You may feel calmer when we leave.
Must I go? Catherine asked sadly. She bent over him. Do you want me to go, Linton?
You cannot change what you did, he said. Unless you make it worse by talking and making me sick.
So I must go, she asked again.
Leave me alone, he said. I cannot bear your voice.
She stayed for some time. She did not want to leave. I asked her again and again to go. He did not look at her or speak. At last, she turned toward the door, and I followed. Then we heard a scream. Linton had slipped from his chair onto the floor by the fire. He lay there and moved about, acting like a spoiled child. He wanted to cause trouble and worry. I saw clearly what kind of boy he was. I knew it was useless to give him what he wanted. Cathy did not see this. She ran back in fear. She knelt beside him. She cried, spoke kindly, and begged him to be calm. At last he became quiet because he was out of breath, not because he felt sorry. I will lift him onto the bench, I said. He can move as he likes. We cannot stay and watch him. Miss Cathy, you see now that you cannot help him. His sickness is not because he cares for you. There he is. Come away. When he sees no one is watching him, he will lie still. She put a cushion under his head and offered him water. He pushed the water away. He moved on the cushion as if it were hard and painful. She tried to fix it.
I cannot use that, he said. It is too low.
Catherine brought another cushion and placed it on top.
That is too high, he said in a teasing voice.
Then how should I do it? She asked.
He moved closer to her as she knelt near him. He rested his head on her shoulder. No, I said. That will not do. You must use the cushion, Master Heathcliff. Miss Cathy has spent too much time already. We cannot stay longer.
Yes, we can, Cathy said. He is calm now. He knows I will feel worse tonight if I think I made him ill. Then I will be afraid to come again. Tell the truth, Linton. I must not come if I have hurt you.
You must come to make me better, he said. You should come because you hurt me. You know you did. I was not this ill when you came in, was I?
You made yourself worse by crying and being angry, Cathy said. I did not cause it all. But let us be friends now. You want me to come. You really wish to see me sometimes, don't you?
I told you I do, he said. Sit on the bench and let me rest on your knee. That is how my mother used to do. Sit still and do not talk. You may sing, if you can. Or tell a long song or a story. I prefer a song. Start now.
Catherine sang the longest one she knew. They both liked it very much. Linton asked for another, and then another. I tried hard to stop them, but they went on. At last the clock struck 12. We heard Hareton outside, coming back for his meal.
And tomorrow, Catherine, will you come tomorrow? young Heathcliff asked.
He held her dress as she slowly stood up. No, I said, not today, and not tomorrow. She answered him in another way. She bent down and spoke softly in his ear. His face became calm at once. You will not go tomorrow, remember, miss, I said when we left the house. You are not thinking of it, are you?
She smiled.
I will be careful, I went on. I will get that lock fixed. Then you cannot get out that way.
I can climb over the wall, she said, laughing. The Grange is not a jail, Ellen. And you are not my guard. I am almost 17. I am a woman now. I am sure Linton would get better fast if I stayed with him. I am older than he is, and wiser too. I am less childish, right? Soon he would listen to me, with a little sweet talk. When he behaves well, he is very nice. I would spoil him with kindness if he were mine. We would not fight after we got used to each other. Would we? Don't you like him, Ellen?
Like him? I cried. He is the worst-tempered and weakest boy I have ever seen. He will not live long. I doubt he will even see the spring. It will not be a big loss to his family when he dies. It is good for us that his father took him away. The kinder people are to him, the more selfish he becomes. I am glad you have no chance to marry him, Miss Catherine. She grew quiet when she heard this. My careless words about his death hurt her. After a long silence, she spoke.
He is younger than I am, she said. He should live longer. He will live as long as I do. He must. He is as strong now as when he first came here. I am sure of it. He only has a cold, like Papa. You say Papa will get better. So why should he not?
Well, I said. We do not need to worry now. But listen, miss, and remember this. If you try to go to Wuthering Heights again, with me or without me, I will tell Mr. Linton. If he does not allow it, then you must stop seeing your cousin.
We are seeing each other already, Cathy said.
Then it must stop, I said.
We shall see, she answered. Then she ran ahead fast, and I followed slowly behind.
We both reached home before dinner. My master thought we had been walking in the park, so he asked no questions. I went inside and changed my wet shoes and stockings at once. But sitting so long at the Heights had already harmed me. The next morning I became ill. For 3 weeks I could not do my work. This had never happened to me before, and never did again, thankfully. My young mistress was very kind. She came often to sit with me and keep me company. Being shut in made me very sad. It is hard for an active person to stay still. Still, I had little to complain about. As soon as Catherine left her father's room, she came to mine. She spent her day between us. She had no time for games or fun. She forgot her meals, her lessons, and her play. She cared for me better than any nurse. She had a warm heart. She loved her father deeply, and she gave much care to me too. I said her days were shared between us. But her father went to bed early. After 6 o'clock, I usually needed nothing. So the evening was free for her. Poor child! I never thought about how she spent that time. Often, when she came to say good night, I noticed her cheeks were red and her fingers pink. I thought it was from sitting near a hot fire in the library. I did not think of any other reason. Chapter 24. After 3 weeks, I could leave my room and walk around the house again. On the first evening I sat up, I asked Catherine to read to me. My eyes were weak. We were in the library, and the master had gone to bed. She agreed, but I felt she did not really want to. I thought my books might bore her, so I told her to choose what she liked. She picked one of her favorite books and read for about an hour. Then she began to ask questions again and again.
Ellen, are you tired? Should you not lie down now? You will make yourself sick if you stay up so long.
No, no, dear, I am fine, I kept saying. When she saw that I would not move, she showed her dislike in another way. She began to yawn and stretch.
Ellen, I am tired, she said.
Then stop reading and talk to me, I answered. That was even worse. She grew restless and unhappy. She sighed and looked at her watch until 8 o'clock. At last she went to her room. She looked sleepy and annoyed. She kept rubbing her eyes as she went. The next night she seemed even more restless. On the third night after I was back with her, she said she had a headache and went away. I felt her behavior was strange. I stayed alone for a long time. Then I decided to go and see if she felt better. I wanted to ask her to lie on the sofa instead of staying upstairs in the dark. I could not find Catherine upstairs. I could not find her downstairs either. The servant said they had not seen her. I listened at Mr. Edgar's door. Everything was quiet. I went back to her room. I put out my candle and sat by the window. The moon was bright. A little snow lay on the ground. I thought she might be walking in the garden to feel better. I saw a shape moving near the inside fence of the park. It was not my young lady. When it came into the light, I saw it was one of the grooms. He stood there for some time and looked down the road. Then he moved quickly, as if he saw something. Soon he came back, leading Miss Catherine's pony. She was there too. She had just got off and was walking beside it. The man quietly led the pony across the grass to the stable. Cathy came in through the drawing-room window. She moved very softly up the stairs to the place where I was waiting. She closed the door gently. She took off her white shoes and untied her hat. She did not know I was there. She was about to take off her coat when I stood up and showed myself. She froze for a moment. She made a small cry and could not move. My dear Miss Catherine, I remembered her kindness to me, so I did not want to be angry. Where have you been riding at this late hour? And why did you try to hide it from me? Where have you been? Tell me.
To the end of the park, she said softly. I did not tell a lie.
And nowhere else?
No. She answered in a low voice.
Oh, Catherine. You know this is wrong. If it was not wrong, you would not feel the need to tell me something untrue. That makes me very sad. I would rather be ill for 3 months than hear you tell me a planned lie.
She rushed to me and began to cry. She put her arms around my neck. Ellen, I was so afraid you would be angry. She said. Please promise you will not be angry, and I will tell you everything. I do not like to hide things.
We sat down in the window seat. I promised I would not scold her, whatever her secret was. I already guessed it. Then she began to speak.
I have been going to Wuthering Heights, Ellen. I have gone every day since you became ill. I only missed 3 days before, and 2 days after you left your room. I gave Michael books and pictures each evening. He helped prepare Minnie and put her back in the stable. Please do not scold him either. I reached the Heights by 6:30 and stayed until 8:30. Then I rode home fast. I did not go there for fun. Most of the time I felt unhappy. Sometimes I felt happy, maybe once a week. At first, I thought it would be hard to ask you to let me keep my promise to Linton. I had promised to visit him again the next day when we left. But you stayed upstairs the next day, so I did not have to ask. When Michael was locking the park gate one afternoon, I took the key. I told him my cousin wanted me to visit him because he was ill and could not come to the Grange. I also said my father would not like it. Then I talked with him about the pony. He likes reading and plans to leave soon to get married. He said he would help me if I lent him books from the library. I chose to give him my own books instead, and that pleased him more. On my second visit, Linton seemed cheerful. Zillah, their housekeeper, made a clean room and a good fire. She said Joseph was out at a meeting, and Hareton Earnshaw was away with his dogs. She said we could do as we liked. She brought me warm wine and gingerbread. She was very kind. Linton sat in an armchair, and I sat in a small rocking chair by the fire. We laughed and talked happily. We had so much to say. We planned where we would go and what we would do in summer. I will not repeat it all, because you would say it was silly.
One time, we almost had a small fight. He said the best way to spend a hot day in July was to lie all day on the open land. He liked to lie on the dry ground. He wanted to hear bees near the flowers. He liked the sound of larks high in the sky. He wanted a blue sky and a strong sun with no clouds. He said this was his idea of perfect happiness. My idea was very different. I wanted to sit in a green tree that moved in the wind. I wanted a cool west wind to blow. I liked white clouds moving fast above me. I wanted to hear many birds, not only larks. I wanted thrushes, blackbirds, linnets, and cuckoos singing everywhere. I liked to see the open land far away, with dark cool valleys. Near me, I wanted long grass moving like waves. I wanted woods and the sound of water. I wanted the whole world to feel alive and full of joy. He wanted everything to be quiet and calm. I wanted everything to move and shine with happiness. I said his heaven would feel sleepy. He said mine would feel too wild. I said I would fall asleep in his. He said he could not breathe in mine. He began to speak sharply. At last, we agreed to try both ideas when the weather was right. Then we kissed and became friends again. After sitting quietly for an hour, I looked at the big room. The floor was smooth and had no carpet. I thought it would be nice to play there if we moved the table. I asked Linton to call Zillah to help us. I wanted to play blindman's buff. She could try to catch us, like you used to do, Ellen. He did not want to. He said it was not fun. But he agreed to play ball with me. We found 2 balls in a cupboard. They were with old toys, like tops and hoops. One ball had the letter C on it. The other had the letter H. I wanted the C because it stood for Catherine. The H could stand for Heathcliff, his name. But the H ball was broken inside, and Linton did not like it. I beat him many times. He became upset again. He coughed and went back to his chair. That night, he soon felt happy again. He loved 2 or 3 pretty songs. They were your songs, Ellen. When I had to leave, he begged me to come the next evening. I promised him. Minnie and I went home very fast and very happy. I dreamed of Wuthering Heights and my dear cousin until morning. The next day I felt sad. You were not well, and I wished my father knew about my visits and agreed with them. But after tea, the moonlight was beautiful. As I rode on, I felt better. I told myself I would have another happy evening. I knew Linton would be happy too. I rode into their garden and turned toward the back. Then that Earnshaw man met me. He took my horse's bridle and told me to go in by the front door. He touched Minnie's neck and said she was a pretty animal. He looked like he wanted to talk to me. I only told him to leave my horse alone, or it might kick him. He answered in a rough way that it would not hurt much. He smiled and looked at her legs. I almost wanted the horse to try. But he went to open the door. As he lifted the latch, he looked up at the writing above the door. He said, in a proud and awkward way, that he could read it now. I said it was wonderful and asked him to read it aloud. I told him he had become clever. He slowly read the name, letter by letter. It was his own name. I then asked about the numbers. He stopped and said he could not read them yet. I laughed and called him silly. He stared at me. He half smiled, but his eyes looked angry. He did not know if I was being friendly or unkind. I ended his doubt. I stopped laughing and told him to go away. I said I came to see Linton, not him. His face turned red in the moonlight. He dropped his hand from the door and walked away, looking hurt and ashamed. He must have thought he was as clever as Linton because he could read his name. He was very upset that I did not think so.
Stop, Miss Catherine, dear.
I will not shout at you, but I do not like how you behaved. You should remember that Hareton is your cousin, just like Master Heathcliff. If you remembered this, you would know your behavior was wrong. It was a good wish for him to want to learn, like Linton. He did not want to learn only to show off. I am sure you made him feel ashamed before because he did not know much. He wanted to learn to fix this and to make you happy. Laughing at his poor try was very rude. If you had grown up as he did, would you be kinder? He was once as quick and clever as you. It hurts me that people look down on him now, only because Heathcliff has treated him so unfairly.
Well, Ellen, you will not cry about it, will you? But wait. You will see if he really learned his letters for me. Then we will know if it was worth being polite to that rough boy.
I went inside. Linton was lying on the long bench. He tried to sit up when he saw me.
I feel sick tonight, Catherine, he said. You should do the talking, and I will listen. Come and sit by me. I knew you would come. Before you go, you must promise again.
I knew I must not tease him because he was ill. I spoke gently. I asked no hard questions. I tried not to upset him. I brought some of my nicest books. He asked me to read a little. I was ready to start. Then Earnshaw suddenly pushed the door open. Go to your own room, he shouted. If she comes to see you, take her there. You will not keep me out of this room. Go, both of you. He spoke very roughly and did not let Linton answer. He pushed him toward the kitchen. When I followed, he lifted his fist at me. I was afraid. I dropped one book. He kicked it after me and shut the door. I heard a cruel laugh near the fire. I turned and saw Joseph. He rubbed his thin hands and shook with ugly joy.
I knew he would pay you back, he said. He is a fine lad. He has the right spirit. He knows who should be master here. He showed you well.
Where can we go? I asked my cousin.
I did not listen to the old man's cruel words. Linton was pale and shaking. He did not look nice at all. His thin face and big eyes were full of wild anger, but he was weak. He grabbed the door handle and shook it. It was locked from inside.
If you do not let me in, I will hurt you, he cried. He shouted the words again and again in a sharp voice.
There, that is the father, he said. We all have something from both sides. Do not be afraid, Hareton. He cannot reach you.
I held Linton's hands and tried to pull him away. But he cried so loudly that I was scared to move him. Then his cry stopped. He had a bad cough. Blood came from his mouth. He fell to the ground. I ran into the yard, full of fear. I called for Zillah as loud as I could. She heard me soon. She was milking the cows behind the barn. She ran to me and asked what was wrong. I could not speak well. I pulled her inside and looked for Linton. Earnshaw had come out to see what he had done. He was carrying poor Linton upstairs. Zillah and I followed. At the top of the stairs, Earnshaw stopped me. He said I must not go in. I must go home. I cried that he had killed Linton and that I would go in. Joseph locked the door. He said I must not do such a thing. He asked if I wanted to be as mad as Linton. I stood there crying until the housekeeper came back. She said Linton would be better soon. She said he could not rest with all that noise. She took me and almost carried me into the house. Ellen, I was in deep pain. I cried and cried until I could hardly see. The rough boy you feel sorry for stood across from me. From time to time, he told me to be quiet. He said it was not his fault. At last, I said I would tell my father. I said he would be punished and put in prison. This scared him. He began to cry too and ran away to hide. But I was not free of him yet. When they finally made me leave, and I had walked some distance from the house, he suddenly came out from the dark side of the road. He stopped my pony and caught hold of me.
Miss Catherine, I am very sorry, he began, but this is really too bad.
I struck him with my whip. I thought he might hurt me. He let go at once and shouted an ugly curse. I rode home very fast and felt half mad with fear. That evening, I did not say good night to you. The next day, I did not go to Wuthering Heights. I wanted to go very much. But my mind was wild and restless. Sometimes I feared Linton was dead. Sometimes I felt afraid to meet Hareton. On the third day, I found courage. I could not bear the waiting any longer. I went again. I left at 5 o'clock and walked. I hoped I could slip into the house and go to Linton's room without anyone seeing me. But the dogs heard me. Zillah met me.
She said the boy was getting better.
She took me into a small, neat room with a carpet. There, to my great joy, I saw Linton lying on a small sofa. He was reading one of my books. But he did not speak to me. He did not look at me for a whole hour, Ellen. He has such a sad temper. When he finally spoke, he said something untrue. He said I had caused all the trouble, and that Hareton was not at fault. I could not answer calmly. I spoke with anger. Then I stood up and left the room.
Catherine.
He did not expect me to ignore him. But I did not turn back. The next day was the second day I stayed at home. I almost decided never to visit him again. But it was very unhappy to sleep and wake and hear nothing about him. My strong decision faded before it was fully made. It first seemed wrong to go again. Then it seemed wrong not to go. Michael came to ask if he should saddle Minnie. I said yes. I told myself I was doing the right thing as the horse carried me over the hills. I had to pass the front windows to reach the yard. There was no way to hide my visit.
The young master is in the house, Zillah said when she saw me going to the sitting room.
I went in. Earnshaw was there too, but he left at once. Linton sat in the large armchair, half asleep. I walked to the fire and spoke seriously. I partly meant what I said.
As you do not like me, Linton, and as you think I come only to hurt you, this will be our last meeting. Let us say goodbye. Tell Mr. Heathcliff that you do not wish to see me again, and that he should not make up more lies about it.
Sit down and take off your hat, Catherine. You are much happier than I am. You should be kinder. Papa speaks enough about my faults. He shows enough dislike to make me doubt myself. Sometimes I think I really am as useless as he says. Then I feel angry and bitter. I hate everyone. I am weak and ill-tempered and low in spirit most of the time. If you wish, you may say goodbye. You will be free of a trouble. But, Catherine, please believe this. If I could be as gentle, kind, and good as you, I would choose it. I would choose it even more than being happy or healthy. Your kindness has made me love you more deeply than if I deserved your love. I cannot hide my true nature from you. I regret it. I am sorry for it. I will be sorry all my life.
I felt he was honest. I knew I must forgive him. Even if we argued again the next moment, I would forgive him again. We made peace. But we both cried the whole time I stayed. It was not only sadness. Still, I was sad that Linton had such a twisted nature. He will never let his friends feel calm. He will never feel calm himself. Since that night, I have always gone to his small sitting room. His father came back the next day. Only about 3 times, I think, we were cheerful and hopeful, like on the first evening. Most of my visits were sad and uneasy. Sometimes his selfishness and sharp words caused it. Sometimes it was his illness. I have learned to bear his selfishness with almost as little anger as I bear his pain. Mr. Heathcliff keeps away from me on purpose. I hardly ever see him. Last Sunday, I came earlier than usual. I heard him speaking very harshly to poor Linton about his behavior the night before. I do not know how he learned of it, unless he was listening. Linton had acted in an annoying way, it is true. But it was only my concern. I stopped Mr. Heathcliff by entering the room and telling him so.
He laughed loudly and went away. He said he was glad I thought that way.
Since then, I have told Linton he must speak his bitter words in a whisper.
Now, Ellen, you know everything. I cannot stop going to Wuthering Heights without causing pain to 2 people. But if you do not tell Papa, my visits will trouble no one. You will not tell, will you? It would be very unkind if you did.
I told Miss Catherine that I would decide by the next day. I said she must rest, and I would think about it carefully. I then went straight to my master and told him the whole story. I did not speak about her private talks with her cousin. I also said nothing about Hareton. Mr. Linton was troubled and sad, though he tried not to show it. The next morning, Catherine learned that her secret was known. She was told she must stop her secret visits. She cried and fought against this rule. She begged her father to feel sorry for Linton. But nothing changed. Her only comfort was a promise from her father. He said he would write to Linton. He would allow Linton to visit the Grange. But Catherine was not allowed to go to Wuthering Heights again. If her father had known more about his nephew's weak health and poor nature, he might not have given even this small comfort. These events had happened the previous winter. It was just over a year ago. At that time, I never thought I would be telling these stories to a stranger. But who can say how long a stranger will remain one? You are young. You cannot live alone forever. And no one can see Catherine Linton without loving her.
You smile, but why do you look so pleased when you hear about her? Why did you ask me to hang her picture above your fireplace? Please stop, my good friend. Perhaps I could love her. But would she love me? I doubt it too much. I do not want to risk my quiet life. This is not my home. I belong to the busy world and must return to it. Please go on. Did Catherine obey her father?
Yes, she did. Her love for her father was still the strongest feeling in her heart. He spoke to her gently and with care. He felt like someone who must soon leave his treasure in a dangerous world. His words were all he could leave to guide her.
I wish my nephew would write, Ellen. Or come to see me. Tell me honestly what you think of him. Is he better now? Do you think he may improve as he grows older?
I told him that the boy was very weak. He was not likely to grow strong. But I said he was not like his father. If Catherine married him, she could guide him easily. Unless she was foolish and too kind. There were still many years to know him better.
Edgar sighed and walked to the window. He looked toward Gimmerton Church. The afternoon was foggy. The February sun was pale. Only the fir trees and a few gravestones could be seen.
I have often prayed for what is coming. Now that it is near, I feel afraid. I was very happy with my little Cathy. She was my hope through winter and summer. What can I do for her? How can I leave her? If Linton cannot care for her, I cannot leave her with him. It hurts to make her sad now. But I must do it while I live.
Give her to God as she is now, sir. If we should lose you, I will stay with her. She is a good girl. I believe she will choose the right path.
Spring came. But my master did not truly grow stronger. He walked again with his daughter. She believed this meant he was healing. On her 17th birthday, he did not go to the churchyard. It was raining.
You will not go out tonight, sir?
No, I will wait longer this year.
He wrote again to Linton. He said he really wanted to see him. If the boy had been well enough, his father would have allowed him to visit. But Linton was told what to write. He answered that Mr. Heathcliff did not allow him to visit the Grange. Still, he said he was happy to know his uncle remembered him. He hoped they might meet sometimes when walking outside. He also hoped to ask in person that he and his cousin would not stay apart for so long. That part of the letter was simple and honest. It was likely written by Linton himself. Heathcliff knew the boy could speak well when asking to see Catherine. Linton wrote that he did not ask Catherine to come to his house. He only asked to see her sometimes. He said his father did not allow him to go to her home, and his uncle did not allow her to come to his. He asked if Edgar could ride with Catherine toward the Heights sometimes. He hoped they could talk for a short time, with Edgar there. He said they had done nothing wrong to deserve this separation. He said Edgar was not angry with him and had no reason to dislike him. He asked his uncle to send a kind letter and to meet him anywhere, except at Thrushcross Grange. He believed a meeting would show that he was not like his father. He said his father even claimed he was more Edgar's nephew than his own son. He admitted he had faults, but said Catherine had forgiven them. He asked Edgar to forgive them too, for her sake. He said his health was a little better. But he said he could not be happy while he was alone and living with people who did not like him. Edgar felt sorry for the boy. But he did not agree at once. He could not go with Catherine very often.
Maybe in summer they could meet. Until then, he asked Linton to keep writing. He promised to give advice and comfort by letter.
He knew the boy lived in a hard home. Linton agreed. If he had been free, he would have filled his letters with complaints. But his father watched him closely. Heathcliff made sure to read every letter Edgar sent. So Linton did not write much about his pain. Instead, he kept writing about how cruel it was to be kept away from Catherine. He gently warned that Edgar must allow a meeting soon, or he would think the promises were empty. Cathy helped strongly at home. Together, she and Linton finally persuaded Edgar. He agreed that they could ride or walk together once a week. I was to go with them. They would stay on the moors near the Grange. By June, Edgar was still growing weaker. He had saved money every year for Cathy's future. He wished she could stay, or soon return, to her family home. He believed her best hope was to marry his heir. He did not know that the heir was also very ill. No doctor visited the Heights. No one saw young Heathcliff and told us how sick he was. I began to think my fears were wrong. Linton spoke of riding and walking. He seemed eager and active. I could not imagine a father treating a dying child so badly. Later, I learned how cruel Heathcliff truly was. As death came closer, his cold plans were in danger, and he pushed the boy even harder. Chapter 26. Summer was already passing when Edgar finally agreed to their requests. Catherine and I went on our first ride to meet her cousin. The day was hot and heavy. There was no sun, but the sky did not promise rain. We planned to meet at the guidestone at the crossroads. When we arrived, a young boy came to us with a message. He said Master Linton was just this side of the Heights. He asked us to go a little farther.
Master Linton has forgotten his uncle's rule. Edgar told us to stay on Grange land, and now we are already leaving it.
We will turn back as soon as we meet him. The ride will go toward home.
When we reached him, we saw he was very near his own house. He did not have a horse. We had to get down and let our horses eat grass. He was lying on the ground and waiting. He did not stand up until we were very close. Then he walked slowly and weakly. He looked very pale.
He is not well enough for a walk. He looks very ill.
Catherine looked at him with sadness and surprise. She stopped smiling at once. Her happy greeting changed into worry. She asked him if he was more ill than before.
No, better, he said fast. His body shook. He held her hand as if he needed help to stay steady. His big blue eyes moved over her in a shy way. The skin around them looked dark and thin, and his face seemed tired and strange.
But you have been worse, his cousin said. Worse than the last time I saw you. You are thinner, and...
I am tired, he said quickly. It is too hot to walk. Let us sit here. And in the morning I often feel sick. Papa says I am growing very fast.
Cathy was not happy with his answer, but she sat down. He lay back beside her.
This place is like your idea of heaven, she said, trying to sound cheerful. Do you remember the 2 days we planned? Each of us chose a place we liked. This place is almost yours. There are clouds, but they are soft and gentle. I like them more than bright sun. Next week, if you can, we will go to the Grange Park and try my place.
Linton did not seem to hear her words. It was very hard for him to talk at all. He did not care about what she said. He could not add anything to make the talk pleasant. Cathy could not hide her disappointment. He was very different now. Before, he was weak and often angry, but he could be kind after comfort. Now he seemed dull and empty. He did not want comfort. He looked unhappy inside himself. He even seemed hurt by other people's light jokes. Cathy saw, as I did, that our visit felt like a burden to him, not a joy. Soon she suggested that we should go.
This idea suddenly woke Linton. He became very nervous. He looked with fear toward the Heights. He begged her to stay for another half hour.
But I think you would feel better at home, Cathy said. I see that I cannot make you happy today. My stories and songs do not please you now. In 6 months, you have grown wiser than me. You do not enjoy my games anymore. If I could please you, I would stay.
Stay so you can rest, he said. And, Catherine, please do not think or say that I am very ill. The heavy air and heat make me slow today. I walked a lot before you came, more than I usually can. Tell Uncle that I am fairly well, will you?
I will tell him that you say so, Cathy replied. But I cannot say it is true. She wondered why he kept saying something that was clearly not true.
And come again next Thursday, he said, avoiding her confused look. Thank him for letting you come. Thank him very much, Catherine. And if you meet my father, and he asks about me, do not let him think I was very quiet and dull. Do not look sad like you do now. He will be angry.
I do not care about his anger, Cathy said. She thought he might be angry with her.
But I care, said her cousin. He shook with fear. Please do not make him angry with me, Catherine. He is very hard.
Is he unkind to you, Master Heathcliff? I asked. Has he stopped being patient with you?
Linton looked at me, but he did not answer. Cathy stayed beside him for 10 more minutes. His head dropped forward as he grew sleepy. He said nothing, only small sounds that showed he was tired or in pain. At last, Cathy moved away. She began to look for berries and shared them with me. She did not offer any to him. She knew more attention would only tire him.
Has half an hour passed, Ellen? She whispered. I do not know why we stay. He is asleep, and Papa will want us home.
We should not leave him while he sleeps, I said. Wait until he wakes. Be patient. You were so eager to come, but your wish to see poor Linton has faded quickly.
Why did he want to see me? Catherine said. Even when he was most unkind before, I liked him more than I do now. It feels like he was forced to meet me, because his father told him to. I am not going to come, just to please Mr. Heathcliff. I do not know why he makes Linton suffer like this. And though I am glad Linton is healthier, I am sad that he is less kind and less loving to me.
So you think he is better in health? I asked.
Yes, she said. Because before, he always spoke so much about his pain. He is not very well, as he asked me to tell Papa. But I think he is a little better.
I do not agree, Miss Cathy, I said. I think he is much worse. Linton woke up suddenly. He looked scared and confused. He asked if someone had called his name.
No, said Catherine. Only in your dream. I do not understand how you can sleep outside in the morning.
I thought I heard my father, he said weakly. He looked up at the dark hill above us. Are you sure no one spoke?
I am sure, said his cousin. Only Ellen and I were talking about your health. Are you really stronger than in winter? If you are, one thing is not stronger. Your care for me. Tell me the truth. Is it?
Tears ran down Linton's face. Yes, I am, he said. He still looked around, as if he expected to see someone.
Cathy stood up. We must leave now, she said. I am sad about this meeting. I will not tell anyone, only you. And I am not afraid of Mr. Heathcliff.
Be quiet, Linton whispered. Please be quiet. He is coming. He held Catherine's arm and tried to stop her. But she pulled away quickly.
She whistled to Minnie, who came at once.
I will come again next Thursday, she called, getting on her horse. Goodbye. Hurry, Ellen.
We left him there. He hardly noticed us go. He was thinking only about his father coming. Before we reached home, Catherine felt less angry. She felt sorry for Linton. She also felt worried and confused about his life and his health. I felt the same. I told her not to speak much yet. Another visit would help us understand more. My master asked about our trip. Catherine gave Linton's thanks. She spoke softly about the rest. I did not say much either. I did not know what to hide and what to say. Chapter 27. 7 days passed. Everyone could see how fast Edgar Linton was growing weaker. What months had done before, ours now did the same. We tried to hide this from Catherine, but she knew. Her sharp mind felt the truth. She thought about it in silence. Soon her fear became certain. She did not want to ask about her ride when Thursday came. I asked for her. I got permission for her to go outside. The library, where her father sat a short time each day, and his bedroom, were her whole world. She hated every moment away from him. She stayed by his bed as much as she could. Her face grew pale from worry and tired nights. My master was glad for her to go out. He hoped the change would help her. He also hoped she would not be alone after his death. I believe he thought his nephew was like him in mind, because they looked alike. Linton's letters did not show his weak nature. I did not correct this thought. I asked myself what good it would do. My master had no strength to change anything now. We waited until afternoon to go. It was a warm August day. The air from the hills felt full of life. It seemed strong enough to help even a dying person. Catherine's face was like the day. Light and shadow passed over it. But the shadow stayed longer. The light did not last. She felt guilty even for a short moment of forgetting her pain. We saw Linton waiting in the same place as before. My young lady got off her pony. She told me she would stay only a short time. She said I should stay on the horse. I refused. I would not leave her alone. So we walked up the hill together.
Mr. Heathcliff greeted us with more feeling than before. But it was not joy. It looked like fear. "It is late," he said. He spoke with effort. "Is your father very ill? I thought you would not come."
Why can you not be honest? Catherine said. She did not return his greeting. Why not say you do not want me? It is strange, Linton. This is the second time you asked me here, only to make us both unhappy, and for no clear reason.
Linton shook with cold and fear. He looked at Catherine. His eyes asked for help, but he also felt ashamed. Catherine did not have patience for his strange behavior.
My father is very sick. Why did you call me away from him? If you did not want me to come, why did you not tell me so? Speak now. I want answers. I am not here to play games. I cannot follow your strange moods today.
My strange moods? What do you mean? Please, Catherine, do not be so angry. You may dislike me if you wish. I am weak and afraid. I deserve no respect. But do not be angry with me. Be angry with my father, not with me.
Stop this. You are acting foolish. Look at you shaking, as if I would hurt you. You do not need to ask for people's dislike. Anyone will feel it without trying. Let go of my dress. I am going home. It was silly to bring you out here. Ellen, tell him how shameful this is. Stand up, Linton. Do not make yourself so low. Please, do not.
Linton fell to the ground. His face was wet with tears. He looked full of pain and fear. His body shook, and he could not control it.
I cannot bear this. Catherine, I have done wrong, and I am too afraid to tell you. If you leave me, something bad will happen to me. Please stay. My life depends on you. You said you loved me. If you do, staying will not hurt you. You will stay, won't you? Kind Catherine. Maybe you will agree, and then he will let me die with you.
When Catherine saw how badly he suffered, she bent down to help him up. Her anger faded. She felt worried and sad for him.
Agree to what? To stay? Then explain yourself, and I will. Your words confuse me. Calm down and speak honestly. Tell me what troubles you. You would not harm me, Linton. You would not let anyone hurt me if you could stop it. You may be afraid for yourself, but I do not believe you would betray your best friend.
My father threatened me. I am afraid of him. I am very afraid. I cannot speak.
Well then. Keep your secret. I am not afraid. Save yourself. I will take care of myself.
Her brave words made him cry even more. He kissed her hands and sobbed, but still he could not speak. I wondered what this secret might be. I decided that Catherine should never suffer for his sake. Then I heard a sound in the grass. I looked up and saw Mr. Heathcliff coming down the hill, very close to us. He did not look at the young people, though Linton's crying was easy to hear. He spoke to me in a friendly voice, which he used only with me, though I did not fully trust it.
It is strange to see you so near my house, Nelly. How are things at the Grange? People say Edgar Linton is dying. Is that true?
Yes. My master is dying. It is sad for us, but peaceful for him.
How long do you think he will live?
I cannot say.
I ask, because that boy there seems eager to die before me. I hope his uncle will go first. Has the child been crying long? I did try to teach him not to whine. Is he always like this with Miss Linton?
No. He is in great distress. He should be in bed with a doctor, not walking on the hills.
He will be. Soon enough. Now get up, Linton. Stand up at once. Do not lie there.
Linton fell down again, shaking with fear when his father looked at him. He tried to stand, but his strength failed him, and he cried softly. Mr. Heathcliff stepped forward and lifted him up, making him lean against the ground.
Now listen. I am losing patience. Control yourself. Stand upright now.
I will, father, he said, breathing fast. Please leave me alone, or I will faint. I have done what you wanted. I am sure I have. Catherine will tell you. I tried to be happy. Please stay near me, Catherine. Give me your hand.
Take my hand, his father said. Stand up. Now she will give you her arm. That is right. Look at her. You act as if I am a monster, Miss Linton, and you are very afraid. Please walk home with him. He shakes when I touch him.
Dear Linton, Catherine said softly. I cannot go to Wuthering Heights. Papa has told me not to. Your father will not hurt you. Why are you so afraid?
I can never go back to that house, Linton said. I cannot go there without you.
Stop, his father said. We will respect Catherine's duty to her father. Nelly, take him inside. I will follow your advice and call the doctor at once.
That is good, I said. But I must stay with my young lady. Your son is not my duty.
You are very strict, Heathcliff said. But you will make me angry before you help. Come now, my brave boy. Will you come back with me?
He came closer again and moved as if he would grab the weak child. Linton pulled back in fear. He held his cousin and begged her to go with him. He begged again and again. I did not like it, but I could not stop her. How could she say no to him? We did not know what scared him so much. He looked weak and helpless. Any more fear could make him very ill. We reached the door. Catherine went in. I waited outside. I thought she would bring Linton to a chair and come back at once.
But Mr. Heathcliff pushed me inside and said, My house is not dangerous, Nelly. Today I want to be kind. Sit down, and let me close the door.
He closed the door and locked it. I felt a shock.
You will have tea before you go, he said. I am alone. Hareton is away with cattle. Zilla and Joseph are also away. I am used to being alone, but today I want company. Miss Linton, sit by him. I give you what I have. It is not much, but it is all I can give. I mean Linton. Look how she stares. It is strange, but I feel angry at anyone who fears me. He grew quiet and dark. I hate them, he said under his breath.
I am not afraid of you, Catherine said.
She had not heard his last words. She stepped close to him. Her eyes were bright with anger and strength.
Give me that key, she said. I want it. I will not eat or drink here, even if I am very hungry.
Heathcliff held the key on the table. He looked up, surprised by her courage. She grabbed for the key and almost took it from his loose fingers. But he woke from his surprise and pulled it back.
Now, Catherine Linton, he said. Step away, or I will push you down. That will make Mrs. Dean very angry.
She did not listen.
She caught his closed hand again. We will go, she said. She used all her strength to open his hand. It did not work. In her anger, she even tried to.
I will be your father tomorrow. I will be the only father you have soon. You will get enough of me. You are not weak. You can take it. But if I see that angry look in your eyes again, you will feel it every day. Cathy ran to me, not to Linton. She fell to her knees and put her hot face on my lap. She cried loudly. Her cousin moved back into a corner of the bench. He sat very still and quiet. I think he felt glad the trouble was not for him. Mr. Heathcliff saw that we were all upset. He stood up and quickly made the tea himself. The cups were ready. He poured the tea and gave me a cup. Drink this and calm yourself. Help your bad little pet and mine too. It is safe to drink, even though I made it. I am going out to look for your horses. When he left, our first thought was to escape. We tried the kitchen door, but it was locked from the outside. We looked at the windows. They were too small, even for Cathy.
Master Linton, you know what your cruel father wants. You must tell us. If you do not, I will punish you like he did to your cousin.
Yes, Linton, you must tell us. I came here for you. It would be very wrong if you do not speak.
Give me some tea first. I am thirsty. Then I will tell you. Mrs. Dean, go away. I do not like you standing near me. Catherine, your tears are falling into my cup. I will not drink that. Give me another one.
Catherine gave him a new cup and wiped her face. I felt angry at how calm the little boy was now. He was no longer afraid for himself. On the moor, he had been full of fear. But when he came into Wuthering Heights, the fear left him. I thought his father had scared him badly to make him bring us here. Now that he had done it, he felt safe again.
My father wants us to marry. He knows your father would not agree now. He is afraid I will die if we wait. So we must marry in the morning. You must stay here tonight. If you do what he wants, you can go home tomorrow and take me with you.
Take you with her? This is foolish talk. Does he think we are all silly? Do you think a strong, healthy young lady would marry a weak, sick boy like you? Do you really think anyone would want you as a husband, especially Miss Catherine Linton? It was wrong to bring us here like this. Do not look so stupid now. I feel like shaking you for your lies and your silly pride.
I did shake him a little. This made him start coughing. Then he began to cry and moan as usual. Catherine told me to stop.
Stay all night? No. Ellen, I will burn that door if I must, but I will get out.
She was ready to do it at once. But Linton became afraid again. He stood up and held her with his weak arms.
Do not leave me. Take me with you. Do not send me to the Grange. Oh, dear Catherine. You must stay. You must obey my father. You must.
I must obey my own father. I must stop his worry. The whole night here. What would he think? He is already unhappy. I will break or burn my way out. Be quiet. You are not in danger. But if you stop me, Linton, I love my father more than you.
The boy was very afraid of Mr. Heathcliff's anger. This fear made him speak fast and beg again. Catherine was very upset, but she still said she had to go home. She tried to calm him and asked him to think of others, not only himself. While they were speaking, our guard came back. Your horses ran away. And now, Linton, crying again. What has she done to you? Stop that and go to bed. In a month or two, my boy, you will be strong enough to answer her back. You say you want love more than anything, do you not? You shall have it. Go to bed now. Zillah is not here tonight. You must undress yourself. Be quiet. Once you are in your room, I will not come near you. You do not need to be afraid. You have done your part well enough. I will take care of the rest. He said this while he held the door open for his son to leave. The boy went out slowly and carefully, like a scared dog. He seemed afraid of being hurt. The door was locked again. Heathcliff came closer to the fire, where my mistress and I stood quietly. Catherine looked up at him. Without thinking, she touched her cheek, because she still felt pain there. Anyone else would have felt sorry for her. But Heathcliff only looked at her angrily.
So you are not afraid of me. You hide your fear very well. You look very frightened.
I am afraid now. If I stay here, my father will be unhappy. I cannot bear that. Mr. Heathcliff, please let me go home. I promise I will marry Linton. Papa wants it, and I love him. Why do you want to force me to do something I will do myself?
Let him try to force you. There is law in this country. Even here. I would speak up, even if he were my own son.
Be quiet. I do not want to hear you. Miss Linton, I will feel pleasure knowing that your father is unhappy. I will not sleep, thinking of it. You have given me the best reason to keep you here for the next day. You told me he would suffer. As for marrying Linton, you will do it. You will not leave this house until you do.
Then send Ellen to tell Papa I am safe. Or marry me now. Poor Papa. He will think we are lost. What can we do?
He will think you wanted a little pleasure. You came here by choice, even when he told you not to. It is normal for a young girl to want fun. And it is easy to get tired of caring for a sick man, even if he is your father. Catherine, his happiest days ended when your life began. He may even be angry with you for being born. I do not love you. Why should I? Cry if you want. You will do that often in the future, unless Linton makes you happy. Your father thinks he might. His letters made me laugh. In his last one, he told me to be careful with my son and kind to you when you married him. Careful and kind. But Linton needs all care for himself. He likes to control weak things. You will have many stories to tell about his kindness when you go home.
You should tell the truth about your son. Show how he is like you. Then Miss Cathy may think again before marrying him.
I do not mind speaking of him now. She must marry him or stay here as a prisoner. You too. I can keep you hidden here until your master dies. If you doubt me, tell her to change her mind, and you will see.
I will not change my word. I will marry him now if I can go home after. Mr. Heathcliff, you are cruel, but you are not a monster. You will not destroy all my happiness just to be cruel. If Papa thought I left him on purpose, and he died before I returned, I could not live. I will stop crying now. I will kneel here and look at you until you look back at me. Do not turn away. Please look. I do not hate you. I am not angry that you hurt me. Have you never loved anyone in your life? Never? Please look at me. I am very unhappy. You must feel some pity.
Move away. Do not touch me. I would rather be held by a snake. How can you think of begging me? I hate you.
He pulled his shoulders up and shook his body, as if he felt a strong dislike. He pushed his chair back. I stood up and opened my mouth to shout angry words at him, but I stopped at once. He threatened me. If I spoke one more word, he said, he would lock me alone in a room. It was getting dark. We heard people talking at the garden gate. Our host ran outside quickly. He stayed calm. We did not. After a few minutes of talking, he came back alone. I thought it was your cousin Hareton, I said to Catherine. I wish he would come. Maybe he would help us. It was 3 servants from the Grange, said Heathcliff, who heard me. They came to look for you. You should have opened a window and called. But I believe this girl is happy you did not. She is glad she must stay here. When we heard this, we both cried loudly. We could not stop. He let us cry until 9 o'clock. Then he told us to go upstairs, through the kitchen, to Zillara's room. I whispered to Catherine to obey. I hoped we could escape from a window or the roof. But the window was very narrow. The trap to the roof was locked. We were shut in again. We did not go to bed. Catherine stood by the window and watched for morning. She sighed often. She would not lie down, even when I asked her many times. I sat in a chair and moved back and forth. I blamed myself for many past mistakes. I believed they caused all this trouble. That night, I felt more guilty than Heathcliff, though this was not truly fair. At 7 o'clock, Heathcliff came and asked if Miss Linton was up.
She ran to the door and said yes.
He opened it and pulled her out. I stood up to follow, but he locked the door again. I asked to be let out. Wait, he said. I will send you breakfast later. I hit the door and shook the handle in anger. Catherine asked why I was still locked in. He said I must wait another hour. Then they left. I waited 2 or 3 hours. At last, I heard footsteps. They were not his.
I brought you food, a voice said. Open the door.
I opened it fast. It was Hareton. He carried a tray with enough food for the day.
Take it, he said, and pushed it into my hands.
Please wait 1 minute, I said.
No, he said, and walked away. He did not listen to my words or my requests.
I stayed locked in all that day, and the next night, and more days after. I stayed 5 nights and 4 days. I saw no one except Hareton once each morning. He acted like a hard guard. He was rough, silent, and would not listen to any plea for kindness or fairness. On the 5th day, later in the afternoon, I heard different footsteps. They were lighter and quicker. This time, someone came into the room. It was Zillah. She wore a red shawl and a black bonnet. She carried a basket on her arm.
Oh dear, Mrs. Dean, she cried. People are talking about you in Gimmerton. I thought you were lost in the marsh, and Missy with you. I believed that until Master told me you were found and kept here. Were you on an island? How long were you locked up? Did Master save you? But you do not look so thin. You have not been very ill, have you?
Your master is a wicked man, I said. But he will answer for this. He should not have made up that story. The truth will be known.
What do you mean? Asked Zillah. It is not his story. People in the village say you were lost in the marsh. When I came back, I told Hareton about the strange news. I said it was sad about the young lady and Nellie Dean. He looked surprised. I thought he knew nothing, so I told him more. The master listened and smiled. He said, if they were in the marsh, they are out now. Nellie Dean is in your room at this moment. Take this key. The marsh water confused her head, and she wanted to run home. I stopped her until she became calm. Tell her to go to the Grange at once, if she can, and give my message. Her young lady will come later for the funeral.
Mr. Edgar is not dead. I cried. Oh, Zillah, Zillah.
No, no, she said. Sit down. You are still weak. He is not dead. Dr. Kenneth thinks he may live one more day.
I met him on the road and asked him. I did not sit down. I quickly took my outdoor clothes and went downstairs because the way was clear. When I went into the house, I looked around for someone who could tell me about Catherine. The room was full of sunlight and the door was open wide. But I saw no one. I stopped and did not know what to do. Then I heard a small cough near the fire. Linton was lying on a bench. He was the only person there. He was sucking a stick of sweet candy and watching me with tired eyes. I asked him in a hard voice where Miss Catherine was. I thought I could scare him because he was alone. He just kept sucking the candy.
Is she gone?
No, he said. She is upstairs. She is not allowed to go. We will not let her go.
You will not let her, you silly boy. Tell me her room now, or I will shout loudly.
Papa would shout at you if you tried, he said. He told me not to be kind to Catherine. She is my wife, and it is bad that she wants to leave me. He says she hates me and wants me to die to get my money. But she will not get it. And she will not go home. Never. She can cry and feel sick as much as she wants.
He closed his eyes and went on with his candy, as if he wanted to sleep.
Master Heathcliff, I said. Do you remember how kind Catherine was to you last winter? You said you loved her. She brought you books and sang to you. She walked through wind and snow many times to see you. One evening she cried because she could not come, as she knew you would be sad. You knew then she was much too good for you. Now you believe your father's words, though you know he dislikes you both. And you stand against her. Is that good thanks?
Linton's mouth fell, and he took the candy away.
Did she come here because she hated you? Think for yourself. She does not even know about your money. You say she is sick, but you leave her alone in a strange house. You know how it feels to be left alone. You felt sorry for yourself, and she felt sorry for you too. But you do not feel sorry for her. I am crying, and I am only an old woman and a servant. You once acted as if you cared for her, but now you think only of yourself and lie there in comfort. You are very selfish.
I can't stay with her, he said. I don't want to be alone with her. She cries, and I can't stand it. She will not stop, even when I say I will call my father. I called him once. He spoke very harshly to her and told her to be quiet. When he left, she started again. She cried and moaned all night. I was angry and shouted because I could not sleep.
Is Mr. Heathcliff outside? I asked.
I saw that this poor boy could not understand Catherine's pain.
He is in the yard, Linton said. He is talking to Dr. Kenneth. The doctor says my uncle is truly dying now. I am glad. After him, I will own the Grange. Catherine Alwa.
And can you get the key if you want to? I asked.
Yes, when I am upstairs, he replied. But I cannot walk upstairs now.
Where is it kept? I asked.
Oh, he said sharply, I will not tell you. It is our secret. No one must know, not Hareton and not Zilla. Now you have tired me. Go away.
He turned his face to his arm and closed his eyes. I thought it was best to leave without seeing Mr. Heathcliff. I decided to go back to the Grange and bring help for my young mistress. When I arrived, the servants were very surprised and happy to see me. When they heard that their young lady was safe, some of them wanted to run and tell Mr. Edgar at once. But I said I would tell him myself. I was shocked by how much he had changed in just a few days. He lay quietly, full of sadness, waiting for death. He looked very young. He was 39, but he looked much younger. He was thinking of Catherine. He whispered her name. I touched his hand and spoke softly. Catherine is coming, dear master, I said. She is alive and well. I hope she will be here tonight. At first, the news was too strong for him. He tried to rise, looked around quickly, and then fell back unconscious. When he woke, I told him about our forced stay at the Heights. I said Heathcliff made me go there. That was not fully true, but I did not wish to upset him more. I said very little about Linton. I also did not describe Heathcliff's cruel behavior. I wanted to spare him pain. He guessed that Heathcliff wanted to take Catherine's money and property for his son, or rather for himself. He did not understand why Heathcliff was in such a hurry. He did not know how near both he and his nephew were to death. Still, he decided to change his will. Instead of letting Catherine control her fortune, he chose to place it in safe hands. It would be used for her life, and for her children if she had any. In this way, Heathcliff could not get it, even if Linton died. After I received his orders, I sent a man to fetch the lawyer. I also sent 4 strong men to demand my young mistress back. All of them returned very late. The man sent for the lawyer came back first. He said the lawyer was not at home. He waited 2 hours. When the lawyer returned, he said he had other work to do, but promised to come to the Grange before morning. The 4 men returned alone. They said Catherine was ill and could not leave her room. Heathcliff did not allow them to see her. I was very angry with them for believing this story. I did not tell my master. I decided that at daylight I would go myself with many people and take Catherine back by force if needed. I promised myself that her father would see her again. Luckily, I did not need to do this. At 3 in the morning, I went downstairs to get water. As I walked through the hall, someone knocked on the front door. The knock was quiet but firm. I thought it was the lawyer. I went to open the door myself. The moon was bright outside. It was not the lawyer. It was my dear young mistress. She threw her arms around my neck and cried,
Ellen, Ellen. Is Papa alive?
Yes, I cried. Yes, my dear. Thank God. He is alive, and you are safe. She wanted to run upstairs at once, even though she was weak. I made her sit down. I gave her a drink and washed her pale face. Then I told her I must go first and tell her father she had returned. I asked her to say she was happy with young Heathcliff. She looked surprised, but she soon understood why. She promised she would not complain. I could not bear to watch their meeting. I stayed outside the door for a long time. When I finally looked in, everything was calm. Catherine was quiet and strong. Her father looked at her with joy. He held her hand and smiled. He died peacefully, Mr. Lockwood.
He kissed her cheek and whispered, I am going to her. And you, my dear child, will come to us.
And he never moved or spoke again. He kept looking ahead with bright, quiet eyes. Slowly, his heartbeat stopped, and his life ended. No one could tell the exact moment he died. It happened very gently, with no pain or struggle. Catherine had no more tears, or maybe her sadness was too heavy for tears. She sat there with dry eyes until the sun came up. She stayed until noon. She would have stayed longer beside the bed, but I made her leave and rest. It was good that I did. At dinner time, the lawyer arrived. He had first gone to Wuthering Heights to ask what he should do. He had chosen to obey Mr. Heathcliff. That was why he came late, even though my master had called him. Luckily, after his daughter arrived, my master did not think about money or business. Nothing troubled his mind. Mr. Green began to give orders to everyone in the house. He told all the servants, except me, that they must leave their jobs. He even tried to say that Edgar Linton should not be buried next to his wife. He wanted him buried with his own family in the chapel. But the will stopped him. I also spoke loudly against any change. The funeral was done very quickly. Catherine, now Mrs. Linton Heathcliff, was allowed to stay at the Grange until her father's body was taken away. She told me later what had happened. Her deep pain had finally pushed Linton to help her escape, even though he was afraid. She heard the men I sent arguing at the door. She understood Heathcliff's reply. It made her feel wild with fear. Linton had been taken to the small sitting room after I left. He was so frightened that he brought the key before his father came back upstairs. He was clever enough to unlock and lock the door again without closing it. When it was time to go to bed, he asked to sleep with Herr Tun. This was allowed for once. Catherine slipped out before sunrise. She did not try the doors because the dogs might bark. She went through empty rooms and checked the windows. At last, she found her mother's room. She climbed out of the window easily and went down to the ground using the fir tree nearby. Linton was later punished for helping her, even though he had tried to be careful. Chapter 29. The evening after the funeral, my young lady and I sat in the library. We felt very sad. One of us felt hopeless. We thought about our loss and worried about the dark days ahead. We agreed that the best future for Catherine would be to stay at the Grange. At least, she could stay while Linton was alive. Linton might live there with her, and I could stay as housekeeper. It seemed too good to be true. Still, I hoped. I began to feel a little better when I thought of keeping my home, my work, and most of all, my dear young mistress. Just then, a servant rushed in. He was one who had been told to leave but was still there. He said that devil Heathcliff was coming through the yard. He asked if we should lock the door. Even if we had wanted to do that, there was no time. Heathcliff did not knock or say his name. He walked in like the master of the house. When he heard the servant's voice, he followed it to the library. He came in, waved the man out, and shut the door. It was the same room where he had once come as a guest 18 years before. The same moon shone through the window. The same autumn view lay outside. We had not lit a candle, but we could still see everything. The pictures on the wall were clear. One showed Mrs. Linton's beautiful face. Another showed her husband's calm face. Heathcliff walked to the fireplace. Time had not changed him much. His face was still dark, but paler and calmer. He was a little heavier. Otherwise, he looked the same. When Catherine saw him, she jumped up and tried to run away.
"Stop," he said, holding her arm. "No more running away. Where would you go? I am here to take you home. I hope you will be an obedient daughter and not make my son disobey again." I did not know how to punish him when I learned what he had done. He is so weak that even a small touch could hurt him badly. But you can see from his face that he has been punished enough. I brought him downstairs 2 nights ago and sat him in a chair. I did not touch him after that. I sent Hareton away, and we stayed alone. After 2 hours, I called Joseph to take him back upstairs. Since then, just seeing me scares him. I think he imagines I am near him, even when I am not. Hareton says the child wakes up many times at night. He cries loudly for hours. He calls your name and asks you to protect him from me. So you must come, whether you love your dear husband or not. The child is your duty now. I give him to you and give up all my care for him.
Why not let Catherine stay here? I asked. Send Master Linton to her instead. You hate them both, so you would not miss them. They only bring trouble to your hard heart.
I am looking for someone to live at the Grange, he said. I want my children near me. Also, the girl must work for the food she eats. I will not raise her in comfort and do nothing after Linton is gone. Hurry and get ready now. Do not make me force you.
I will go, said Catherine. Linton is all I love in this world. You tried to make us dislike each other, but you cannot make us hate each other. I will not let you harm him while I am there. And you cannot scare me.
You speak bravely, said Heathcliff. But I do not care enough to hurt him myself. You will suffer more by watching him. It is not me who will make him hard to love. He will do that himself. He feels angry and hurt because you left him. Do not expect thanks for your love. I heard him talk about what he would do if he were strong like me. He thinks these thoughts already. His weakness makes him think in sharp and clever ways.
I know he has a bad nature, said Catherine. He is your son. But I have a better heart to forgive him. I know he loves me, and that is why I love him. Mr. Heathcliff, you have no one who loves you. No matter how unhappy you make us, we can still think that your cruelty comes from your own pain. You are unhappy, aren't you? You are lonely and full of jealousy. No one loves you. No one will cry for you when you die. I would never want to be you.
Catherine spoke with a sad kind of victory. It seemed she had decided to live among her new family in their hard way, and to find some comfort in their sorrow.
You will soon wish you were not yourself, said her husband's father. If you stay here one more minute, you will be sorry. Go away and pack your things.
She left the room with cold pride. While she was gone, I asked if I could take Zilla's place at the Heights. I offered to give my place to Zilla instead. He refused at once. He told me to be quiet. Then, for the first time, he looked around the room and at the pictures. He studied Mrs. Linton's picture and said, "I will have that house. Not because I need it, but—" He turned to the fire and went on, with something like a smile.
I will tell you what I did yesterday. I spoke to the man who was digging Linton's grave. I asked him to move the earth from her coffin. I opened it. For a moment, I felt I could stay there forever when I saw her face again. It is still her face. The man had to pull me away. He said the air would change it, so I loosened one side of the coffin and covered it again. Not Linton's side. I paid the man to move it again when I am buried, and to place me beside her. When Linton joins us, he will not know which is which.
You did a very wrong thing, Mr. Heathcliff, I said. Were you not ashamed to trouble the dead?
I troubled no one, Nelly, he said. I only brought some peace to myself. I feel calmer now. It may even be easier to keep me in the ground when my time comes. Trouble her? No. She troubled me day and night for 18 years, without rest, until last night. Last night I was calm. I dreamed I was sleeping my final sleep beside her, my heart still, my face cold against hers.
And if her body had turned to earth, I said, what would you have dreamed then?
I would dream of becoming one with her, he answered, and being even happier. Do you think I fear such change? I expected it when I opened the coffin, but I am glad it did not happen yet. I want to share it with her. Also, seeing her quiet face clearly helped ease that strange feeling in me. It began long ago. You know how wild I was after she died. From morning to night, I prayed for her spirit to return to me. I truly believe in ghosts. I believe they can exist among us. The day she was buried, snow fell. That evening I went to the churchyard. The wind was cold and strong, and the place was empty. I was not afraid her foolish husband would come so late, and no one else had any reason to be there. I was alone, and only a short layer of earth was between us. I said to myself, I will hold her again. If she feels cold, it is only the cold wind. If she does not move, she is only asleep. I took a spade from the shed and dug with all my strength. Soon the spade hit the coffin. I dropped the tool and used my hands. The wood began to break near the screws. I was almost there. Then I thought I heard a soft sound above me, near the edge of the grave. Someone seemed to bend down. I whispered, if I can only open this, I do not care if they cover us both with earth. I pulled harder. I heard another soft sound, very close to my ear. I felt warm breath push away the cold wind. I knew no living person was there. Still, I felt sure Cathy was with me. She was not under the ground, but above it. A deep calm moved through my whole body. I stopped my painful work at once. I felt comforted, more than I can say. She was with me while I filled the grave again. She stayed with me as I walked home. You may laugh, but I was sure I would see her. I knew she was near, and I spoke to her as I walked. When I reached the heights, I ran to the door. It was locked. That cruel Earnshaw and my wife stood against me and would not let me in. I remember pushing him hard and making him fall back. Then I ran upstairs to my room and hers. I looked around fast. I felt she was there. I could almost see her, but I could not. The pain inside me was terrible. I begged with all my heart to see her just once. I did not see her. She stayed hidden, as she often did in life, and it hurt me deeply. Since that time, this pain has played with me again and again. It has been unbearable. It kept my nerves tight for many years. When I sat in the house with Hareton, I felt I would meet her when I went outside. When I walked on the moors, I felt she was coming toward me. When I left home, I hurried back. I was sure she must be at the heights. When I slept in her room, I could not rest. As soon as I closed my eyes, she seemed to be outside the window, or opening the wall, or coming into the room. Sometimes she rested her dear head on my pillow, as she did when she was a child. I had to open my eyes to see. I opened and closed them many times each night. I was always disappointed. It broke me. I often cried out loud. That old man Joseph likely thought my guilt was hurting me inside. Now that I have seen her, I feel a little calm. It was a strange way to die. Not fast, but very slowly. For 18 years, I lived with small hopes that never became real.
Mr. Heathcliff stopped speaking and wiped his face. His hair was wet with sweat. He stared into the red fire. His face looked less hard, but full of deep trouble. His mind was fixed on one thought. He spoke only partly to me, and I said nothing. I did not like to hear him speak this way. After a while, he looked again at the picture. He took it down and leaned it by the sofa to see it better. While he was looking, Catherine came in. She said she was ready when her pony was prepared.
"Send that tomorrow," Heathcliff said to me. Then he spoke to her. "You do not need your pony. The evening is fine. At Wuthering Heights, you will walk. Come now."
"Goodbye, Ellen," whispered my dear young lady. She kissed me, and her lips were cold like ice. "Come to see me, Ellen. Please remember."
"Do not do that, Mrs. Dean," said her new father. "When I want to speak to you, I will come here. I do not want you looking into my house."
He made a sign for her to walk in front of him. She looked back at me once. Her look hurt my heart. Then she obeyed. I stood at the window and watched them go down the garden path. Heathcliff took Catherine's arm. At first, she tried to pull away. Then he walked very fast and led her into the tree path. The trees hid them from my sight. Chapter 30. I went to the Heights, but I have not seen her since she left. When I knocked, Joseph stood in the doorway. He did not let me enter. I asked about her. He said Mrs. Linton was busy, and the master was away. Zillah later told me how life goes on there. Without her words, I would not know who is alive and who is dead. Zillah thinks Catherine is proud. She does not like her. I can hear this in the way she speaks. When my young lady first arrived, she asked Zillah for some help. But Mr. Heathcliff told Zillah to mind her own work. He said his son's wife could care for herself. Zillah was glad to agree. She is a selfish woman with a narrow mind. Catherine felt hurt by this neglect, like a child. She answered it with cold looks. In this way, she made Zillah her enemy, as much as if she had truly harmed her. About 6 weeks ago, a little before you came, I spoke with Zillah for a long time. We met on the moor. This is what she told me.
The first thing Mrs. Linton did, Zillah said, was to run upstairs. She did not even say good evening to me or Joseph. She shut herself in Linton's room and stayed there all night. In the morning, while the master and Earnshaw ate breakfast, she came down. She was shaking and asked if the doctor could be sent for. She said her cousin was very ill.
"We know that," said Heathcliff. "His life is worth nothing. I will not pay money for him."
"I don't know what to do. If no one helps me, he will die."
The master shouted at her to leave the room. He said no one there cared what happened to the boy. If she cared, she must nurse him herself. If not, she should shut him away and leave him.
After that, she kept asking me for help. I told her I had enough trouble already. We all had our own work. Hers was to care for Linton. Mr. Heathcliff had ordered me to leave that job to her. How they lived together, I cannot say. I think the boy complained a lot and cried day and night. She had almost no rest. You could see it in her pale face and tired eyes. Sometimes she came into the kitchen looking lost and weak. She looked as if she wanted to ask for help. But I would not go against the master. I never dare disobey him, Mrs. Dean. I felt it was wrong not to send for the doctor, but it was not my place to speak. I always refused to get involved. Once or twice, after we were in bed, I opened my door again. I saw her sitting at the top of the stairs, crying quietly. I closed my door fast. I was afraid I might feel sorry and step in. I did pity her then, I truly did. But I did not want to lose my job. At last, one night, she came into my room without warning. She frightened me badly. She said, "Tell Mr. Heathcliff his son is dying. I am sure of it this time. Get up now and tell him." After she said this, she left at once. I lay in bed for a long time, shaking and listening. The house was still. Nothing moved. I told myself she must be wrong. I thought the boy had passed the danger. I did not need to wake anyone. I started to fall asleep. But soon the bell rang sharply. It is the only bell in the house. It was put there for Linton. The master called out to me. He told me to see what was wrong. He said he would not allow such noise again. I gave him Catherine's message. He muttered angrily. After a few minutes, he came out with a candle and went toward their room. I followed him. Mrs. Heathcliff sat by the bed. Her hands rested in her lap. Her face was still. Her father-in-law held the candle close to Linton's face. He looked at him and touched him. Then he turned to her.
"Now, Catherine," he said, "how do you feel?"
She did not speak.
"How do you feel, Catherine?" he asked again. "He is safe, and I am free," she said. "I should feel better. But you left me alone for so long. I had to fight death by myself. Now I can only feel death. I feel like I am dying." She also looked very ill. I gave her some wine. Hareton and Joseph woke up because they heard the bell and footsteps. They listened outside and then came in. Joseph seemed glad that the young man was gone. Hareton looked worried, but he stared more at Catherine than at Linton. The master told Hareton to go back to bed. We did not need his help. Later, he told Joseph to take the body to his room. He sent me back to my room. Mrs. Heathcliff stayed alone. In the morning, he sent me to tell her to come down for breakfast. She had taken off her clothes and looked ready to sleep. She said she was ill. I was not surprised. I told Mr. Heathcliff, "Let her stay until after the funeral. Go to her sometimes and bring what she needs. When she looks better, tell me." Cathy stayed upstairs for 2 weeks, as Zillah told me. Zillah went to see her twice a day. She tried to be kind. But Cathy pushed her away each time, quickly and with pride. Heathcliff went up once to show her Linton's will. Linton had given all his money and movable things to his father. This also included what had once been hers. The poor boy was forced or sweet-talked into signing it when she was away, during the week his uncle died. Because he was young, he could not give away the land. Still, Mr. Heathcliff took it and kept it, as his wife's right and his own. I suppose the law allows it. Catherine had no money and no friends, so she could not stop him.
"Nobody went near her door except me," said Zillah. "Nobody asked about her. The first time she came downstairs was on a Sunday afternoon. When I took her dinner up, she cried and said she could not stay in the cold any longer. I told her the master was going to Thrushcross Grange, Earnshaw, and I would not stop her from coming down. As soon as she heard Heathcliff ride away, she came down. She wore black clothes. Her yellow hair was combed straight back, very plain. She could not curl it. Joseph and I usually go to chapel on Sundays," Zillah said. "The church has no minister now, so people go to a small chapel in Gimmerton. Joseph went, but I stayed at home. Young people need an older person to watch them. Hareton is shy and not very polite. I told him his cousin might sit with us. She was used to respecting the Sabbath. So he should put away his guns and his work while she stayed. He turned red when I told him. He looked at his hands and clothes. The oil and gunpowder were hidden at once. I saw he wanted to sit with her. I could tell he wanted to look nice. I laughed and offered to help him. I teased him about his shame. He became angry and started to swear. Now, Mrs. Dean," Zillah said, when she saw I did not like her tone, "you think your young lady is too good for Hareton. Maybe you are right. But I would like to bring her pride down a little. What good is all her learning now? She is as poor as you or me. Maybe poorer. You save money, and I earn mine by hard work.
Herr Tun let Zilla help him. She spoke kindly to him and made him feel better. When Catherine came in, he tried to be pleasant. Zilla said this made him forget her past insults for a moment.
She walked in, Zilla said, cold as ice and proud as a queen. I stood up and offered her my chair. She turned her nose away and refused. Earnshaw also stood up. He asked her to sit on the bench near the fire. He said she must be very hungry.
I have been hungry for more than a month, she said, in a hard voice.
She pulled a chair for herself and placed it far from us. After she felt warm, she looked around. She saw many books on the shelf. She stood up at once and tried to reach them, but they were too high. Her cousin watched her for a while. At last, he found the courage to help her. She held her dress, and he filled it with books.
That was a big step forward for the boy. She did not say thank you to him. Still, he felt happy because she accepted his help. He stayed behind her while she looked at the books. He bent down and pointed to some old pictures that he liked. She pulled the page away from his finger in a rude way, but he was not afraid. He moved a little back and looked at her instead of the book. She kept reading, or looking for something to read. Slowly, his eyes stayed on her thick, soft curls. He could not see her face, and she could not see him. He was not fully aware of himself. Like a child drawn to a light, he moved from looking to touching. He reached out and gently touched one curl, as softly as if it were a small bird.
Go away at once. How dare you touch me? Why are you standing there? I can't stand you. I will go upstairs if you come near me.
Mr. Hareton moved back at once. He looked very foolish. He sat down quietly on the bench. She went on turning the pages for another half hour. At last, Earnshaw walked over and whispered to me.
Will you ask her to read to us, Zilla? I am tired of doing nothing. I would like to hear her read. Don't say I asked. Ask her yourself.
I spoke to her right away. Mr. Hareton would like you to read to us. He would be very thankful.
Mr. Hareton, and all of you, must understand this. I refuse any false kindness you offer. I despise you all and want nothing to do with you. When I needed one kind word, when I would have given anything to see a friendly face, you all stayed away. But I will not complain to you. I am only here because it is cold. I did not come to please you or enjoy your company.
What did I do wrong? How was it my fault?
Oh, you are no loss to me. I never cared for you at all.
But I offered to help more than once. I asked Mr. Heathcliff to let me stay awake for you.
Be quiet. I would rather go outside, or anywhere, than hear your awful voice.
Hareton muttered that she could go away for all he cared. He took down his gun and stopped holding himself back. He began to talk freely. Soon she chose to leave and go back to being alone. But the cold weather grew stronger. In spite of her pride, she was forced to stay with us more and more. After that, I made sure there was no more kindness from me. I became as stiff as she was. She has no friend or admirer among us. She does not deserve one. If anyone says even a small word to her, she answers sharply. She speaks back even to the master and seems to challenge him. The more she is hurt, the harsher she becomes. When I first heard this story from Zilla, I decided to leave my job. I thought of taking a small house and asking Catherine to live with me. But Mr. Heathcliff would never allow that. He would as soon allow Hareton to live alone in his own house. I see no solution now, unless she marries again. That is not something I can arrange. So ended Mrs. Dean's story. Even though the doctor said I would be ill for some time, I am getting strong again very fast. It is only the second week of January, but I plan to ride out on horseback in a day or two. I will go to Wuthering Heights. I will tell my landlord that I plan to spend the next 6 months in London. If he wishes, he may find another tenant after October. I would not stay here for another winter. Chapter 31. Yesterday was bright, calm, and cold. I went to the Heights as I planned. My housekeeper asked me to take a small note to her young lady. I agreed, because the good woman saw nothing strange in her request. The front door was open, but the gate was locked, as it was last time. I knocked and called for Earnshaw among the garden beds. He unlocked the gate and let me in. He is a good-looking country man. I noticed him more this time. Still, he seems to hide his good looks on purpose. I asked if Mr. Heathcliff was at home. He said no, but that he would return at dinner time. It was 11 o'clock. I said I would go inside and wait. At once, he dropped his tools and came with me, like a guard, not like a host. We entered together. Catherine was there. She was helping prepare vegetables for the meal. She looked more unhappy and less lively than when I first saw her. She did not lift her eyes to look at me. She kept working and did not show good manners. She did not return my bow or my good morning. I thought to myself that she was not as kind as Mrs. Dean had said. She was very pretty, but she was not gentle.
Take your things to the kitchen.
Do it yourself.
She pushed the things away. Then she sat on a small seat by the window. She began to cut shapes of birds and animals from turnip skins on her lap. I went closer to her. I said I wanted to see the garden. While I stood there, I quietly dropped Mrs. Dean's letter onto her knee. Hareton did not see it. But she spoke out loud and asked what it was. She pushed it off her knee. I told her it was a letter from her old friend, the housekeeper at the Grange. I felt annoyed because she spoke so loudly. I was also afraid others might think the letter was from me. When she heard this, she wanted to pick it up. But Hareton was faster. He took the letter and put it into his coat.
Mr. Heathcliff should read it first.
Catherine then turned her face away from us. She quietly took out her handkerchief and wiped her eyes. Hareton tried to hide his feelings for a short time. Then he took out the letter and threw it on the floor near her, in a cold way. Catherine quickly picked it up and read it. After that, she asked me a few questions about the people and animals at her old home. Then she looked at the hills and spoke softly to herself.
I wish I could ride Minnie there. I wish I could climb the hills. I am tired, and I feel trapped.
She leaned her head back on the window frame. She gave a small yawn and a soft sigh. She looked sad and lost in thought. She did not care if we noticed her or not. After sitting in silence for some time, I spoke to her. I asked if she knew me. I said we were friends, and I found it strange that she would not speak to me. I told her my housekeeper talked about her often and spoke of her with praise. I said she would be sad if I came back with no news, except that Catherine got the letter and did not answer.
Does Ellen like you?
I said yes, but not strongly.
Tell her I want to answer the letter. But I have no paper to write on. I do not even have a book to tear a page from.
I was shocked and asked how she could live there without books. I said that even with many books, I often felt bored at the Grange. I said I would feel very unhappy without them.
I always read when I had books. Mr. Heathcliff never read, so he decided to destroy my books. I have not seen a book for weeks. One time, I looked through Joseph's religious books, and he was very angry. Another time, I found books in Hareton's room. They were Latin and Greek books, and also stories and poems I knew well. I brought the stories and poems to this room. Hareton took them like a bird stealing shiny things. The books were useless to him. Or maybe he hid them because he did not want anyone else to enjoy them. Perhaps his jealousy made Mr. Heathcliff take my books. But the stories are in my mind and heart, and no one can take those away.
Hareton's face turned red when she spoke about his hidden books. He spoke in an angry and confused way and said she was wrong. I tried to help him. I said that Hareton wanted to learn more. I said he was not jealous but wanted to improve. I said he would become smart in a few years.
He wants me to become foolish while he learns. I often hear him trying to read and spell by himself. I laugh at the mistakes he makes. I wish he would repeat a poem as he did the day before. It was very funny. I hear him use the dictionary to find hard words. I also hear him get angry because he cannot read the meanings.
The young man clearly felt hurt. He did not like being laughed at for not knowing things. He also did not like being laughed at for trying to learn. I felt the same way. I remembered Mrs. Dean. After Dean told his story about his first try to learn in the dark life he grew up in, I said, "Mrs. Heathcliff, we all have a beginning. We all fall at first. If our teachers had laughed at us instead of helping us, we would still be falling now."
"Oh," she said. "I do not want to stop him from learning. But he has no right to take what is mine. He makes my books foolish with his bad reading and wrong sounds. Those books, poems, and stories are special to me. They are full of memories. I hate to hear them ruined when he reads them. And he always chooses the pieces I love the most, as if he wants to hurt me on purpose."
Hareton stood quiet for a moment. His chest moved fast. He felt deep shame and anger, and it was hard for him to control it. I stood up and moved to the door to help him feel less awkward. I looked outside. He followed me and left the room. Soon he came back with several books in his arms. He threw them into Catherine's lap and cried,
"Take them. I never want to hear them, read them, or think about them again."
"I do not want them now," she said. "They will remind me of you, and I will hate them."
She opened one book that looked very used. She read a little in a slow, teasing voice, like a new learner. Then she laughed and threw it away.
"Listen to this," she said. She began a song in the same mocking way.
He could not bear it anymore. He moved quickly and stopped her in a rough way, without words. She had tried hard to hurt his feelings, which were soft but not trained. He had no other way to answer her pain. After that, he picked up the books and threw them into the fire. I could see on his face how painful this was for him. As the books burned, I thought he remembered the joy they had already given him. I thought he remembered the pride and hope he once felt. I also understood why he had studied in secret. Before Catherine came, he was happy with hard work and simple pleasures. Her shame and her wish for respect pushed him to learn more. But instead of helping him, his efforts brought the opposite result.
"That is all the good a rough boy like you can get from books," Catherine cried. She held her hurt lip and watched the fire with angry eyes.
"You should be quiet now," he said sharply.
He was too upset to say more. He hurried to the door, and I stepped aside to let him pass. But before he left the yard, Mr. Heathcliff came up the path. He caught his shoulder and asked,
"What is happening now, my boy?"
Nothing, Hareton said. He pulled away and went off alone with his anger and sadness.
Heathcliff watched him and sighed.
"It would be strange if I ruined my own plans," he said softly, not knowing I was there. "When I look at his face, I see his father less and her more each day. Why does he look so much like her? I can hardly stand to see him.
He looked down and walked inside, full of dark thoughts. His face looked worried and tired. I had never seen that before. He also looked thinner. When his daughter-in-law saw him through the window, she quickly went to the kitchen. I was left alone with him.
I am glad to see you outside again, Mr. Lockwood, he said after my greeting. Partly for selfish reasons. I do not think I could easily replace you in this lonely place. I have often wondered why you came here.
I fear it was a careless choice, sir, I answered. Or maybe another careless choice will take me away. I plan to go back to London next week. I should tell you that I do not wish to keep Thrushcross Grange after the year I agreed to. I do not think I will live there anymore.
Oh, really, he said. You are tired of being away from the world. But if you came to avoid paying for a place you will not use, your trip is useless. I always take what I am owed.
I am not asking to avoid anything, I said, feeling annoyed. If you wish, I can settle it now. I took out my notebook.
No, no, he said in a calm voice. You will leave enough money here to pay your debts if you do not come back. I am not in a hurry. Sit down and eat dinner with us. A guest who will not return is easy to welcome. Catherine, bring the food. Where are you? Catherine came back with a tray of knives and forks. Heathcliff spoke to her in a low voice. You can eat with Joseph. Stay in the kitchen until he is gone. She did exactly what he told her. Maybe she did not feel any wish to disobey. She lived with rude and unhappy people. Perhaps she could not see the value of kinder people when she met them. With Mr. Heathcliff, who looked dark and cold, on one side, and Hareton, who said nothing at all, on the other, I ate a very sad meal. I said goodbye early. I wanted to leave by the back door. I hoped to see Catherine once more and to trouble old Joseph. But Hareton was told to bring my horse. Then my host walked with me to the door himself. So I could not do what I wished. As I rode down the road, I thought, life in that house is very gloomy. What a strange and romantic story it could have been for Mrs. Linton Heathcliff if she and I had grown fond of each other, as her nurse wished. We could have gone to live together in the busy town. Chapter 32. 1802. In September, a friend in the north asked me to visit him. On my journey to his home, I found myself only 15 miles from Gimmerton. At a small inn by the road, a stableman was giving water to my horses. A cart passed by with very green oats, freshly cut.
Those come from Gimmerton. They are always too quick to copy other people's harvest.
Gimmerton? My time there already felt far away and unreal. Yes, I remember. How far is it from here?
About 14 miles over the hills. The road is rough.
Suddenly, I felt a strong wish to visit Thrushcross Grange. It was not yet noon. I thought it was better to sleep in my own house than in an inn. I also wanted to speak with my tenant and settle some business. That way, I would not need to come again later. After a short rest, I asked my servant to find the way to the village. The journey was hard for the horses, but we reached it in about 3 hours. I left my servant there and walked down the valley alone. The grey church looked even greyer than before. The quiet churchyard felt more lonely. I saw a sheep eating grass among the graves. The weather was warm and pleasant, too warm for travel. Still, I enjoyed the beautiful land around me. If I had seen it closer to August, I think I might have stayed there for a whole month. In winter, those valleys are very sad. In summer, they are very beautiful. I reached the Grange before sunset and knocked at the door. No one answered. I saw a thin line of blue smoke from the kitchen chimney. I guessed the family was in the back rooms and did not hear me. I rode into the yard. Under the porch, a girl of 9 or 10 sat knitting. An old woman lay on the steps, smoking a pipe and thinking quietly. "Is Mrs. Dean inside?"
Mrs. Dean? No. She does not live here. She is up at the Heights.
"Are you the housekeeper, then?"
Yes, I keep the house.
"Well, I am Mr. Lockwood, the owner. Is there a room for me? I wish to stay the night."
The owner. Why did no one tell us you were coming? You should have sent word. There is nothing ready here. Nothing at all.
She dropped her pipe and hurried inside. The girl followed her. I went in too. I soon saw that what she said was true. I had also frightened her by arriving without warning. I told her to calm down. I said I would go for a walk. While I was gone, she should prepare a small sitting room for my supper and a bedroom for me. I told her not to clean or dust. I only needed a good fire and dry sheets. She tried to do her best. She made some mistakes with her tools, but she worked hard. I left the house, trusting her to prepare a place for me. I decided to walk to Wuthering Heights. Then I stopped and came back for a moment. "Is everything well at the Heights?"
Yes, as far as I know.
I wanted to ask more, but she was already gone. Dean had left the Grange, but I could not stop her at such an urgent time. So I turned away and went out. I walked slowly. The sun was going down behind me, and the moon was rising in front of me. One light grew weaker, and the other grew brighter. I left the park and walked up the rough road that led to Mr. Heathcliff's house. Before I could see the house, the day was almost gone. Only a soft yellow light stayed in the west. Still, the moon was so bright that I could see every small stone on the path and every blade of grass. I did not need to climb the gate or knock. The gate opened easily when I touched it. I thought this was a good change. I noticed another change too. I could smell flowers in the air. The smell came from simple fruit trees and garden flowers. Both doors and windows were open. Inside, a red fire burned in the chimney. In this coal area, fires are common, and the warm light feels pleasant, even if the room is hot. The house was very large, so the people inside could sit far from the fire. I saw them near a window. I could see and hear them before I went in. I stopped to watch and listen. I felt curious, and also a little jealous.
"Wrong," said a soft, sweet voice. "That is the third time. You are foolish. I will not tell you again. Remember it, or I will pull your hair."
Wrong, then, answered a deep but gentle voice. "Now kiss me, because I did well."
"No. Read it again first. Do it right, with no mistakes."
The man began to read. He was young and well dressed. He sat at a table with a book in front of him. His face looked happy. His eyes often left the page and moved to a small white hand near his shoulder. When the owner of the hand saw this, she lightly hit his cheek to make him focus. She stood behind him. Her light curls touched his brown hair as she leaned over him to guide his reading. He could not see her face, and that was lucky for him. If he had, he would not have read so well. I could see her face, and I felt bitter. I pressed my lips together because I had lost my chance to do more than just watch her beauty. The reading ended, though not without more mistakes. The student asked for a reward. He received at least 5 kisses. Then he kindly gave them back to her. After that, they went to the door. From their talk, I understood that they planned to go out for a walk on the moors. I felt that Hareton Earnshaw would hate me deeply if he saw me then. I felt small and angry. So I quietly moved away and went around to the kitchen for shelter. That door was also open. At the door sat my old friend Nellie Dean. She was sewing and singing. Her song was often stopped by rough and angry words from inside the kitchen.
I would rather hear them swear all day, said the man in the kitchen, than listen to your nonsense. It is a shame that I cannot open the holy book without you bringing in foolish songs and wicked ideas. You are useless, and she is the same. That poor boy will be ruined between you. Poor boy. He is under a bad spell. I am sure of it. God judge them, because there is no law or justice from those in power.
No, Nellie answered calmly. Or we would all be burning, I suppose. Be quiet, old man. Read your Bible like a good Christian, and leave me alone. This is Fairy Annie's wedding. It is a nice song. People dance to it.
Nellie was about to sing again when I stepped forward. She saw me at once and jumped up.
Why, Mr. Lockwood, she cried. How could you come back like this? Everything is closed at Thrushcross Grange. You should have told us.
I have arranged to stay there while I am here, I said. I leave again tomorrow. But tell me, Mrs. Dean, how did you come to be here?
Zillah left, she said. And Mr. Heathcliff asked me to come after you went to London. He wanted me to stay until you returned. But please, come in. Did you walk from Gimmerton this evening?
From the Grange, I answered. While they prepare a room for me there, I want to finish my business with your master. I may not get another chance soon.
What business is that, sir? Nellie asked, as she led me inside. He has gone out and will not return soon.
About the rent, I said.
Oh, then you must speak with Mrs. Heathcliff, she said. Or better, speak with me. She cannot manage her business yet. I do it for her. There is no one else.
I looked surprised. She went on, I see you have not heard about Heathcliff's death. Heathcliff is dead. I cried. I was very shocked. When did it happen?
3 months ago. Sit down. Let me take your hat. I will tell you everything. Wait, you have not eaten, have you?
I need nothing, I said. I ordered supper at home. You sit too. I never thought he would die. Please tell me how it happened. You do not expect the young people back soon, do you?
No. I must scold them every evening for staying out late. They do not listen to me. At least drink some of our old ale. It will help you. You look tired.
She hurried to get it before I could say no. I heard Joseph speaking in the next room. He complained loudly. He said it was shameful for her to have visitors at her age. He was also angry that she took ale from the master's cellar. She did not answer him. She came back quickly with a full silver cup. I drank it and thanked her. After that, she told me the rest of Heathcliff's story. She said his death was strange.
She said that 2 weeks after you left us, I was called to Wuthering Heights. I went gladly because of Catherine. When I first saw her, I felt sad and shocked. She had changed a lot since I last saw her. Mr. Heathcliff did not explain why he wanted me there again. He only said he needed me. He said he was tired of seeing Catherine. He told me to use the small parlor as my room and keep Catherine with me. He said it was enough if he saw her once or twice a day.
Catherine liked this plan. Little by little, I brought many books and small things from the Grange. They had once made her happy. I hoped we would live in fair comfort. But this hope did not last long. At first, Catherine was calm. Soon she became restless and angry. She was not allowed to leave the garden. This made her very unhappy, especially when spring came. Also, I often had to leave her to do housework. She felt lonely. She said she would rather argue with Joseph in the kitchen than sit alone in silence. I did not mind her small fights with Joseph. But often Hareton also had to go into the kitchen when the master wanted the house to himself. At first, when Hareton came near, she would leave the room. Or she would quietly help me and not speak to him. She did not look at him or talk to him. He was always quiet and dark in mood. After some time, her behavior changed. She could not leave him alone. She talked at him all the time. She mocked his slowness and his lazy ways. She said she did not understand how he could live such a life. She wondered how he could sit all evening, staring at the fire and half asleep.
He is like a dog, isn't he, Ellen? Or like a workhorse. He works, eats, and sleeps. His mind must be empty and dull. Do you ever dream, Hareton? And if you do, what do you dream about? But you cannot speak to me.
She looked at him. He did not answer. He did not look at her.
Maybe he is dreaming now, she said. He moved his shoulder like Juno does. Ask him, Ellen.
Mr. Hareton will ask the master to send you upstairs if you do not behave.
I saw that Hareton's hand was tight with anger. He looked ready to strike.
Another time she said, I know why Hareton never speaks when I am here. He is afraid I will laugh at him. Ellen, what do you think? He once tried to teach himself to read. When I laughed at him, he burned his books and stopped. Was he not foolish?
Were you not unkind? I asked her.
Perhaps I was, she said. But I did not think he would act so badly. Hareton, if I give you a book now, will you take it? I will try.
He threw it away. He said, in a low, angry voice, that if she did not stop, he would hurt her.
Well, she said calmly, I will put it in the table drawer. Now I am going to bed.
Before she left, she whispered to me to watch if he touched the book. He did not go near it. In the morning, I told her. She was very disappointed. I saw that she felt sorry for him. She knew she had scared him away from learning. She had truly stopped him from trying. Still, she wanted to fix the harm she had done. While I ironed or did other quiet work outside the parlor, she would bring a pleasant book and read it aloud to me. When Hareton was in the room, she often stopped reading at an exciting part. She left the book on the table, and she did this many times. But he was very stubborn, and he did not react as she hoped. On rainy days, he sat with Joseph and smoked. They sat quietly by the fire. Joseph was old and almost deaf, so he did not hear her words. He would have called them bad talk. Hareton tried to act like he did not hear her either. On fine evenings, Hareton went out with his gun. Catherine felt bored. She sighed and yawned. She asked me to talk to her. But when I began, she ran into the yard or the garden. At last, she cried. She said she was tired of life, and that her life had no use. Mr. Heathcliff liked people less and less. He almost stopped Hareton from going into his room. At the start of March, Hareton had an accident. His gun broke while he was alone on the hills. A sharp piece hurt his arm. He lost much blood before he reached home. After that, he had to stay by the fire for some days. He needed quiet to heal. Catherine liked having him downstairs. She hated her room upstairs more than before. She often made me find work in the kitchen so she could come with me. On Easter Monday, Joseph went to Gimmerton Fair with cattle. In the afternoon, I was busy with clean clothes in the kitchen. Hareton sat in his usual dark mood by the fire. My young mistress passed the time by drawing on the window glass. She softly sang at times. She whispered little sounds. She also gave quick angry looks at her cousin. He kept smoking and looking into the fire. When I told her she blocked my light, she moved to the stone by the fire. I did not watch her closely. Soon, I heard her speak.
I found out, Hareton, she said. I know what I want. I am glad. I would like you to be my cousin now. But you are so angry, and so rough with me.
Hareton said nothing.
Hareton. 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 Do you hear me?
Go away, he said in a rough voice.
Let me take that pipe, she said. She moved her hand and took it from his mouth. Before he could stop her, she broke it and threw it behind the fire.
He shouted at her and took another pipe.
Stop, she cried. You must listen first. I cannot speak while the smoke is in my face.
Leave me alone, he shouted angrily.
No, she said. I will not. I do not know how to make you talk to me. You do not try to understand. When I call you stupid, I do not mean it badly. I do not look down on you. You are my cousin. You must see me.
I want nothing to do with you, he answered. You are proud, and you make fun of me. I would rather never look at you again. Go away now, at once.
Catherine frowned. She went back to the window seat. She bit her lip. She hummed a strange tune to hide that she wanted to cry.
You should be friends with your cousin, Mr. Hareton, I said. She is sorry for her rude ways. It would help you both. She could be good company for you.
Company, he cried. She hates me. She thinks I am worth nothing. Even if it made me great, I would not ask for her kindness again.
I do not hate you, Cathy cried. You hate me. You hate me like Mr. Heathcliff does, or even more.
That is not true, said Hareton. Why did I make him angry many times by taking your side? Even when you laughed at me and looked down on me. Stop troubling me, or I will say you drove me out of the kitchen.
I did not know you took my side, she said. She wiped her eyes. I was unhappy and angry with everyone. Now I thank you. Please forgive me. What else can I do?
She went back to the fire and held out her hand. He grew dark in the face and frowned. He kept his hands closed and looked at the floor. Catherine seemed to feel that he was not cruel, only stubborn. She paused for a moment. Then she bent down and gave him a soft kiss on the cheek. She thought I did not see her. She quickly went back to the window and sat quietly, looking calm.
I shook my head to show I did not agree. She turned red and spoke very softly. She said she did not know what else to do. He would not shake hands. He would not even look at her. She felt she had to show him, in some way, that she liked him and wanted to be friends. I do not know if the kiss helped Hareton understand. For a few minutes, he hid his face. When he finally looked up, he did not know where to look. Catherine then took a nice book. She wrapped it carefully in clean white paper. She tied it with a ribbon. She wrote his name on it, Mr. Hareton Earnshaw. She asked me to take the gift to him. She told me to say that if he accepted it, she would come and teach him how to read it. If he did not accept it, she would go upstairs and never bother him again. I took the book and gave him her message. My mistress watched me closely. Hareton kept his hands closed, so I placed the book on his knee. He did not push it away. I went back to my work. Catherine rested her head and arms on the table. She waited quietly. When she heard the soft sound of the paper being opened, she moved slowly and sat down next to her cousin. He shook with feeling, and his face became warm and red. All his rough manners were gone. At first, he could not speak at all. He looked at her, and she spoke to him in a low voice.
She asked him to forgive her. She said that one small word from him would make her very happy.
He answered in a low voice that I could not hear.
She then asked if he would be her friend.
He said that she would feel ashamed of him every day. He said it would only grow worse as she knew him better, and he could not bear that feeling.
She asked again if he would not be her friend. She smiled very sweetly and moved closer to him.
I did not hear more clear words. When I looked again, I saw them both smiling with joy as they bent over the open book. I felt sure they had made peace. They were no longer enemies. They were friends now. The book had many fine pictures. These pictures kept them quiet and happy until Joseph came home. He was very shocked to see Catherine sitting on the same bench as Hareton. Her hand rested on his shoulder. He could not understand how Hareton allowed this. It troubled him so much that he said nothing that night. His feelings showed only in the deep sighs he made. He placed his large Bible on the table. On top of it, he put dirty banknotes from his pocket.
At last, he told Hareton to leave his seat. He told him to take the money to the master and stay there. He said this room was not proper for them. He said they must go away and find another place.
I told Catherine that we must go too. I said my ironing was finished and asked if she was ready. She said it was not yet 8 o'clock. She stood up slowly and did not want to leave. She told Hareton she would leave the book on the shelf and bring more books the next day.
Joseph said that any book she left there, he would take away. He warned that she might never see them again.
She answered that his books would pay for hers.
She smiled at Hareton as she passed him and went upstairs singing. Her heart was lighter than it had ever been in that house before, except perhaps when she was very young. From that day, their friendship grew fast, though there were some short problems. Hareton did not change easily. My young lady was not very patient. But they both wanted the same thing. One wanted to love and respect. The other wanted to be loved and respected. In the end, they reached this goal. You see, Mr. Lockwood, it was easy to win Mrs. Heathcliff's heart. I am glad you did not try. My greatest wish is to see these two married. On their wedding day, no woman in England will be happier than I am. Chapter 33. The next day, which was Tuesday, Earnshaw was still too unwell to do his usual work. He stayed around the house. I soon saw that I could not keep Catherine close to me as before. She came downstairs before me and went into the garden. She had seen her cousin doing some light work there. When I went to call them for breakfast, I saw that she had talked him into clearing a large piece of ground. They had pulled out many currant and gooseberry bushes. They were busy planning to bring new plants from the Grange. I was very worried by what they had done in only half an hour. The black currant bushes were very dear to Joseph. Catherine had just chosen that exact spot for her flower bed.
There. This will all be shown to the master, I said. He will know as soon as he sees it. What excuse do you have for doing this in the garden? There will be a lot of trouble because of it. You will see. Mr. Hareton, I am surprised you were not wise enough to stop. Why did you make this mess because she asked you?
I forgot the plants were Joseph's, Earnshaw said. He looked confused. But I will tell him I did it.
We always ate our meals with Mr. Heathcliff. I had the duty to make tea and cut the food. Because of this, I had to sit at the table. Catherine usually sat next to me. Today, she moved closer to Hareton. I soon saw she would not be careful with her friendship. She was careless before when she was angry, and now she was the same when she was friendly. As we went into the room, I whispered to her, "Be careful. Do not talk to your cousin too much. Do not pay him much attention. It will make Mr. Heathcliff angry. He will be upset with both of you."
"I will not," she said.
1 minute later, she moved close to Herr Tun. She began to put small flowers into his bowl of porridge. He did not dare to speak to her. He almost did not look at her. Still, she kept teasing him. Twice, he almost laughed. I frowned at her. Then she looked at the master. His face showed his thoughts were on something else, not on them. For a moment, she became serious. She watched him closely. Then she turned back and began her silly behavior again. At last, Herr Tun made a small, quiet laugh. Mr. Heathcliff looked up quickly. His eyes moved across our faces. Catherine met his look with her usual nervous and bold expression. He hated that look. "It is good you are not close to me," he said. "Why do you keep looking at me like that? Put your eyes down. Do not remind me that you are here. I thought I had stopped you from laughing."
It was me, Herr Tun said softly.
"What did you say?" the master asked. Herr Tun looked down at his plate. He did not speak again. Mr. Heathcliff looked at him for a moment. Then he went back to his breakfast and his thoughts. We were almost finished eating. The two young people moved farther apart. I thought there would be no more trouble at the table. Then Joseph came to the door. His shaking lip and angry eyes showed he had found what happened to his garden. He must have seen Cathy and Herr Tun near the place before he checked it. His mouth moved slowly, and his words were hard to hear. Then he began to speak.
"I want my pay, and I want to leave. I plan to die where I worked for 60 years. I thought I would move my books and my things to the attic. They could have the kitchen to themselves. I wanted peace. It was hard to leave my own hearth, but I thought I could do it. But now, she has taken my garden from me. Master, I cannot bear it. You may accept hard work if you want. I am not used to it. An old man does not learn new burdens easily. I would rather earn my food working on the road."
"Stop, stop," Heathcliff said. "Be brief. What is your complaint? I will not step into fights between you and Nellie. She may lock you away for all I care."
"It is not Nellie," Joseph said. "I would not leave because of her. She cannot harm anyone's soul. It is that rude, careless girl. She has led the boy astray with her bold eyes and her forward ways. It breaks my heart. He has forgotten all I did for him. He has pulled up a whole row of my best currant trees in the garden."
He began to cry. He was very upset about his loss and about Earnshaw's behavior. "Is the man confused?" Mr. Heathcliff asked. "Herr Tun, is he blaming you?"
I pulled up 2 or 3 bushes, the young man said. But I will plant them again.
"Why did you pull them up?" the master asked.
"We wanted to plant flowers there," she said. "It was my idea. It is my fault."
"And who gave you permission to touch anything here?" Heathcliff asked. He was surprised. Then he turned to Herr Tun. "And who told you to obey her?" Herr Tun could not speak. His cousin answered instead.
"You should not refuse me a small piece of ground to make it pretty. When you have taken all my land."
"Your land?" Heathcliff said sharply. "You never had any."
"And my money," she said. She looked back at him boldly, and bit a piece of dry bread from her plate.
"Be quiet," he said. "Finish and go."
"And Herr Tun's land and his money," she went on, without fear.
"Herr Tun and I are friends now," she said. "I will tell him everything about you."
Heathcliff looked shocked for a moment. His face turned pale. He stood up and stared at her with strong anger.
"If you hit me, Herr Tun will hit you," she said. "So you should sit down."
If Hareton does not push you out of this room, I will hurt him, Heathcliff shouted. You wicked girl. How dare you try to turn him against me? Take her away. Throw her into the kitchen. If she comes near me again, I will be very angry.
Hareton spoke quietly and asked her to go. Heathcliff shouted again and moved closer.
He will not listen to you anymore, Catherine said. Soon he will dislike you as much as I do.
Please stop, Hareton said softly. Do not speak to him like that.
But you will not let him hurt me, she asked.
Come now, Hareton said gently.
It was too late. Heathcliff grabbed her.
You go, he said to Hareton. This girl has made me lose control. I cannot stand it.
He held her hair. Hareton tried to pull his hand away and asked him not to hurt her. Heathcliff looked wild with anger. I was ready to step in and help. Then, suddenly, he let go. He moved his hand from her head to her arm and looked closely at her face. He covered his eyes and stood still for a moment. Then he spoke in a cold, calm voice.
You must stop making me angry, he said. One day I may really hurt you. Go with Mrs. Dean and stay with her. Speak only to her. If I see Hareton listening to you, I will send him away from this house. Your friendship could ruin his life. Nellie, take her away. All of you, leave me.
I took Catherine out of the room. She was glad to escape and did not resist. Hareton followed us. Heathcliff stayed alone until dinner. I told Catherine to eat in her room. But when Heathcliff saw her empty chair, he sent me to call her. He spoke to no one. He ate very little and left the house soon after. He said he would not return until evening. While he was gone, Catherine and Hareton stayed together in the house. I heard Hareton stop her when she wanted to speak badly about Heathcliff. He said he would not allow it. Even if Heathcliff were very bad, he would still stand by him. He said he would rather she spoke badly about him than about Heathcliff. Catherine became angry at first. But Hareton asked her how she would feel if someone spoke badly about her father. Then she understood. She saw that Hareton felt strongly tied to Heathcliff. She felt sorry for trying to cause trouble between them. After that, she did not speak badly about Heathcliff in front of Hareton again. Soon the small fight ended. They became friends again. They worked together, learning and teaching each other. When my work was done, I sat with them. Watching them made me feel calm and happy. They felt like my children. I had always loved Catherine, and now I felt the same about Hareton. Hareton learned quickly. Catherine's kind words helped him try harder. His face began to look brighter and more confident. He did not seem like the same rough boy I had seen before. While they worked and I watched, evening came. Heathcliff returned quietly and saw all three of us together before we noticed him. I thought it was a peaceful and harmless sight, and it would be wrong to be angry with them. The red firelight shone on their two young heads. It showed their faces full of interest, like children. He was 23, and she was 18. But both were still learning about life. They did not think or feel like calm adults yet. They looked up at the same time and saw Mr. Heathcliff. You may not have noticed before, but their eyes were exactly the same. They had the same eyes as Catherine Earnshaw. The young Catherine did not look like her in other ways, except for a wide forehead and a proud-looking nose. With Hareton, the likeness was much stronger. It was always strange, but now it was very clear. His mind was awake and active. I think this likeness softened Mr. Heathcliff. He walked to the fire, and he looked upset. Soon the feeling changed, but it did not go away. He took the book from Hareton's hand. He looked at the page. Then he gave it back without a word. He made a small sign for Catherine to leave. Hareton followed her soon after. I was ready to go too, but he too.
I have no fear of death, he said. I do not feel it coming. I do not even think about it. Why should I? I am strong. I live simply. My work is not dangerous. I should live a long time. I will likely grow old before my hair turns white. And yet I cannot live like this anymore. I must remind myself to breathe. I must almost tell my heart to keep beating. Every small action feels forced. It is like pushing a hard spring back into place. I can only act when one thought drives me. I only see or notice things that connect to one single idea. I have one wish. My whole mind and body want it. They have wanted it for so long, without rest. I am sure it will happen soon. This wish has taken over my life. I live only by waiting for it. Speaking about it has not helped me. But it may explain my strange moods. Oh God, this fight is very long. I wish it would end.
He walked back and forth in the room. He spoke dark words to himself. I began to think, as Joseph did, that his own thoughts had made his life a kind of living misery. I wondered how this would finish. He rarely showed this state of mind before, not even in his face. But I felt sure this was his usual feeling inside. He said so himself. Still, no one would guess it from his normal manner. You did not guess it, Mr. Lockwood, when you saw him. At that time, he was the same as then. He only liked to be alone more. He also spoke even less when others were near. Chapter 34. For several days after that evening, Mr. Heathcliff avoided eating meals with us. Still, he did not forbid Hareton and Cathy from coming. He did not want to give in fully to his feelings. Instead, he stayed away. Eating once a day seemed enough for him. One night, after everyone had gone to bed, I heard him go downstairs and leave by the front door. I did not hear him come back. In the morning, he was still gone. It was April. The weather was warm and gentle. The grass was bright green from sun and rain. The two small apple trees by the south wall were full of flowers. After breakfast, Catherine asked me to bring a chair and sit under the fir trees with my sewing. She persuaded Hareton to work in her little garden. He was fully well again after his accident. The garden had been moved there because Joseph had complained. I enjoyed the fresh spring smell and the soft blue sky above us. Catherine ran to the gate to get some primrose roots. She came back with only a few. She told us Mr. Heathcliff was coming in.
He spoke to me, she added, looking confused.
What did he say? Hareton asked.
He told me to go away as fast as I could, she answered. But he looked so different that I stopped and stared at him.
Different how? Hareton asked.
Almost bright and happy, she said. No, not almost. He looked very excited. Wild. And glad.
Then walking at night pleases him, I said, trying to sound calm.
Inside, I was as surprised as she was. I wanted to see if she was right. It was rare to see the master look glad. I made an excuse to go inside. Heathcliff stood at the open door. He was pale. His body shook a little. But his eyes shone with strange joy. It changed his whole face.
Would you like some breakfast? I asked. You must be hungry after being out all night.
I wanted to know where he had been, but I did not ask directly.
No, I am not hungry, he said. He turned his head away.
His voice sounded cold, as if he knew what I was thinking.
I felt unsure. I did not know if I should give him some advice. I do not think it is good to walk outside all night, I said. You should be in bed. This season is damp. You might catch a cold or a fever. You do not look well now.
Nothing is wrong that I cannot bear, he replied. And I bear it gladly. Leave me alone. Go inside. Do not trouble me.
I did as he said. As I passed him, I noticed he was breathing very fast. Yes, I thought, he will soon fall ill. I cannot guess what he has been doing. At noon, he joined us for dinner. He took a full plate from me, as if he wanted to make up for not eating before.
I have no cold and no fever, Nelly, he said, speaking of my warning. And I am ready to enjoy the food you give me.
He took his knife and fork and was ready to eat. Then his wish to eat stopped at once. He put the knife and fork down. He looked hard at the window. Then he stood up and went outside. We saw him walking back and forth in the garden while we finished our meal. Earnshaw said he would go and ask why he would not eat. He thought we had upset him in some way.
Well, is he coming?
No, he said. But he is not angry. He looked very happy, in a strange way. I spoke to him twice, and that made him restless. Then he told me to go back to you. He said he did not understand why I wanted anyone else's company.
I kept his plate warm by the fire. After 1 or 2 hours, he came back in. The room was empty. He was not calmer at all. He had the same strange look of joy under his dark brows. His face was very pale. Sometimes his teeth showed in a thin smile. His body shook, not from cold or weakness, but like a tight string that vibrates with strong feeling. Have you heard some good news, Mr. Heathcliff? You look very lively.
Where would good news come from for me? He said. I am lively because I am hungry. And it seems I am not allowed to eat.
Your dinner is here, I said. Why don't you take it?
I don't want it now, he said quickly. I will wait for supper. And Nelly, please tell Hareton and the others to stay away from me. I want no one to bother me. I want to be alone here.
Is there a new reason for this? I asked. Why are you acting so strangely, Mr. Heathcliff? Where were you last night? I am not asking just to be curious, but...
You are asking from simple curiosity. He broke in, with a short laugh. Still, I will answer. Last night I was very close to deep misery. Today, I can see my greatest happiness. I can almost reach it. Now go. You will see and hear nothing to trouble you if you stop asking questions.
After I cleaned the fireplace and wiped the table, I left. I felt more confused than before. He did not leave the house again that afternoon. No one disturbed him. At 8 o'clock, I thought it was right to take him a candle and his supper, even though he had not asked. He was leaning against the open window. He was not looking outside. He looked into the dark room. The fire had burned down to ashes. Cool, wet evening air filled the room. It was so quiet that I could hear the small stream far below, with its soft water sounds over stones. I complained when I saw the cold fireplace. I began to close the windows, one by one, until I reached his. Shall I close this one? I asked, to get his attention. He did not move. The light fell on his face as I spoke. Mr. Lockwood, I cannot say how shocked I felt in that moment. His dark eyes, his pale face, and that strange smile frightened me. He did not look like himself. He looked like something unreal. I was so scared that my hand shook. The candle bent toward the wall, and the room went dark.
Yes, close it, he said, in his normal voice. That was clumsy. Why did you hold the candle like that? Hurry and bring another.
I ran out, feeling foolish and afraid. I said to Joseph, "The master wants you to take him a light and make up the fire." I did not dare go back myself just then. Joseph took some hot coals and went in. He came back at once, carrying the supper tray too. He said Mr. Heathcliff was going to bed and wanted no food until morning. We soon heard him go upstairs. He did not go to his usual room. He went into the one with the old wooden bed. As I said before, its window is wide enough for a person to climb through. I began to think he planned another night journey and did not want us to know. Is he some dark spirit? I wondered. I had read stories about such strange beings. Then I forced myself to think clearly. I remembered how I had cared for him as a baby, watched him grow up, and seen most of his life. It was silly to let fear control me. Still, I asked myself where that small dark child had come from, taken in by a kind man, and bringing so much trouble with him. I whispered the word superstition as I slowly fell asleep. I was half awake and half dreaming. In my tired mind, I tried to imagine who his parents could be. I thought again and again about his life, but each time it felt darker. At last, I imagined his death and his funeral. The only clear thing I remember is that I felt very annoyed. I had to decide what to write on his grave. I spoke with the church worker about it. He had no family name, and we did not know his age. So we wrote only one word, Heathcliff. That later became true. If you go into the churchyard now, you will see his stone. It has only that name and the date of his death. When morning came, my mind felt clear again. I got up and went into the garden as soon as I could see outside. I wanted to check for footprints under his window. There were none. I thought, he stayed at home last night. He will be fine today. I made breakfast for everyone, as I always did. I told Hareton and Catherine to eat before the master came down, because he slept late. They chose to eat outside under the trees. I put a small table there for them. When I came back inside, Mr. Heathcliff was already downstairs. He was talking with Joseph about farm work. He gave clear and careful orders. But he spoke very fast. He kept turning his head away. His face looked excited, even more than before. When Joseph left, Mr. Heathcliff sat in his usual chair. I placed a bowl of coffee in front of him. He pulled it closer. Then he rested his arms on the table. He stared ahead, as I thought, at the wall. His eyes moved up and down one small place. They shone and did not rest. He looked so focused that he stopped breathing for a short time. "Come on," I said. I pushed some bread toward his hand. "Eat and drink while it is still hot. It has been waiting for a long time."
He did not look at me. But he smiled.
I would rather see him angry than smiling like that. "Mr. Heathcliff!" "Master!" I cried. "Please don't stare like you see something strange."
"Please don't shout so loud," he answered. "Turn around and tell me. Are we alone?"
"Of course," I said. "Yes, we are." Still, I turned around, even though I did not know why. With one move of his hand, he pushed things aside on the table. He leaned forward and looked more closely. Then I understood he was not looking at the wall. It seemed he was looking at something very close to him. Whatever it was, it gave him both joy and pain at the same time. His face showed deep feeling. His eyes followed this thing everywhere. Even when he spoke to me, he did not look away. I kept asking him to eat. But it was useless. If he reached for bread, his fingers closed before touching it. His hand stayed on the table, as if he forgot why he moved it. I sat there quietly and waited. I tried to pull his attention back. At last, he became angry. He stood up and asked why I could not let him eat in his own time. He said next time I did not need to wait. I could put the food down and leave. After that, he walked slowly out of the house. He went down the garden path and through the gate. The day passed very slowly. Evening came again. I did not go to bed until late. Even then, I could not sleep. He came back after midnight. He did not go to bed. He locked himself in the room downstairs. I listened and turned in my bed. At last, I got dressed and went down. I could not stay still with so many worries in my head. I heard Mr. Heathcliff walking back and forth across the floor. Sometimes he broke the silence with a deep breath, like a low cry. He spoke broken words. The only name I heard was Catherine. He spoke it with love and pain. He spoke softly, as if she were there with him. His voice came from deep inside his heart. I did not dare to walk straight into the room. I wanted to distract him instead. I went to the kitchen fire. I stirred it and cleaned the ashes. This brought him out sooner than I thought.
He opened the door and said, "Nelly, come here. Is it morning? Come in with your light."
"It is 4 o'clock," I said. "You need a candle if you want to go upstairs. You could light one here."
"No, I don't want to go upstairs," he said. "Come in. Light a fire for me. Do whatever needs to be done in the room."
"I must make the coals very hot first before I can carry any," I said. I brought a chair and the bellows. He walked back and forth. He looked very upset. He sighed again and again, with almost no pause to breathe.
"When morning comes, I will send for Green," he said. "I want to ask him some legal questions while I can still think clearly and stay calm. I have not written my will. I do not know how to leave my property. I wish it could disappear from the world."
"I would not speak like that, Mr. Heathcliff," I said. "Do not think about your will yet. You may live long enough to regret many wrong things you have done. I never thought your nerves would be so bad. But now they are very weak, and it is mostly your own doing. The way you have lived these last 3 days would exhaust even a very strong person. Please eat some food and get some rest. Just look at yourself. Your face is thin. Your eyes are red. You look like someone who has not eaten or slept."
"It is not my fault that I cannot eat or sleep," he said. "I do not choose this. I will do both as soon as I can. But telling me to rest now is like telling a man in deep water to relax when the shore is close. I must reach the shore first. Then I can rest. Never mind about Mr. Green. As for regret, I have done nothing wrong. I regret nothing. I am too happy, and yet not happy enough. The joy in my soul is too strong for my body, but it still does not fill me."
"Happy, sir?" I cried. "That is a strange kind of happiness. If you could listen without anger, I could give you advice to help you."
"What advice?" he asked. "Say it."
"You know, Mr. Heathcliff," I said, "that since you were 13 you have lived only for yourself. You have not lived a religious life. You have hardly read the Bible in all those years. You may have forgotten what it says. You may not have time to read it now. Would it really hurt to ask someone to come? A minister of any church would do. He could explain it to you. He could show you how far your life has been from its teaching, and how you need to change before you die."
"I am not angry, Nelly," he said. "You remind me of how I wish to be buried. I want to be taken to the churchyard in the evening. You and Hareton may come if you like. Make sure the gravedigger follows my orders about the 2 coffins. No minister is needed. No words are needed over my grave. I tell you, I have almost reached my own idea of heaven. I do not care for anyone else's heaven.
And if you keep refusing food and die because of it, I said, shocked by his cold words, and they refuse to bury you in the churchyard, how would you feel then?
They will not refuse, he said. If they did, you must move me quietly. If you do not, you will learn that the dead are not forgotten so easily.
When he heard the others in the house waking up, he went back to his room. I felt easier when he left. But in the afternoon, while Joseph and Hareton were working outside, he came into the kitchen again. He looked wild and restless. He told me to come and sit with him in the house. He said he did not want to be alone. I refused. I told him clearly that his strange words and behavior scared me. I said I did not have the strength or the wish to stay alone with him.
I believe you think I am a monster, he said with a dark laugh. Something too terrible to live in a decent house.
Then he turned to Catherine. She was there and moved behind me when he came close.
He spoke to her in a half-mocking way. Will you come, dear? I will not hurt you. No. To you, I am worse than the devil. Well, there is one person who will not leave me. She never gives up. Oh, it is too much for any human body to bear, even mine.
He did not want to see anyone anymore. At evening time, he went into his room. All night, and far into the morning, we heard him make low sounds and talk to himself. Hareton wanted to go in. I told him to bring Mr. Kenneth so the doctor could see him. When the doctor came, I asked to go in and try the door. It was locked. Heathcliff shouted at us to go away. He said he felt better and wanted to be alone. So the doctor left. The next evening, the weather was very bad. Heavy rain fell all night, until morning. When I walked around the house in the morning, I saw the master's window wide open. Rain was blowing straight inside. I thought he could not be in bed. The rain would make him very wet. He must be up, or outside. I decided not to wait. I went to look myself. I used another key and opened the door. I hurried to open the window panels. The room was empty at first look. I pushed them wider and looked again. Mr. Heathcliff was there. He lay on his back. His eyes looked straight at me.
Dean, as soon as they are married. That will be on New Year's Day.
And who will live here then?
Joseph will look after the house. Maybe a young boy will stay with him. They will live in the kitchen. The other rooms will be closed.
For ghosts who want to live here?
No, Mr. Lockwood, she said, and she shook her head. I believe the dead are at rest. We should not joke about them.
At that moment, the garden gate closed. The walkers were coming back. They are afraid of nothing, I said in a low voice. I watched them through the window. Together, they would face even the devil.
They stepped onto the door stones and stopped. They took one last look at the moon, or really at each other in its light. I felt a strong wish to leave at once. I put a small gift into Mrs. Dean's hand. I did not listen to her words about my bad manners. I went quickly through the kitchen as they opened the front door. Joseph might have thought I was careless and rude. But he saw a gold coin fall at his feet, and then he knew I was a proper gentleman. I walked home, but I went past the church on the way. When I stood by its walls, I saw signs of damage, even after only 7 months. Many windows were broken and had no glass. Some roof stones stuck out and were not straight. The autumn storms would soon pull them down. I looked for the 3 graves near the moor and soon found them. The middle stone was grey and half covered by heather. Edgar Linton's stone was gentle in look, with grass and moss growing over it. Heathcliff's stone was still bare. I stayed there for a while under the calm sky. I watched moths move among the plants. I listened to the soft wind in the grass. I wondered how anyone could think the dead were restless in such a quiet place.